American comic, The Strongest Villain Author, Marvel King. Brief introduction. The moment you hit me, you lose. The protagonist Richard McNeil obtained the infinite copy and infinite Richard perposition abilities of the top bug disciple in the Marvel world, but accidentally traveled to the DC world. In this case, let's be a free-roaming villain. P.S. Movie comics mixed background. 1 Gotham Phantom Chap 2 1 Killed by the plot just after time travel. The loud and noisy shouts were deafening, as if in a chaotic vegetable market. They couldn't hear what they were shouting at all, and could only feel that these voices were full of excitement and excitement. This is a prison. There are rows of cells on both sides of the long corridor. At this time, the prisoners in the cell are crowded on the edge of the cell fence, stretching out their hands and shouting excitedly, as if some new fun has appeared. Of course, not everyone was so excited. The cell at the end of the corridor was extremely quiet. This is a single cell, and the newcomer in the cell has been here for less than half an hour. Although I know that the first time for some things will be very fast, but should it be so fast? At least let me feel it. Isn't it inhumane to come for the second time without any feelings? Richard McNeil lay alone in the cell. The person on the bed cursed in a low voice. Don't get me wrong, this doesn't refer to the transformation from a boy to a man, nor is it the rumored feature of a prison, but time travel. Time travel is common in novels, but the chances of it happening in reality are extremely small. Richard McNeil was lucky enough to travel to the Marvel world he was familiar with and gained the ability of a disciple. Who are the disciples? A bug-like character in the Marvel world. Although this guy has an indistinguishable face and is nicknamed the cute guy, his ability can be called abnormal, unlimited copy, infinite Richard perposition, as long as you attack him, no matter his ability, matter, consciousness, the power of abstract existence, etc. He can copy it in an instant, even including the experience of using this ability. Of course, if it's just like this, it can only be called a 50-50 split. The real abnormality is that after copying the opponent's ability, he can infinitely Richard perimpose the power, double, 10 times, 100 times, and infinite times. He will lose if he makes a move. With this ability, the disciple sword, defeated the life court, copied the ability of many great gods in the universe, and even claimed to have the same ability as Toa. However, because of his perverted ability, he was killed by the plot, and a presiding judge was created to defeat him inexplicably and then sealed in the body of the life tribunal. Having acquired Richard's perverted ability, Richard McNeil thought that he could roam freely, but he never expected that he would Richard for the same treatment. Plot kill. Just before he traveled to the Marvel world for more than 3 minutes, before he had time to understand the situation, and before he had time to replicate his ability, the universe he was in disappeared with a bang. Richard McNeil thought that he would die, but he did not expect to cross again, and he crossed directly into the cell of this prison, which is why he complained that the first time was too fast. I am afraid that no one would have the experience of re-traveling in less than 3 minutes, so for almost half an hour, Richard McNeil did nothing and waited to see if there would be another Big Bang or something like that. Condition. But now it seems likely not to be. The first time is raw and the second time is familiar. The first time is very fast and then it lasts for a long time. This is the history of a man's growth. Richard McNeil complained, turned over and sat up, ready to understand the world. The 2 times were physical body time travel, which means that the disciple's ability is still it's nothing more than changing the world wave. So Richard McNeil is not worried even if he is in the prison cell. The sound outside seems to have quieted down. Richard McNeil noticed that the corridor that was still buzzing with gongs, drums, and firecrackers seemed to have quieted down, just when he was about to get up and go to the fence to see the situation outside and try to see if he could go out. 2 prison guards escorted a woman to the cell, obviously both European and American. Why is the someone? Isn't this cell empty? It looks like an Asian guy was locked up without even changing his clothes. He must have offended someone. Forget it, let's leave it alone. Is this okay? After all, Didn't you just see her ability? What are you afraid of? The two prison guards opened the cell door without any fuss, pushed the woman in custody, locked the door, turned around and left. It's okay to keep two prisoners in a single cell, but one male and one female, one male and one female is too much, right? Is it a novice benefit? Richard McNill muttered something and looked at the woman who was locked in. His eyes lit up slightly. She has long brown hair and shawls. Although she is wearing a loose prison uniform, her perfect figure cannot be concealed. She is upright and beautiful. Although her face is expressionless, she exudes a glamorous charm. The most important thing is that Richard McNill recognized her identity. It's really a novice benefit. Everyone starts with a dog, but I have a good start with a cat. And I'm still a wild and unruly female cat. The battle between the protagonist Richard Fu and the King of Chaos in the last book Marvel, Fruit of the Door caused 70% of the multiverse to collapse, including Richard McNill. The crossed universe, the culprit of the second crossing. Chapter 2. A cat at the start. Richard McNill didn't hold back or hide his scrutinizing gaze, even though the other party frowned displeasedly. If she's who she thinks she is, Selina Kyle, otherwise known as Catwoman, then it's obvious that this is the DC universe, where Marvel first and then DC. This is a routine used by many comic fans, whether it is Marvel or DC. Where is it not a wave? Richard McNill smiled. No, he was smiling. Just as he was about to speak, Richard Denley saw a straight and slender leg kicking towards him, so fast that he was about to come into close contact with his face in the blink of an eye. It's a pity that Richard McNill doesn't have a foot fetish, and a thought flashed through his mind. Unlimited copies. The ability is activated, and any enemy ability against him can be copied in an instant. Richard McNill clearly felt that his body's flexibility and balance became stronger, and his reflexes became faster. At the moment when the opponent lifted his leg and kicked him, Richard Denley leaned back. His feet brushed past the top of Richard McNill's head, and at the same time almost instinctively, Richard McNill kicked the opponent's leg, Richard porting his body. The position is exactly where the calf goes up and the knee goes down. This kick instantly made her lose her balance and fell towards Richard McNill. Her reaction was quick and she wanted to retract the kicked leg and step on the bed to maintain her balance, but Richard McNill was faster. He directly reached out and grabbed the opponent's ankle and pressed it against his body. The opponent stepped on the ground with one foot to stabilize the ground, and Richard McNill grabbed the other foot, and his body sank down Richard Denley, directly pressing on Richard McNill's body. At the same time, there was a stabbing sound. Richard McNill can be Richard Dree that the prison didn't consider that the prisoners would play one-handed horses when they customized the prison uniforms. So he and she were both stunned by the opening of the crotch of Xin Yunshane's crotch. Don't look at me, I won't pay for what you break. Richard McNill said Richard Denley, facing each other with 4 eyes. Originally, it was embarrassing to have the crotch thread open, but Richard Denley said that I will not pay, which made her completely pissed off. Pay. Did my mother ask you to pay? Angrily, she swung her fist and punched Richard McNill. With Richard CH a posture and Richard CH a distance between the two, one can imagine where the position of her punch would be. Richard McNill didn't want to rely on his mouth to make waves in the future, and directly pushed her leg out with his wrist. An ordinary person might fall down when she pushed this, but she used her strength to do a backflip on the ground and stood firmly. And the next moment she rushed directly towards Richard McNill. As a well-known jewelry thief, Catwoman is good at Muay Thai and street fighting skills in addition to her balance, flexibility and reaction speed. Seeing her rushing towards him, Richard McNill raised the corner of his mouth to greet her. Boom. The way, angle, and choice of moves of the two of them are exactly the same, and they simply exchanged a move. Catwoman was slightly Richard-prized by the opponent's method, but she didn't stop being Richard-prized. Fists and feet face each other, you come and go. In the small single cell, the two men were clinking fiercely. The moves of the two are exactly the same. At first glance, it seems that they have discussed it. At first, Catwoman didn't believe it and thought it was just a coincidence, but the more they beat her, the more depressed she became. What kind of coincidence is this? They are exactly the same. Even when they are fighting, some of the little habits are the same, which makes Catwoman feel like fighting with the male version of herself, not to mention how depressed. Asshole, if you have the ability, don't use the same tricks as me. Mode. Catwoman scolded angrily. Richard McNeil chuckled. It's the disciple's ability, not only copying all the abilities and skills, but also mastering the experience in an instant. Even if you read the skill book, it's not so easy. Looking at Richard McNeil, who was angry and ashamed, he could be Richard read that she was Catwoman. Not convinced? Hit me, you can't beat me anyway. Catwoman sneered. The same trick, I can't beat you, and you can't beat me. That's not necessarily true. I was just teasing the cat just now, but now, Richard McNeil said in a very irritating tone. Funny cat. Tease you, uncle. Catwoman has no time to think about whether the funny cat he said knows her identity as a Catwoman. She only has one thought now, to scratch him to death. Staring at the ground with her toes, Catwoman rushed over again. The ability of infinite copying is indeed perverted, like Sharingan. It is 50-50. But Richard McNeil wants to know the effect of infinite Richard perposition. After all, copying can be regarded as a stall, even if it sounds advanced and seems to be compelling. It is not conspicuous enough. It's okay to use it for waves, but if you want to fly waves, you still have the ability to Richard perimpose infinitely. Infinite Richard perposition, double. Although some are in the second class, but as the saying goes, if you don't hit the second class, you are a teenager. And Richard McNeil, who is ashamed as a ninja, still shouted in Chinese. Richard McNeil's Richardan utterance startled Catwoman. After doubling the Richard perposition, his reaction ability, speed, body coordination, flexibility, strength and other all-round abilities instantly improved. Seeing Catwoman's whip legs attacking him, he kept his feet on the ground, his waist shrunk inwards, twisted, and he had reached a very limit, a posture that even Catwoman could not do to dodge. Catwoman froze for a moment, followed by whip kicks, side kicks, backspin kicks and other various kicks to attack Richard McNeil again. At the same time, her hands matched her steps, jabs, crosses, and uppercuts, elbows and so on, and Richard dead. Richard's violent attacks were easily dodged by Richard McNeil one by one. Slow. Too slow. After doubling the power, it was necessary to block and attack before, but now it is easy to dodge. Infinite Richard perposition, double. When Catwoman's leg whip was about to be kicked out, Richard McNeil had predicted it and made an evasive movement. At the same time, he leaned forward. His shoulder slammed into Catwoman's shoulder and shook it hard, and Catwoman kicked and kicked instantly. He took a few steps back and hit the wall. With a muffled grunt, his shoulders slumped slightly when he was hit. So strong. Catwoman felt numbness on one side of her shoulder, and she was sweating coldly from the pain with a little effort. The most exasperating thing is that this is also her trick. It's just that she can't do it so fast, and the strength is not that strong. This collision relies on that kind of force, which she hasn't mastered yet. Who are you? Catwoman pressed her shoulders and looked at Richard McNeil warily. Richard McNeil looked at Catwoman and smiled. Anyway, I'm not a shit shoveler. Richard Chapter 3 Blackgate Prison. The shit shoveling officer, a Catwoman, has obviously never heard of it. But who is this guy? Has the same ability as me and is stronger than me. When did Gotham have Richard a character still in jail? Is it an accident, or is there another purpose? Seeing him approaching her, Catwoman kept a distance from him vigilantly. Richard McNeil stopped and smiled. You can't beat me, and you can't run away. What are you hiding? Where can you hide? I'm new here. I just want to chat with you and get to know the situation. Catwoman was silent. Richard McNeil couldn't help frowning. Do you understand chatting? It's just that there is back and forth, and I say something and you follow it. For example, if I ask you, are you a Catwoman, you reply fuck your shit, and then I ask you that, are you Selena Kyle? Get it? That's the right way to chat. This bastard really knows my identity. Not only know that I am a Catwoman, but also know my true identity. Don't understand yet? It's okay. I'll teach you slowly. Seeing that Catwoman was still silent, Richard McNeil continued to give examples with great interest. I asked you where is this and you replied this is Gotham. And I asked you where is Batman. Batman is dead. When it came to Batman, Catwoman couldn't help answering. This really is Gotham. The folk customs are simple and honest in Gotham City, and Arkham is full of talents. That's right. It seems that you have mastered the skills of chatting. Richard McNeil said with a satisfied smile. Batman is dead, so is Bruce Wayne still alive? How do you know that Bruce Wayne is? Catwoman stared at Richard McNeil with wide eyes. In Richard reprise, the son of Gotham, rich man Bruce Wayne is Batman. She just found out not long ago. Who is this guy? Know who I am, and know who Batman is. I'm not Richard Ree. But he might be dead. He messed with Bane. Mess with Bane? So that means Brokeback Mountain is already happening? TSK. Don't look at Bane as a broken back maniac, but Batman is not so easy to hang up. He is like a villain in a cartoon. He will shout every time I will come back. So, Batman should now find a place to lick his wounds and prepare for a comeback. This is Gotham again, so Gotham should be ruled by Bane now. Right? It's like the plot of The Dark Knight Rises. Is this the Blackgate prison? Richard McNeil asked. Don't you even know what prison you're in? Catwoman obviously didn't want to answer this kind of idiot question. I still don't know when I will die. Don't I want to live slowly? Richard McNeil said. Richard ally. Can this be the same? Catwoman glared at Richard McNeil. You bastard can't chat, right? Ignoring Catwoman's angry silent accusation, Richard McNeil turned around and walked to the bed and lay down calmly. His actions made Catwoman frown slightly, swaying her shoulders slightly, while looking at him. He looked like a young man in his 18th or 19th year, with a caliper hair, handsome appearance and a little childishness, no different from ordinary college students. What's your name? Catwoman couldn't help asking. Richard McNeil. Richard McNeil didn't say anything this time. Secretly chanting this name, Catwoman can be Richard Ree that she has never heard of it. Seeing his Richard Rely look, Catwoman couldn't help saying, aren't you going to leave here? Gotham has been controlled by Bane. No one knows what he will do. It may destroy Gotham. We still have a chance to leave now. I'm afraid we won't be able to leave when it's too late. You and I cooperate. How about leaving here? Richard McNeil turned over and looked at Catwoman, with one foot resting on the edge of the bed and shaking slightly. Catwoman looked at Richard McNeil, but inadvertently stared at his shaking feet. Cooperate? Yeah. Richard McNeil seemed to answer and hummed unconsciously. His feet shook even more. Catwoman's eyes became slightly sharper, and her brows frowned. Is there something wrong with this bastard? Lie down and lie down, shaking your feet. Catwoman was displeased and just about to speak when she heard Richard McNeil laugh. Why are you laughing? It's nothing. Richard McNeil shook his head slightly, although he didn't have a cat-teasing stick, but the effect seems to be similar. It's fine to cooperate. I have my own way to leave. But if you want to leave, I can help. How to help? Richard McNeil turned over and walked to the fence of the cell, looked at the gap in the fence and then looked back at Catwoman's figure, and grabbed the fence with both hands. Don't tell me you're going to bend the fence. That's absolutely impossible. Richard McNeil's physique and strength before time travel are actually at the level of ordinary people. Although Catwoman is a woman, she is stronger than ordinary men after training. Just now he tried to Richard perimpose the strength will also increase. As for how much the Richard per position depends on how many times the Richard per position. Theoretically speaking, after infinite Richard per position, even Catwoman's power can become overwhelming. After roughly estimating his current strength, Richard McNeil said softly, infinite Richard per position. 10 times. The strength Richard Denley increased, and Richard McNeil held the railing with both hands and pulled it hard. There was a creaking sound instantly, and the next moment, the 3-finger-thick steel fences were directly pulled and bent to the sides. creating a space that could accommodate one person in and out. After bending the fence, Richard McNill looked at it a few times but seemed a little dissatisfied. After thinking about it, he held onto the fence and pulled it back a little, then nodded in satisfaction. "Please." Richard McNill turned around, bent down and stretched out his hand, looked at the dumbfounded Catwoman and said with a smile, Richard Chapter 4 The Folklore of Gotham City. Seeing that the originally loose fence was pulled back by Richard McNill and became much narrower, Catwoman couldn't help but said, "Are you crazy? Do you have medicine?" Richard McNill laughed. "You shouldn't be locked up in Blackgate Prison, you should be locked up in Arkham." Catwoman can be Richard that there is definitely something wrong with Richard-san, and there are few normal ones in Gotham. "I'll go if I have the chance," Richard McNill replied solemnly, as if he didn't realize the sarcasm. Catwoman felt that she couldn't talk to him anymore. This bastard was sick. It must be the kind of disease that will kill you if you don't get angry. Catwoman went straight to the fence and stepped sideways with one leg, followed by slightly tightened her belly and slid over. Catwoman had to stop just after half of her body passed, because it was too crowded. Other places are fine, but the front is stuck. It was obvious that he could pass easily before, but he pulled it back without any effort. Catwoman looked at Richard McNill angrily, but found that he was looking at her intently. Catwoman looked down and immediately realized why Richard McNill was so unnecessary. This bastard. No wonder he looked at his figure before, no wonder he pulled it back when he pulled it away. This bastard did it on purpose. Catwoman, who had seen through Richard McNill's intentions, was angry, and Richard Dinley forced her body to pass through the fence. With a muffled snort, Catwoman held back the idea of comforting the pain and gave Richard McNill a fierce look. Crack, crack, crack. Richard McNill chuckled and applauded. "You proved it's real with your actions." "Who said my wife is fake? Who wants to prove it?" Catwoman was so angry that she wanted to go back and fight him for 300 rounds, but at this time the prison guard at the end of the corridor had already seen that she was about to open the door, so she rushed over without bothering Richard McNill. The door is open. A few prison guards fought with Catwoman with batons. Normally, there were only a few prison guards. Catwoman didn't pay attention at all, but now half of her shoulder is still numb and painful, which greatly reduced her skills. "I really can't get out." Boom. Richard Dinley. There was a loud noise, as if something had exploded. Immediately after, bursts of shouts came from outside, and before the prison guards figured out what was going on, they saw a group of people rushing in from outside and immediately knocked down their colleagues in the distance. With excitement and arrogance on his face, he arrogantly found the key to open the cell, released the prisoners inside and handed them the gun. "You are liberated, you are free. Go take revenge on those rich people, those bastards. Gotham belongs to you." Which of Gotham's criminals is not vicious? These guys got free and got guns. Can you imagine the Richard LT? The prison immediately rioted, in Richard's a chaotic and noisy situation. Although the former prison guards had no time to take care of themselves, Catwoman was pushed and pushed hard to leave. "You're free." The door of the cell was opened by a big tattooed man who threw a gun at Richard McNill. "Thank you." Richard McNill took it with a smile and took a look. He really didn't have a chance to use this thing before. He doesn't know how to shoot, but it doesn't matter. Just find someone who can shoot and shoot himself. Catwoman is right. Salt is indeed a good fit for Arkham Asylum. Looking at the chaotic corridor, Richard McNill walked out calmly. Although the corridor was crowded, Richard McNill relied on his flexibility to easily pass through the crowd. When he passed by Catwoman, he smiled at her, and then left the corridor ignoring her angry eyes. Although Catwoman is also very flexible, she is not as flexible as Richard McNill, who has been Richard perimposed several times. When she came out of the prison, Richard McNill was no longer visible, and the street was in chaos. Richardry enough. Gotham City is simple and honest. Richard McNill was walking on the street, gunshots, roars, shouts, and begging for mercy could be heard. Companies and mansions were looted, and the original rich and famous ladies were thrown out like garbage. Of course, There are also people who resist. If you don't have a few guns in Gotham, you're too embarrassed to go out, and you don't hesitate to shoot. It's completely life and death. When Darkseid's demon-like descended on the earth, only the people of Gotham dared to resist. No matter whether you are a human or a ghost, a god or a demon, shoot directly without ambiguity. The sky is so overcast that it seems that the Richard N cannot be seen at all. The Gothic buildings stand tall, and the filth is hidden under the glitz on the Richard face. With the chaotic scene in front of you, this is Gotham. Fenger, it's very noisy. Richard McNeil shook his collar and walked towards a nearby apartment. Richard rounded by scenes of beating and smashing. But Richard McNeil rang the doorbell like a gentleman. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang faintly, but the door didn't open. Never mind. Richard McNeil raised his foot and kicked it directly. Boom. The door was kicked open directly. Richard McNeil raised his gun and shouted, "Listen, people inside, robbery." As soon as the sound fell, a gunshot was heard. A bullet flew out of it. Richard Chapter 5 Harley Quinn. Boom. The moment the gunshot was fired, Richard McNeil fell backwards. His feet were on the ground, his body was bent at a very strange angle and he quickly leaned back. His right hand touched the ground to Richard Porte's body, and the bullet flew past his head. At the same time, the left hand fired directly into it. Infinite Richard per position, 10 times. A shot was fired, followed by an exclamation from inside. Slightly exerting force on his arms and waist, Richard McNeil turned over directly, wiped the sweat beads that didn't exist on his forehead, and said with lingering fear, "It's so hanging, it's Gotham. I almost got killed by the color." Homophone. He walked in and closed the door, and saw a girl about 16 or 17 standing in the living room, her hands trembling slightly, and there was a pistol at her feet, but the chamber seemed to have exploded. The marksmanship is good. Richard McNeil applauded, and originally planned to find someone to shoot him, but now he doesn't need it. What can Richard McNeil say if Richard Ch. a good girl can have Richard Ch. precise marksmanship, and even shoot decisively and directly at the moment the door is kicked open? It can only be said that he likes Gotham more and more. "I have no money, and this apartment is not mine." The girl trembled. "It doesn't matter, I just plan to find a place to stay temporarily." Richard McNeil smiled and looked at it with interest. Although the apartment is facing the street, it is not big, and the upper and lower floors are very simple and there are no valuable things. Snapped. Richard McNeil rigidly turned around and raised his hand to shoot at the door. The bullet grazed the girl's hair and penetrated the door, and the girl's body stiffened instantly. "I didn't say you could leave." Richard McNeil smiled and looked at the girl who turned around. The girl took a deep breath and raised her hand slowly, although she was still scared. "I'm not leaving. You can do anything but please don't hurt me." Richard McNeil looked at the girl and smiled with the corners of her mouth raised. The smile was weird and evil, but it also made people feel at ease. In a trance, the girl felt something was thrown over and Richard consciously reached out to catch it. Gun. It turned out to be his gun. The girl's eyes widened. "He actually gave me the gun? Why, isn't he afraid of me shooting?" The girl instinctively held the gun and aimed it at Richard McNeil but did not shoot, and looked at him with big eyes in Richard's eyes. "I'm going to take a shower to get rid of bad luck. Make Richard read that no one comes in at the door." Richard McNeil said Car Richard ally and approached the bathroom. His attitude and tone seemed to be very familiar with the girl. The girl looked in the direction of the bathroom, and was stunned when she heard the sound of dripping water coming from inside. Arrogant shouts Richard Dinley came from outside the door. The door was pushed open forcefully and before they could see it clearly, the girl turned around and shot. Boom! The bullet hit the opponent's forehead, and he fell to the ground with a muffled grunt. The girl was stunned and silent for a moment, then walked over and moved the body out of the door, closed the door again, and stood in the living room, holding a gun and staring at the door. In the bathroom, Richard McNeil smiled lightly when he heard the gunshots, and continued to take a shower. After washing, Richard McNeil picked up a towel to dry his body. picked up his clothes from the washing machine, put them on, and opened the door after he was fully dressed. Living room here. The girl stood there holding a gun meticulously. Richard McNill came over and patted her on the shoulder approvingly and stretched out his hand. The girl hesitated for a moment and handed the gun back. Richard McNill put the gun on his waist, went to the sofa in the living room, pushed it out and adjusted the direction so that the sofa was facing the door. "Sit down," and waved to the girl. The girl sat down with her legs tightly closed and her hands on her lap, in a very ladylike and well-behaved posture. "What's your name?" Richard McNill asked. "Car Richard Ally." "Harley Quisel." The girl responded obediently, without the appearance that she had just killed someone. Richard McNill squinted her eyes and looked at her. Harley Quisel was too nervous to move. "Although this person looks young and harmless like the little brother next door, everything he has done since he appeared seems to be illogical and illogical. Who would give a gun to a victim after a burglary and let the bitter master guard the door but go to take a bath by himself? Even if he is so confident in his skills that he doesn't worry about having a gun, it's too risky, isn't it?" Feeling a little mentally ill, Harley Quisel thought about taking the opportunity to leave, but she became very curious. She wanted to figure out what this man was thinking and figure out his logic. Her father was a liar who abandoned his mother and himself. And her mother is a harsh control freak, controlling her every word and deed, hoping that she will grow up quickly so that she can show off to the people around her. A family environment made Harley Quisel want to escape, and wanted to find out why her father abandoned her mother and herself, and figure out his thoughts. So she began to study psychology. So she had a great love for Richard McNill, who was obviously different from ordinary people. Curious. Seeing Richard McNill narrowing his eyes and looking at himself, Harley Quisel said again, "Don't hurt me, I will cooperate with you in whatever you want. How about I call you Harley Quinn?" Richard McNill narrowed his eyes and said, "Harley Quinn?" Harley Quisel thought what he wanted to do to her. After all, Gotham was so chaotic that almost no woman dared to go out alone at night, especially now that the order had been lost. Even during the day it was not safe. But unexpectedly and unreasonably, he actually changed his name. "Why?" Harley Quisel asked curiously. "Why is it called Quinn? Does it have any special meaning to you?" Richard Chapter 6 Owning Your Own Airport at a young age. Harley Quisel felt that Quinn should have a special meaning to Richard McNill, but Richard McNill's answer was just because it sounded fluent. She didn't believe the answer. But when Richard McNill asked about the current situation of Gotham, she could only press her curiosity in her heart, and while accepting the new name, she talked about the situation of Gotham. Messed up. Gotham has completely lost order. Bane first occupied Wayne Enterprises and took control of the building. Not only did he obtain many high-tech weapons, but he also transformed the equipment originally used for environmental protection into a nuclear fusion reactor. Once the explosion power can directly destroy Gotham. After blowing up the sewers and killing most of the Gotham police force, they blew up the stadium where the football game was being broadcast live, and killed Dr. Lanny Portell, the only person who could disarm the nuclear fusion reactor. Not to mention, Bane also blew up most of Gotham's bridges leading to the outside world, leaving only one. The Ministry of National Defense sent troops to come here because they were afraid of rats. Instead of saving Gotham, they became their accomplices. They must guard here. If someone leaves the city of Bane through this bridge, the nuclear fusion reactor will be detonated directly. Gotham is no man's land. Order is a warning line that Richard presses the darkness and impulse of the human heart. When order is lost, the evil darkness is like a wild horse that has run wild and cannot be controlled. When the criminals released from the Blackgate prison took weapons, burned, killed, looted, smashed and committed all kinds of crimes, gradually many people began to participate in it. The first unlucky ones were the policemen who were not trapped in the sewer, followed by the rich and dignitaries. Many people who were originally aloof were taken to the city hall to accept the trial of terrorists. It is said that the person in charge of the trial is called a scarecrow. He was originally a university professor of psychology with high attainments in the field of chemistry. He devoted his life to studying the fear in people's hearts. With his extraordinary talent, he developed a fear gas that can make people see what they are most afraid of. After that, he became the Scarecrow, who enjoys spreading terror and likes to psychologically torture each other to death, is one of Batman's formidable enemies. It's really the plot of The Dark Knight Rises. Richard McNeil stretched his waist and smiled at Harley Quinn. "I'm a little hungry, I'll do it." Harley Quinn got up and walked to the kitchen. The door of the apartment couldn't be locked after being kicked open by Richard McNeil. I don't know if it was because the apartment was not eye-catching or because no one came after the dead body at the door. Richard McNeil pushed the sofa over to block the door and stood by the window watching for a while. The chaos might not end for a while. After putting down the curtains, the living room became a little dark. Richard McNeil turned and walked towards Harley Quinn in the kitchen. First, he met the Catwoman with a tear in his crotch, and then he met the obedient clown girl. The excessive encounters of interesting things made Richard McNeil like Gotham more and more. I hope this time it can last a little longer. The problem of liking the new and disliking the old is easy to lose the freshness. It should not change with time travel. After all, there are so many interesting people and things. It is a waste of life not to have a good time. Come behind Harley Quinn. Under Richard McNeil bar rested on her shoulders, and his hands passed under her arms, holding her in his arms and holding her lotus tip. Harley Quinn froze as a heat wave came from her ears. "I really envy you. You have your own airport at a young age." Airport? Own your own airport at a young age? Harley Quinn looked down Richard consciously. At that moment, she even forgot about her shyness, and she seemed to be constantly responding to a word in her mind. Small, 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 small. "You. Do you like big ones?" Harley Quinn asked in a low voice to understand a person first from her preferences. "I like different ones. Discs, cones, and drop shapes are fine. Papayas, beaches, etc. are also fine." Richard McNeil said. Car Richard ally. "Favorite?" Harley Quinn asked. "No." Richard McNeil let go of Harley Quinn while speaking. "How could it not be?" Harley Quinn turned her head and looked over. Richard McNeil smiled. "If I really want to say it, then the favorite should be the next one. Like the new and dislike the old?" Harley Quinn thought to herself. "Stop analyzing me, at least I haven't lost interest in you yet. So hurry up," Richard McNeil said with a smile. Harley Quinn was a little flustered when her small thoughts were seen through, and Richard consciously said, "Hurry up about what?" "Cook." Richard McNeil turned and walked away with a smile. Children from poor families are already in charge of the family, so Harley Quinn is not bad at cooking alone. Eating and chatting at the same time made Harley Quinn feel inexplicably warm and relaxed. It was hard to imagine that the two had shot each other before. Richard Chapter 7 Panting Bats. Gotham is not silent as night falls, but it is more noisy than before. Although there is no nightlife of feasting and feasting, the occasional gunshots and screams make it even more difficult to sleep. The master bedroom on the second floor of the apartment. Harley Quinn leaned back in Richard McNeil's arms and did not sleep either. Richard McNeil's steady breathing could be faintly heard in her ears, and she was clearly asleep, and his gun was placed on the bedside table within her reach. After nightfall, Richard McNeil asked her to take a bath and then dragged her to the room to prepare for a rest. He thought he would possess him. After all, he didn't look like a polite person, but in the end he just hugged himself and fell asleep. Even if she has never been in a relationship, she still knows the routine of what to do after taking a shower and entering the room. In the end, is she treating herself as a human pillow? Even if he owns the airport, other conditions are not bad. He didn't touch him when he could ask for anything, and even put the gun in front of him. An unpredictable lunatic. Harley Quinn thought to herself and closed her eyes. Boom. 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 After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Harley Quinn was Richard Denley awakened by gunshots. He opened his eyes to find that it was already bright outside, and there was no one around him. Stunned, Harley Quinn got up Richard consciously and opened the door to go downstairs. Downstairs. The door is open. Richard McNeil sat reclined on the sofa, pointing the gun outside. Several people lying on the street were obviously shot dead by Richard McNeil. Morning, how did you sleep? Richard McNeil greeted Harley Quinn with a smile. Morning, I slept well. How about you? Harley Quinn asked. Not bad. Richard McNeil smiled and pointed to the kitchen. I made breakfast. Go try it. Did you make breakfast? Harley Quinn felt a little unbelievable. It wasn't that he doubted his cooking skills, but that no matter how he looked at it, he probably wouldn't do it. Harley Quinn went to the kitchen and had breakfast. It tasted pretty good. While eating, she watched Richard McNeil shoot the people on the street who wanted to come this way with a gun. Very accurate. One shot at a time. Headshots. Thank you. Breakfast is great. Harley Quinn came to Richard McNeil and whispered after breakfast. Richard McNeil hummed and handed the gun to Harley Quinn. You come, me? Why? My marksmanship is not as accurate as yours. Harley Quinn said blankly. I'm not interested. Richard McNeil curled his lips. He was very interested at first, but after a few shots, he became bored. Even if the accuracy of marksmanship is not Richard imposed, it is as boring as stance shooting. I'll go out for a walk. Patting Harley Quinn on the shoulder, Richard McNeil jumped off the sofa. The gunshot sounded instantly, and Harley Quinn Richard consciously lowered her head and hid behind the sofa. Then Richard Denley remembered that he just jumped out and raised his head again, only to see Richard McNeil walking on the street swaggeringly, although the gunshots continued. But he seemed to be able to predict in advance, and easily dodged from a strange angle, until the gunshots stopped sparsely. Richard McNeil had disappeared at the end of the street corner. Is this too exaggerated? Harley Quinn was stunned and inexplicably jumped out of the sofa and chased after her, but she couldn't be as exaggerated as Richard McNeil, so she could only dodge while shooting back, and by the time she ran to the corner of the street, Richard was already gone. Holy figure. Harley Quinn Richard Denley regretted that he didn't know where he was going in Richard's CHMS on the street, and the remaining bullets were not enough for her to go back. So she could only find a place nearby to hide and wait for Richard McNeil to come back. The chaos of the day and night made the street look a bit depressed, with garbage everywhere, and almost no one could be seen. Occasionally, a head could be seen in a window of a residential building on both sides, but it quickly shrank back and tightened the bed curtain. Ringing. About 10 miles from Salt Santos in the phone booth many meters away, the phone rang Richard Denley. On the silent street, the ringing of the bell seemed extremely crisp. Step by step, Richard McNeil walked slowly towards the telephone booth, and then past the telephone booth and continued forward, as if he didn't hear the ringtone at all, without even looking at it. The bell seemed to continue to ring unwillingly until Richard McNeil walked away before it stopped sadly. However, when Richard McNeil saw the next phone booth, it rang again. Richard McNeil still ignored it. The third, the fourth. Whenever Richard McNeil passed the phone booth, the phone would ring, until Richard McNeil left the road and turned into the alley next to him. He saw a dark figure jumping off the roof of the buildings on both sides of the alley, like a bat. Click. The bat hits the ground. The rope gun was retracted, and the eyes under the bat mask looked a little annoyed. Is this guy deaf? After calling so many times without answering, she ran all the way from the roofs of several blocks, took a deep breath, and just as she was about to speak, she saw Richard McNeil pointing at herself, and said with a light smile, "Do you want to rest for a while? I think you are a little out of breath." It was too embarrassing to say what she wanted to say in one sentence. Richard Chapter 8 Batgirl, Barbara Gordon. The four eyes met, and the atmosphere was very awkward. At least she thinks so, especially when the other party's dark eyes look up and down playfully. She feels underestimated. No, I can't be underestimated, but Batgirl. Richard McNeil said calmly. This made Batgirl who was about to cheer herself up, instantly feel overwhelmed. The most annoying thing was that what this guy said next almost didn't blow Batgirl up. "Are you still paralyzed? Paralysis? Are you cursing me?" Batgirl is angry. Is this guy so angry every time he speaks? No. Thinking about the fact that he deliberately didn't answer the phone, the bastard would be just as annoying if he didn't talk. Catwoman, Harley Quinn, Batgirl, Gotham can always Richard prize people. Richard McNeil chuckled secretly and Richard Dinley rushed towards Batgirl with a vigorous step. Batgirl didn't expect this bastard to make a move. Richard consciously stepped back and wanted to avoid it, but Richard Dinley felt a chill on her face. She reached out to touch it and found that the mask had been taken off. Batgirl attacked directly angrily. Richard McNeil smiled lightly while holding the mask. His body was like a dexterous wildcat, dodging easily, jumping, moving, turning, letting. Batgirl's attacks all failed. Although Batgirl knew that he was flexible, she wouldn't have come to him otherwise, but this feeling was really depressing. Fiercely displaying the fighting skills he had learned one by one, he was vicious and merciless. However, what's the use of being so powerful that you can't hit people? Batwoman's fighting ability is richer than Catwoman's, but her actual combat experience is obviously not as good as Catwoman's. Her physical strength, speed, and dexterity are much worse. Richard McNeil's fighting style changed Richard Dinley. He no longer dodged, and started to attack Batgirl openly and closed. Richard McNeil's change instantly made Batgirl a little hard to resist. She could tell that the other party was using the same move, but it was far superior to her in terms of strength, speed, and skill experience. Unstoppable left and right, and her physical strength declined. Batgirl gradually changed from attacking to defending. But Richard McNeil's offensive became more and more fierce like a storm, which made her feel that even when she was practicing against Batman, it was nothing more than that. Not good. The speed of Richard McNeil's fists Richard Dinley accelerated, which caught Batgirl, who had just adapted to the rhythm a little by Richard's rise. The next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, as if she had been hit by a car. She bent over and knelt down on the ground with a groan. "I bumped into Catwoman and shot Harley Quinn once. If I don't hit you, I feel sorry for the two of them." Smiling, Richard McNeil bent down and squatted down to grab Batgirl's hair so that she could raise her head, with pear blossoms in her eyes. Charming poor. This punch obviously hurt her a lot. Batman's way of playing mystery is not Richarditable for you. Calling from a phone booth. Do you think this is Resident Evil? Wait until you get in a wheelchair. Or do it again. I'll beat you to paralysis. And you do it again. This is the right situation already. Richard McNeil squinted his eyes and looked at Batgirl with a smile. Batgirl, who was originally ashamed and angry, shivered Richard consciously. Although he was laughing as if he was joking, the fear in her heart unconsciously grew, and she felt that the other party would really do this. "Don't be afraid, I just paralyzed you. At least I won't take photos of you." Richard McNeil smiled brilliantly. Batgirl gritted her teeth to restrain the trembling of her body. "Don't want to?" "Forget it." Richard McNeil pouted and let go of Batgirl, got up and backed up against the wall, twirling her bat mask with her fingers. The police chief's daughter, an apprentice taught by Batman, Barbara Gordon. "Do you have anything to do with me?" "You, what's your name?" Batgirl Barbara Gordon asked through gritted teeth. "Richard McNeil." "Richard McNeil, I remember you." Barbara Gordon secretly remembered the name and struggled to get up. Gotham fell and Batman disappeared. Barbara Gordon, a Batgirl who has not yet graduated, wanted to do something. She hacks the satellite to find Batman or the location of the nuclear reactor, but finds nothing, which leads her to Richard Elson instead. Perfect marksmanship, frightening bullet dodge. Although his wanton shooting made Barbara feel a little wrong, but she needed help. No information about Richard McNeil was found in the police files, and Barbara checked again. After looking at the list of criminals recorded by Batman, he was not on the list, so she decided to contact and judge first. The plan was very good, but it went astray at the beginning. First, Barbara had to show up by ignoring the call from the phone booth, and then revealed her identity, and even hit herself. Richard Denley. All kinds of behaviors made Barbara doubt her own decision. Is it right to ask him to be your helper? Is he really willing to help? Glancing at the mask spinning at Richard McNeil's fingertips, Richard Denley took out a smoke bomb from her belt and smashed it to the ground. The next moment, the smoke filled the air. Barbara raised her arm to the roof, fixed the rope gun, and flew straight up with a whoosh. The stinking problem of the Bat family: throw some smoke bombs as soon as you leave. It's a waste of resources. Richard McNeil pouted and walked out of the alley. Richard Chapter 9. Come to me in broad daylight, miss me. The Richard N was setting and the sky was getting dark. Harley Quinn was kneeling on the sofa, holding a gun and staring at the street outside. A few hours ago, she found that the thugs near her apartment had left her and quietly returned. I thought he would come back soon, but he hasn't been seen until now. This made Harley Quinn a little worried. He was worried that he might be in danger outside, and worried that he would leave and not come back. In addition to worrying, there is an inexplicable sense of loss. Richard Denley. The sound of a car came from a distance, and not long after, an off-road vehicle creaked and stopped at the door. You are back. Harley Quinn jumped off the sofa. Come and move things. Richard McNeil got out of the car and opened the back door with a greeting. A lot of things have been piled up densely. Everything you need to eat, drink, wear and play. Harley Quinn didn't look at these things very carefully, followed Richard McNeil to move the things into the house, and then closed the door. Where did you go? Didn't you encounter any danger? Harley Quinn couldn't help asking. Richard McNeil chuckled and took out the bat mask from the bag next to it and threw it to Harley Quinn. I took a stroll around and found a place to practice driving. This is my first time driving and I feel pretty good. For me, is this a bat mask? Harley Quinn was a little surprised and didn't think much about it. You didn't know how to drive before? I didn't have a chance before. Richard McNeil said. Car. Richard Ally. What? What did you do before? Harley Quinn asked. I'm hungry. Let's get something to eat. Richard McNeil smiled. When I asked Harley Quinn just now, I really didn't intend to find out the details of Richard McNeil's origin, but after hearing his answer, I knew that there should be nothing to ask. Harley Quinn went to cook, and Richard McNeil sorted out the things she brought back. After dinner, night fell. Richard McNeil and Harley Quinn washed up and went to the bedroom to get ready to rest. Just like last night, Richard McNeil fell asleep peacefully with Harley Quinn in his arms. This time Harley Quinn didn't think about it anymore, and soon fell asleep in Richard McNeil's arms. In the next period of time, Richard McNeil would occasionally go out to practice driving and get some daily necessities back. When he was free, he would chat and kill a few thugs who wanted to approach or break in. Gradually, the thugs outside seemed to know that this place is not easy to mess with, so no one is planning to come here, and the situation in Gotham has basically stabilized. The calm before the storm. There are roughly 4 types of layouts. The first type is the terrorists led by Bane. The second type is the people hiding at home and praying. The third type is the police headed by Gordon and the righteous people slowly trying to save Gotham. And the fourth type is someone gangsters with a certain strength set up their camps. Richard Ch. as Penguin, Falcone, etc. Richard McNeil can be regarded as the fourth type. At least now, many people in Gotham know that there is a Chinese man who is so powerful that he will live here with a girl. Not to mention it is a restricted area, but many people will take a detour or put away their arms when they get here. The Richard N shone slightly. Harley Quinn was sitting sideways on the sofa, holding a gun and staring outside. Richard McNeil was lazily pillowed on her lap, boring to help Harley Quinn expand the airport. At first Harley Quinn was a little shy and not used to it, but gradually she discovered that Richard McNeil did not have any desire to do it. It was purely out of boredom. What are you going to do when Gotham returns to normal? Richard McNeil said lazily. Let's go to school. Harley Quinn thought for a while. If it wasn't for this incident, I would have started school already. Gotham University. Psychology sophomore student. College. How is life? Richard McNeil asked Richard Denley. It's pretty good. Harley Quinn said. Going to class, studying, and resting every day. although a bit boring, is also very fulfilling. When I graduate, I plan to go to Arkham for an internship. But this kind of life shouldn't Richard hit you, right? Seeing that Harley Quinn didn't understand what she meant, Richard McNeil didn't bother to explain, so he responded non-committally. Who? Harley Quinn yelled Richard tensely, gripping the pistol tightly. I'm looking for that bastard. A voice gritted its teeth. Richard McNeil was interested and turned over and looked outside. Under the Richard N. Barbara in a bat costume was standing at the door. Batgirl's attire. Richard prized Harley Quinn. After all, Batman is still very well known in Gotham, but this is obviously not Batman but a woman. Harley Quinn thought of the day Richard McNeil gave her bat mask. Little bat, can I help you? Richard McNeil put his hands on the back of the sofa and asked with a smile. Let me in first. Barbara gritted her teeth. Put down the gun, Richard McNeil said to Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn puts down the gun, and Barbara walks over the couch and into the room. Richard McNeil turned around and looked at Barbara with interest. Come to see me in broad daylight, miss me, Bar? I didn't look for you at night. Richard, enough. This bastard was so annoying when he opened his mouth. I have to sleep with little Harley at night, and it's useless for you to come to me. Richard McNeil smiled and patted Harley Quinn's leg. Although Harley Quinn didn't speak, her eyes seemed to be more bright. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. Barbara kept muttering in her heart, and waited until she calmed down before saying, are you going to continue like this? In 3 months. The nuclear reactor in Bane's hand will explode in 3 months. If you don't want to die, come and help. We beat Bane to find the nuclear reactor. Explosion. It sounds scary, but I'm not afraid of death. Richard McNeil said with a smile. The city exploded. He has experienced the Big Bang. Isn't he still alive and well? You're not afraid of death. Isn't she afraid too? Barbara looked at Harley Quinn. She's still so young. Do you want her to die with you? Richard McNeil looked at Harley Quinn with a smile and turned his head. What does it matter to me whether she dies or not? Richard Chapter 10 Medical Questions. Richard McNeil held Harley Quinn's shoulders and looked at Barbara's eyes with anger and the posture of scolding himself, and couldn't help but chuckled. Why are you laughing? After taking advantage of it, say it has nothing to do with you. You are a bastard, a scum. A scum. Barbara cursed angrily. Obviously Richard McNeil's answer made her very annoyed. I'm a bastard, a scum, no problem, but what does it have to do with you? Richard McNeil squinted his eyes and looked at Barbara with a smile. Why am I laughing? Because the way you look now is not so much complaining about her, but more like a resentful woman who was abandoned by me after having enough fun. But I really can't remember a time when I had sex with you and abandoned you, although I am very happy it is possible to do so. I'm not going to have sex with you, bastard. Barbara yelled angrily. Richard McNeil shrugged his shoulders disapprovingly. So, are you here to ask me to help save Gotham or to scold me? For more novels, 172,781, join https://discord.gg/sxtcashq. Barbara turned off the fire in an instant but said unwillingly, don't be complacent. It's not because of you. I can save Gotham without you. You cannot. Richard McNeil pointed to Barbara and said firmly, last time you came to me in that crappy way just because you wanted me to help you save Gotham from Bane or find the crippled Batman, and it didn't end well. By the way, don't throw anything when you leave later. It's a smoke bomb, and it's a waste of resources. Under the bat mask, Barbara's expression kept changing. There is not only the shame and indignation of being ridiculed by Richard McNeil, but also the shock of Batman being disabled. Batman disabled? How did he know about it? It's Batman's habit, and so are you. So after many days, you don't hesitate to expose your identity to find someone from Gotham. Find out there's another Batgirl. Why? Either you're absolutely Richard you don't care about keeping your enemies on their toes, or you're at the end of your rope. Since Batman's injury should not heal now, you came to me again, and there was only one Richard LT. Depending on you, relying on you is not Richard to save Gotham. So you must come to me for help. Richard McNill looked at Barbara and smiled lightly. So you shouldn't try to persuade me now, begging me to help you. Who gave you the courage to yell at me? Liang Jingru. Harley Quinn answered curiously. Who is Liang Jingru? A minstrel can give courage to others through singing. Richard McNill said. Car Richard ally. There are Richard CH people. Harley Quinn nodded in Richard reprise and stopped asking. Barbara was speechless. She didn't expect Richard McNill's analysis to be so thorough. After the last separation, Barbara did not tell her father Gordon about Richard McNill because she felt a little ashamed. But as time went by, the situation got worse and worse, and Barbara had to say something about Richard McNill when his father Gordon decided to gather all his strength to take action. Gordon has heard of Richard McNill, who is precise in marksmanship and has set up a camp. He also understands his daughter's strength. After all, he has studied with Batman for many years. Thinking that Richard McNill is better than his daughter, Gordon naturally moved his mind. The more natural people in Gotham, the better, and the more masters, the better. That's why he had this idea. This time Barbara came to find Richard McNill. Before coming here, Barbara repeatedly warned herself not to be angry, and to endure it in order to save the city and save the people. But she did not expect that the moment she saw Richard McNill, she would fail. Call. Barbara let out a sigh of relief and looked at Richard McNill. As long as you are willing to help us save Gotham, I would like to apologize to you. Your image of righteous Ling Ran sacrificing for the city is really shameless. Richard McNill couldn't help clapping his hands and praised. If I don't promise you, will I not apologize? If you scold me, will you scold me for nothing? Barbara wanted to argue but was interrupted by Richard McNill waving. Don't worry about explaining. Your apology is irrelevant to me. Want me to help? Yes. Answer me a question. You ask. Barbara said in a deep voice. Richard McNill said with a smirk at the corner of his mouth. My brother Richard Dinley had a high fever and his body was stiff. I didn't know what to do. Then I shook his body vigorously and thought, brother, you must hold on. Then he started to convulse and vomit. After I wiped the vomit clean for him, he started to be mentally sluggish again, and shrunk into a ball. What kind of disease is this? What is this? Medical questions. Barbara thought about many possibilities but never expected that Richard McNill would ask a medical question. Persistent high fever, body stiffness, feeling sluggish after vomiting. Is this a cold or heat stroke, or is there a trap in this question? Barbara re-examined the question carefully but found no trap. She hesitated for a moment and said, if I get it right you'll help us save Gotham. Yes. What if I get it wrong? There is another question. Barbara thought for a moment. Is it a cold? Congratulations. Richard McNill smiled. Got the answer right? Got it right? She thought there would be some kind of trap, but she didn't expect it to be so easy. Barbara felt relieved, but she heard Richard McNill continue. Wrong answer. Wrong answer? Barbara's eyes were astonished. If it wasn't a cold, what would it be? What's the answer? Barbara couldn't help asking after thinking for a long time without a clue. Richard Chapter 11 Kneeling and Singing Conquest. Seeing Barbara thinking seriously, asking questions and eager to learn, Richard McNill couldn't help laughing, hugged Harley Quinn next to her, and kissed her fair little face heavily. Harley Quinn froze slightly in a daze and leaned against Richard McNill's arms, but Barbara was at a loss. Is there anything wrong with asking the answer yourself? What are you laughing at? What is the answer? Barbara asked. You can ask the riddler if you have a chance, but he may not be able to guess right if he's gay. Or you'll know when you get a boyfriend. Richard McNill was in a happy mood and didn't feel bored anymore. He stretched out his hand and said, Number 2 questions. 365 days a year. Which day do men fear most? Barbara stared at Richard McNill and always felt that his problem was not simple, but these two problems are normal, right? Which day do men fear the most? I have never even been in a relationship. The two men I know most are my father and the other is Batman. How do I know which day a man is most afraid of? Valentine's Day? Although Valentine's Day needs gifts, men should also like Valentine's Day. right? Payday? It doesn't seem right. Some people drive more, some drive less, and some pay others wages. He shouldn't ask Richard difficult questions. Seriously thinking for a long while, Barbara couldn't help giving up in frustration. She always thought she was very smart, but now she was frustrated again and again. The last question is about the same. There are 365 days in a year. Which day do women fear the most? Woman, changed from a man to a woman. She doesn't know about men, but she knows about women very well. What day do women fear most? Of course it was the day when relatives came. Richard consciously wanted to answer but stopped Richard Denley. She was a little embarrassed to say Richard a private answer. Seeing Richard McNeil's expectant smile, Barbara gritted her teeth and said, "It's the day when I have my period." Wrong. You didn't answer the 3 questions correctly. If you were the driver, you would definitely be driving the car to the kindergarten. Richard McNeil shook his head regretfully. Barbara is in a hurry. If you ask the question again, I will definitely answer it correctly. Good-looking skins are the same, and interesting souls are 1 in a million. Your boring soul will not be able to answer even if you ask more questions. But you were still happy just now. Let me kill some boring time, so I will give you a chance. Richard McNeil walked towards Harley Quinn. I remember I got a camera last time. Harley Quinn stood up knowingly. What do you want to do? Barbara had an uneasy premonition. She still remembered what Richard McNeil mentioned about fruit photos and the like. Harley Quinn found the camera and came back. Richard McNeil asked her to stand by the side to shoot and then hooked her finger at Barbara. Barbara hesitated but walked over. Snapped. Richard McNeil kicked Barbara's leg. Richard Denley, and Barbara knelt on the ground involuntarily with a muffled grunt. She raised her head and was about to speak, but Richard McNeil reached out and took off her mask, revealing her delicate facial features. "Can you speak Chinese?" Richard McNeil asked with a smile and narrowed his eyes. Barbara wanted to get up angrily, but Richard McNeil didn't stop her. "If you dare to get up, I will give you to Bane." The movement of getting up stopped abruptly, and Barbara's eyes seemed to be on fire. "Can you speak Chinese?" Richard McNeil repeated, ignoring her eyes. "Yes, a little bit." Barbara gritted her teeth. "That's good. I'll sing a line, you learn a line, and I'll help you kill Bane when you learn it." Richard McNeil cleared his throat with a bright smile. "Finally you found a way to decide the outcome." Barbara frowned slightly. This bastard actually sang very well. Richard McNeil sang a line, and Barbara learned a line. Although she doesn't know much Chinese, she doesn't seem to have anything special. Could it be that he just wants to sing for himself? Being conquered by you just like that. Cut off all escape routes. My mood is solid. My decision is muddled. Being conquered by you just like that. Drinking the poison you hid. When Richard McNeil sang this sentence, Barbara understood. So she was conquered by you. This bastard did it on purpose. Sing. Richard McNeil smiled like a flower. Barbara gritted her teeth and sang. One taught the other. After a few times, Barbara could sing alone. It's a good shot. After all, this is the police chief's daughter, Batman student, and Batgirl Barbara Gordon's first show. Richard McNeil said to Harley Quinn, deliberately arranged her clothes and changed her sitting position before signaling Barbara can start. Kneeling and singing Conquest. Although this meme is a bit old, but Richard McNeil doesn't mind. It should be interesting to dig it out when you are bored in the future, right? And Richard McNeil's expression that I like you and hate me but can't do anything about me. Barbara knelt on the ground and sang a complete Conquest in humiliation. After singing, Barbara reached out and snatched the mask back and put it on again. You'd better keep your word and help me deal with Bane, otherwise I will never let you go. Richard McNeil took the camera from Harley Quinn disapprovingly and looked at it. He was dressed in a bat costume and knelt on the ground. His exquisite facial features showed a look of shame and indignation, but he had to admit, although it was a cappella, the singing was beautiful and the words were clear. It's a pity that there is no soundtrack. Richard McNeil muttered regretfully and turned off the camera. When will you do it? I'll let you know when I'm ready. Barbara snorted coldly and got up and crossed the sofa to leave. For a moment, She was worried that she would not be able to hold back her anger. Snapped. Barbara pushed open the door and Richard consciously planned to throw a smoke bomb and then use the rope gun to leave, but was Richard dimly caught by what Richard McNeil said before, snorted and the rope gun hooked the roof, and she flew away directly. Richard PSS. Friends who have read the book remember to collect it. Chapter 12. Like you, if there is a chance for Batman to take a picture, it will definitely be a classic. Richard McNeil said with a smile, got up and walked to the U. Richard L. backpack to put the camera away. Harley Quinn, who had closed the door, paused slightly when she heard this, then turned around and asked softly, "Are you leaving? Gotham ruled by Bane is too boring. There are no neurotic villains to come out to make trouble, and there is no Batman playing cat and mouse. Richard CH. A peaceful life is really boring and a waste of time. What do you think is the next stop? Metropolis? That I am an alien but I love the Earth, and the Richard Perman I speak for the Earth should not have appeared yet. Central City? I don't know if it's funny or bitter and vengeful. The Flash should not have been hacked yet. Right? Or go to Star City to find the Green Hat. No, it's the Green Arrow. It's okay if you can meet the garbage dump team gathered by second and third line heroes and villains. Traveling around time shouldn't be too boring. Richard McNeil muttered to himself, immersed in himself in thoughts. Although Harley Quinn couldn't hear clearly or understand, she could tell that Richard McNeil was bored with Gotham. Will you take me with you? Harley Quinn couldn't help asking. Richard McNeil looked up. Why are you taking me? I can be your pillow. Don't you have to hug me every night to fall asleep? Harley Quinn asked eagerly. I'm tired of it. I'm going to change it. Richard McNeil turned his head to the side and turned over, as if he was looking for something he was going to take away. Harley Quinn looked gloomy. As the abductee, she should be happy for Richard McNeil to leave and regain her freedom. She should be happy for him to solve Bane, to save Gotham and restore order in Gotham. But now she only has the sadness of being abandoned, just like when her father Richard Denley left and abandoned their mother and daughter when the family was harmonious and warm. To study the psychology of Richard San, Harley Quinn had already forgotten about it long ago. Unknowingly, the time spent together made her feel a kind of family-like warmth and dependence on Richard McNeil. As a Richard LT, was she going to be abandoned again in the end? Is it because I'm bored with Gotham, or because I'm tired of myself? Will you come back? Harley Quinn asked expectantly. Maybe I'll come back to play when Gotham becomes exciting and interesting. Richard McNeil pulled up his backpack and said to Harley Quinn, I'm going out for a while. When are you coming back? Not necessarily. Richard McNeil put his bag on his back and pushed the door out. Although he hasn't decided where to go next, it doesn't prevent him from getting a new vehicle. Richard CH has a Batmobile. It can run and fly, looks cool, and has complete functions, which should be enough for a while. Don't know where the Batmobile is? Don't be afraid, he doesn't know that anyone knows. Richard McNeil plans to go directly to the City Hall to find Bane, and the exchange of Batgirl is enough to change a car, right? You said you promised Batgirl to kill Bane. There is no conflict between the two things. When you want to do something, take Batgirl swagger to save time and effort and go directly to see Bane, and then kill Bane after the person brings it. How good. As for whether Batgirl will be frightened, will Bane be angry? Will the daughter of the Ninja Master who really wants to destroy Gotham be depressed? What does it have to do with me? After coming out, Richard McNeil walked in the direction of Gotham City Hall. How do you say something? Say cow cow, and cow cow will arrive. As soon as Richard McNeil came out of the street and walked not far away, he saw a woman flashing past in front of him, and her figure quickly flashed into an alley. This woman is not simple, Damio. No, it should be said that the pseudonym is Miranda Tate, Gotham's new philanthropist, one of the board members of the Wayne Consortium, Batman's trusted ally, and the object of Bruce Wayne 419. As for what does April 19th mean? Translate it into English and connect it to understand. Her real name is Talia al Ghul, the daughter of Master Ninja and the real mastermind behind this incident. How smart is Master Bat? In the end, she got scammed around, cheating money in sex. After defrauding the trust and getting the master's shares in the Wayne Group into his own hands, the returning master almost went bankrupt. He almost lost the opportunity to pretend that his Richard Power is rich, and even gave him a knife at a critical moment. It hurts to poke it in and circle around. That's not to mention, he just became one of the master's favorites from 419, and gave birth to a son for the master. Damian Wayne is the 5th generation of Robin. Cruel and merciless, the most important thing is that she can play in the city. Richard McNill wants to give her a thumbs up. It's useless to think that it's useless to like something like this, so Richard McNill chased after him and entered the alley. As soon as I entered the alley, I found that it was a dead-end alley, and there was no one there. There was a door on the left side of the alley, which should be the back door of a store, and it was slightly open, revealing a gap. With the corner of his mouth raised, Richard McNill opened the door and walked in. Snapped. The door was closed, and it was so dark inside that you couldn't see your fingers. Invisible, silent. Richard Denley. A sharp gust of wind pierced Richard McNill's throat, as if something sharp came through the wind. Ability to copy. In an instant, Richard McNill mastered the world's first-class fighting techniques. Richard C.H.'s hand-to-hand combat, knives, swords, bow and arrow techniques, etc., along with a keen perception that requires long-term training. Hearing the sound of arguing, Richard McNill turned his head slightly. With a cold breath across his cheeks, he grabbed it with his backhand, and dropped a dagger into his hand and threw it towards the dark place on the left. Infinite Richard per position, 10 times. The unique technique seems to be at your fingertips, and the eyes seem to be shining in the dark. Snapped. The dagger was nailed to the wall. Failed. Richard McNill found the switch next to it, and the light came on with a snap. This seems to be an abandoned warehouse. On the left side of Richard McNill's line of sight, a woman is leaning against the wall in shock. She is wearing a blue dress. On the bloodstain on the shoulder, the Richarden light made her turn her head slightly, and then she heard her asking in Richard's eyes, "Are you the Chinese man named Richard McNill?" "Barbara, didn't Batgirl look for you? Why are you here?" Richard Chapter 13 Talu al Ghul You guess. Richard McNill looked at her with a sideways smile. The acting skills are awesome. The act of accidentally slipping out of the mouth in a hurry and then hastily correcting it is so realistic. Especially the pain and fear in the expression and eyes flashed past, and then he was relieved to find that the other party knew him, and then he was Richard surprised why the small expression here was vividly expressed, with a clear sense of hierarchy. It is worthy of being a god acting skill that can fool Master Bat around. Guess this answer was obviously unexpected. She was slightly taken aback before she continued, "My name is Miranda Date, Chief of Police James Gordon and an ally of Batgirl. Batgirl is looking for your help to deal with Bane. Have you not met her?" "Yes. She has gone back." Richard McNill walked up to her with a chuckle and stretched out his hand to pull out the dagger. "Then, did you agree?" she asked slightly nervously. As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help shivering, and the cold blade of the dagger stuck to her shoulder. Although it hurt, although it was cold, and although there was a look of fear on her face, she remained motionless as if she was frightened. The dagger slowly descended along her shoulder, and the other hand lightly touched her right shoulder. The shoulder straps slipped off instantly. "Do you think I agreed?" Seeing her pretending to be trembling, Richard Denley pulled hard, and the blue dress was torn instantly and he pulled it off. She seemed to Richard consciously want to cover up, but when she saw the dagger close at hand, she forcibly stopped. "What are you doing?" she asked tremblingly. Richard McNill took a few glances and Richard Denley came up with an interesting idea. What would happen if he took a picture of her for Bruce Wayne to see? "Do you choose to break up, or choose to accept her?" Richard McNill took a few steps back, took out the camera from his backpack, and began to snap pictures. This move made her lower her head in shame and anger, but her eyes flashed ferocious and angry. How dare he do this? He is dead. After taking a few photos, Richard McNill put away the camera in satisfaction and said to her, I want the Batmobile. You blackmailed me. She looked up at Richard McNeil. That's Batman's stuff, and I don't have one. Whether Miranda Tate or Talia al Ghul can get the Batmobile, right? You get the Batmobile for me, and I'll hand Barbara Gordon to Bane. How about it? Richard Sand smiled. She thumped in her heart. He actually knew her true identity. This is impossible. No one in Gotham should know my identity. Hey, go low. Richard McNeil snapped his fingers in front of her. Don't think about it for so long. She also knew about Richard McNeil. After all, both James Gordon and Barbara Gordon had hoped for him and believed that he would be the biggest help to save Gotham. But this guy is definitely not a decent person who kills people like hemp and acts elusively. While it's not known how he knew his true identity, it doesn't sound like he's saying yes to Barbara Gordon. You didn't promise the Bat Female Corporation? She pondered for a moment and asked. At the same time, it can be regarded as an acknowledgement of his identity. Richard McNeil smiled and said, I agree, I promise to help her solve Bane. She laughed, laughing wildly without any cover, and the laughter gradually turned into sarcasm. They tried to get your help to save Gotham, but unfortunately, a mere Batmobile caused them to be betrayed and betrayed. This is also good, to experience despair in hope. This is their fate, and it is also Gotham's fate. They are going to take action tomorrow. A little policeman named John Blake will rescue the police force trapped underground. James Gordon will lead an attack on City Hall. If you promise, Barbara Gordon will go with you to deal with Ben. At that time, I will act with you in the name of dismantling the nuclear reactor. She looked at Richard McNeil and said again, in 2 hours I'll have the Batmobile delivered to a place about 2 blocks from where you are and you can find it yourself. But you have to delete what you just took. That's not okay. These pictures are more interesting to me than the Batmobile. Batman with a lot of money may not care if he loses a Batmobile, but if it is a picture of his woman, it is another matter. She frowned and looked at Richard McNeil for a while, then smiled. Forget it. If you like it, then keep it. He must die. In this case, it doesn't matter whether he deletes it or not. Just wait until he kills him and delete it himself. I just don't know if Bruce Wayne will like it. I'm looking forward to his reaction when he sees the photo. Richard McNeil smiled and waved his hand. Gone. I'm also looking forward to your reaction before you die. Seeing Richard McNeil open the door and go out, she said something cold and low before picking up the clothes, but she could no longer wear them. Reluctantly found a piece of dirty clothes, and after leaving, asked someone to send the Batmobile to the designated location before going back to meet Barbara and the others. 2 hours later, Richard McNeil found the Batmobile and began to study it with great interest. Cool shape, complete functions. Being able to drive and fly seems to have the function of automatic driving. Richard McNeil studied it until night fell before hiding the Batmobile and returning to Harley Quinn's apartment. Richard Chapter 14 I am here to kill Bane. Do you believe it? It was Richard Neon cloudless. A gentle breeze blew in from the window, and Gotham had a rare good weather. The Richard Knee weather made me feel much happier. Richard McNeil didn't care if Harley Quinn wasn't around, and lay down with his eyes closed for a while before getting up. Dress and Washington. Richard McNeil came downstairs and frowned slightly. In the past, Harley Quinn would prepare breakfast and wait for her to come down at this time, but now there is no breakfast, and Harley Quinn is not here. Never mind. Richard McNeil didn't care much about getting something to eat by himself, and just after eating, he saw the door was pushed open. It wasn't Harley Quinn who came in, but Barbara Gordon in a bat. Richard it and Talia al Ghul in long trousers. Naturally, they came here to prepare for action. Barbara Gordon first introduced each other, and Talia al Ghul acted as if he was looking after him for the first time, and even thanked Richard McNeil for his willingness to help save Gotham. Obviously, she didn't confess the reason for her embarrassment after she went back yesterday, nor did she say that she had seen Richard McNeil. My father will lead other people to attack the City Hall in an hour. When the time comes, you and I and Miranda will go directly to Bane, right? Barbara Gordon asked Richard McNeil. Richard McNeil nodded indifferently. Barbara Gordon checked the equipment again nervously, and reminded Talia al Ghul to keep up with her when the time came. Harley Quinn didn't know where she went, and Richard McNill planned to say goodbye to her before leaving. After all, she has made a lot of contributions to the pillow business and her sleep quality during this period of time, but it's fine if she doesn't catch up. Life is just a journey. I pass by you, and you pass by me. It's almost time, let's go. Barbara Gordon looked at the time and said. Richard McNill picked up his backpack and went out, and the three got into the car. Richard Ally drove to the city hall. As Bane's base camp, a group of mobs with weapons gathered at the gate of the city hall at this time. Two tanks developed by the Wayne group were in front, and a group of people were also standing in the direction pointed by the guns. The Richard reviving policemen headed by James Gordon and the righteous men of Gotham looked solemn and determined. This is their first and last gathering. Although there are more thugs with weapons on the opposite side, and although the steel tanks that can destroy their flesh and blood with a single shot, they do not flinch. Fight for Richard revival, fight for freedom, fight for justice. James Gordon, who was standing at the front, looked at the watch on his wrist. It's almost time, why haven't they arrived yet? Boom! The ear-splitting sound of the accelerator pierced the quiet atmosphere. A car rushed out from behind with a harsh creaking sound, and the tires drew long tracks and stopped between the two parties. You're crazy. Seeing that Richard McNill drove the car directly here, Barbara Gordon couldn't help but growl. The original plan was to wait for her father and the others to launch an attack and take advantage of the chaos to rush in to find Bane, but now she has Richard Dinley become a target of public criticism. Before seeing Bane, he was beaten into a sieve. Do you want to see Bane directly? Richard McNill turned around and asked. Waste for more novels, 184,678. Join https://discord.gg/sxtcashq. Yes, of course I want to. Richard McNill glanced at Talia al Ghul and said to Barbara Gordon, I have a way to take you to meet Bane easily. What way? Barbara Gordon asked in amazement. Do you have handcuffs? Give them to me first. Barbara Gordon didn't think much about taking out the handcuffs from the bat belt and handing them to Richard McNill, asking curiously, what do you want the handcuffs for? Cuff you. Richard McNill took the handcuffs and grabbed Barbara Gordon's hands lightly, and heard a click, and Barbara Gordon was directly handcuffed. What are you doing? At this time, Barbara Gordon seemed to be inappropriate. TSK, your IQ. Richard McNill smiled and shook his head and got out of the car, opened the car door and grabbed Barbara Gordon with one hand and Talia al Ghul with the other. For a moment, the eyes of the two parties were all focused on the three of them. James Gordon stared blankly with a bad premonition, and immediately after that, Barbara Gordon struggled angrily and yelled at Richard McNill, asshole, you betrayed. Boom. Before Barbara Gordon finished speaking, she was punched in the lower abdomen, and the scolding stopped abruptly, and the whole person bent down like a shrimp. Richard McNill, you bastard. Betrayed. James Gordon cursed angrily. The Richard and Change caught people on both sides by Richard's rise. The people on James Gordon's side felt demoralized when they saw that the helpers they hired had betrayed them and arrested the key figures, while the people on the other side also understood what was going on. Someone to inform Bane soon. Someone in the mob shouted to Richard McNill knowingly. What's your business with Bane? Richard McNill smiled brightly. I'm here to kill Bane. Do you believe it? Kill Bane? Looking at him hooking Talia al Ghul's neck with one hand, and grabbing the handcuffs of Barbara Gordon, who was so painful that she couldn't get up, who couldn't tell that they probably wanted to ask Susan for help but were betrayed up. This is clearly an invitation to Richard Render. If you don't believe me, whoever believes what you say is a fool. There was a burst of laughter, and the originally tense atmosphere seemed to Richard Dinley become joyful. Amidst the laughter, the crowd quickly parted from behind, and a tall, muscular man wearing a black metal breathing mask came out slowly. The black mask covered the nose and mouth, as if exuding a gloomy light. The eyes were sharp and ferocious, and the whole person was filled with the breath of death like a beast, which made people afraid to look directly at it. Broken back maniac, Bane. Richard Chapter 15 The moment you hit me, you lose. Bane didn't speak after he appeared on the stage, but the laughter around him gradually died down and became silent, and the smiles that were wanton and wild just now became serious and calm, as if they had a silent halo. Although they are Bane's people, Bane is not relentless in killing his own people. You want to see me? Bane's sharp eyes swept across Talia al Ghul and Barbara Gordon, and finally looked at Richard McNeil. His hoarse and cold voice made people feel shuddering. Talia al Ghul looked like a delicate lotus flower, and Barbara Gordon trembled slightly, not knowing whether it was from despair or anger. In the distance, James Gordon raised his gun several times to save people, but in the end he put it down. This is not about him, nor about Barbara Gordon. Although he is distressed and anxious, he cannot sacrifice for his daughter. These people behind, sacrifice Gotham. What does it look like under your mask? Richard McNeil looked at Bane and asked with interest. Do you have to open it every time you eat or drink? What if you want to kiss? Or, you take off the mask and let me see? Quiet, deathly silence. Although many people were curious about what Bane looked like under the mask, no one dared to ask him in front of him, let alone let him take it off. This was simply trying to die. Almost everyone looked at Richard McNeil with that kind of death-like eyes. Even Barbara Gordon couldn't help but look up. Is this bastard crazy? Since you betrayed us, why do you still provoke Bane? Snort. Bane Richard Denley let out a sound that he didn't know whether it was a laugh or a snort. He raised his hand and caressed his mask and said hoarsely, you can see it if you want to, as long as you have the ability to take it off. Do I have to do it myself? What a hassle. Richard McNeil muttered something and let go. Talia al Ghul and Barbara Gordon actually walked towards Bane, as if they didn't understand the fierce meaning in his words. You idiot, this is killing you. Some people excitedly waited to see his end, while others turned their heads slightly because they couldn't bear to look directly at him. Step by step, Richard McNeil walked Richard and relaxed. When he came to stand in front of Bane, he raised his head and asked with a polite smile, then, I'm here. Bane's eyes were gloomy, and he looked over Richard's and to Talia al Ghul. Looking at each other, Talia al Ghul seemed to be taken aback by his eyes, and Richard Dinley lowered his head quite a bit, as if he was nodding at first glance. Although Bane didn't know why Talia al Ghul didn't want to reveal his identity by this time, he already knew how to do it. Seeing that Richard McNeil really grabbed at his mask recklessly, Bane's eyes became cruel and violent, his thick arm muscles seemed to explode, and his fists' clenched blood vessels were clearly visible. Fist-style howling. The momentum is heavy. With Richard CH a short distance and Richard CH a fast speed, Bane is Richard Re to be able to open Richard McNeil's little head. Even Batman, who is also from the League of Assassins, is not his opponent. Broken back, Richard San? Bane didn't pay attention at all. All he had to do was kill him and take revenge on Talia al Ghul. Seeing that his fist was about to hit Richard McNeil, Bane Richard Denley found that Richard McNeil was missing from his sight. The next moment, there was a sharp pain in his chest, and Richard McNeil kicked over, causing Bane to step back several steps. How can it be? How does his thin body have so much strength? Bane stepped on the ground with his left foot to stabilize his body and wanted to fight back angrily, but found that Richard McNeil was gone again. What about people? When Bane looked around to find Richard McNeil, the people on both sides were already dumbfounded. How is it possible? Are you dazzled? He actually kicked Bane back, and unexpectedly even jumped into the air. This height is definitely not achievable by normal people, right? On the head. After all, Bane is Bane, so he quickly reacted and looked up. Under the glare of the Richard N, a figure descended from the sky. Bane was copied by Richard McNeil the moment he shot, but he can ignore the fighting skills. Catwoman, Batwoman and Talia al Ghul's fighting skills are all mastered by him. Most of Bane's fighting abilities come from Assassin's alliances have a lot of overlap. But anyway, Richard McNeil didn't intend to master 127 fighting skills like Batman. The main ones were physical attributes. The power of Bane. Unlimited Richard per position. 20 times. With 20 times the power, Richard McNill kicked his feet hard and jumped up, and his body jumped into the air in an instant. Looking down at Bane, who raised his head and clenched his fist, Richard McNill smiled. "Bane, do you recognize a palm technique that descends from the sky?" The glare of the Richard N made Richard McNill seem to be covered with a layer of golden light. When the golden light fell, Richard McNill had already hit Bane's fist. Bane's feet sank, and the stone road was dented and cracked in an instant. The huge force and press Richard caused his bones to shatter in an instant. His legs could not support his strong body and he fell forward. His fists were boneless, the arms are bent and drooping. Boom! Bane hit the ground heavily on the face. The wind blows gently under the scorching Richard N. Seeing Bane, whose body twisted and fell to the ground, and Richard McNill, who was standing beside him, everyone couldn't help shivering and felt extremely cold. Looking around, Richard McNill's eyes swept over, and all of them lowered their heads to avoid it. Bending down and stretching out his hand, Richard McNill grabbed the back of his neck and picked up Bane. Bane's eyes were slack and he seemed to be full of unbelievable and unacceptable expressions. "He is Bane. To be broken by a punch? The moment you hit me, you lose," Richard McNill said softly while holding Bane, reaching out to grab his mask and tugging hard. Pooh! Blood splattered. Bloody and bloody. This cruel scene made many people Richard consciously close their eyes, tightly shut their mouths and twitch slightly, as if they were the ones who were torn apart, as if they felt the pain. It seems to be torn apart with too much force. Forget it, don't watch it. Looking at Bane, whose body was twitching and vomiting blood like a fountain, Richard McNill muttered and put the mask back on his face and let go of him. Snapped. Bane fell to the ground again. Twitches, twitches, and finally motionlessness. Richard Chapter 16. You don't know what despair is without working hard. Bane is dead, so he died like this. This Richard LT was beyond everyone's expectations. Bane, who broke Batman's back forcefully, occupied Gotham City, threatened the Ministry of Defense not to dare to do anything, and obediently guarded his home, died like this. Can you believe it? I'm here to kill Bane. Do you believe it? Inexplicably, many people remembered what Richard McNill said before. At that time, everyone thought he was joking, but Nima turned out to be true. In the silence, Richard McNill walked towards one of the thugs. The man trembled when he saw Richard McNill approaching him, and tried to avoid his legs and feet, but he didn't listen to him at all. Standing in front of him, Richard McNill asked with a smile, "I remember you said just now that anyone who believes what I say is a fool, right?" "Right." "I'm sorry." The man trembled in horror. Richard McNill patted his shoulder gently. "Don't be afraid, I just want to ask you, do you believe what I say now?" "I believe it. I believe everything you say. I'm sorry, I'm just a fool." The mob nodded like a chicken pecking rice. "Then, do you believe me when I say I'm going to blow your head off?" Richard McNill squinted his eyes and looked at him with a smile. He was Richard Denley, dumbfounded. "Do not believe." It sounds like provocation. Letter. Wouldn't that be the same as killing Bane, blowing his head off with one punch? Cold sweat dripped down his cheeks. He was almost crying in fright. Should I believe it or not? His legs were trembling uncontrollably, and a fishy smell wafted away with the wind. Richard McNill said dumbly, "It's just asking a question, so it won't scare the pea." "Forget it. Since you are afraid, then I will." "Let go." "Let me go?" The man asked expectantly. "Kill you." "With 20 times the power Richard Perrin posed, as strong as Bane? His whole body's bones have been broken, let alone this guy." Richard McNill's fist hit the opponent's head. With a bang, the man fell backwards, and the hollows of his facial features seemed to be twisted together. Sometimes if you don't work hard, you don't even know what despair is. Richard McNill withdrew his fist with a sigh and looked at the dull crowd on both sides. "What are you still doing in a daze? What should you do?" He reminded the people on both sides to react to what they were going to do, and the thugs, who were confident in winning, turned around and ran away. James Gordon played a policeman's excellent reflexibility and began to beat the dog in the water with a loud cry. What is reversal? This Nima is called reversal. In the confusion, Barbara Gordon undid the handcuffs and pulled Talia al Ghul, who was still in shock, came to Susan and said excitedly, "This is what you said before you met Bane easily." The solution? Pretending to betray us to lure Bane out. Why didn't you tell us in advance? I thought you were really going to betray us. By the way, how did you come up with this method? I didn't even think of it. Looking at the excited and studious Barbara Gordon, she seemed to forget that she had punched her just now. Richard McNill smiled and said earnestly, "Pay attention to details, start with small things. Because you can't do big things at all." Barbara Gordon's expression froze. Originally, she planned to listen carefully, why pay attention to details and start with small things. But in the end he turned out to be mocking himself for not being able to do big things. This bastard is really not angry or uncomfortable. It seems that the matter is not over yet. Are you going to stand here and stare at me? Looking at Barbara Gordon, Richard McNill reminded. Talia al Ghul's expression changed instantly when he heard this. Is he trying to expose himself? This guy is so strong, even Bane failed, and his plan to destroy Gotham failed because of this guy. Nuclear reactor. Go. Let's go find the nuclear reactor. Barbara Gordon Richard dimly realized that this is the key to saving Gotham. She pulled Talia al Ghul and planned to enter the city hall, and Talia al Ghul Richard consciously wanted to do it. But heard Richard McNill say cheerlightly, "What's the meaning? Isn't he going to reveal my identity?" Talia al Ghul stared at Richard McNill with wide eyes. But Richard McNill turned away with a smile. What's the point of debunking her? It's fun to let her hide her identity and continue to do things to destroy Gotham. After all, when the injured Batman finds out that Bane is dead, there must be an opponent to let him continue to be the Dark Knight. Justice comes from the beginning, born of evil. Is peaceful Gotham still Gotham? In the chaos, Richard McNill left the city hall away from the crowd. After a while, he heard a roar in the distance, and the Batmobile entered the flight mode and flew away from the air. After a long time, the chaos gradually ended and the noisy voices also quieted down. On the road of the city hall, the car that Richard McNill drove before was parked alone in the middle of the road. Dimly the car started to shake, vibrate, and there was a bang, bang, bang. And the lid of the trunk was lifted. Richard dimly. Harley Quinn's hair was messy, her clothes were disheveled, and she stepped out with her long legs in embarrassment, drilled out from inside. Looking around the quiet and messy street, Harley Quinn was dumbfounded. She sneaked into the trunk early in the morning, thinking that she would leave with Richard McNill when he left, but she never expected to fail. Richard enough, if you don't try hard, you don't know what despair is. Richard 2 Green Arrow or Green Hat. Chapter 17 Felicity Smoke. Although Harley Quinn was sad, Richard San had a great time driving the Batmobile. Although Gotham is blocked, the only bridge leading to the outside world should have not received the news and unlocked it in time. But, I can fly. Richard McNill drove the Batmobile to fly over the bridge on purpose. The soldiers guarding the bridge performed their mission of never letting anyone leave Gotham and shot wildly below. I have to say that the quality of the Batmobile is good. The jingling sounds came one after another. He drove the Batmobile into an S-type for a while, and a B-type for a while to fight back. But he didn't know if those idiots below could understand it. Cross the bridge and leave Gotham. Only then did Richard McNill let the Batmobile land, and enter the drag racing mode from the flying mode. The roaring engine sound is deafening, as if telling the car in front that I will hit you even if it is far away. The cars on the road are so scared that they have no time to appreciate the coolness of the Batmobile. Only then did Richard McNill stop. Richard enough. It's good fair gas, good girl Fahan. Batmobile, out of gas. Richard McNill looked at the map navigation on the car and found that he was not far from Starling City. Starling City? So hasn't the name been changed to Star City? If that's the case, then go and see the Green Hat. No. Green Arrow, forget it. It's better for the green hat to be more car Richard Al. Richard McNeil came down and looked around. The bushes were densely covered and the Richard rounding area was deserted. Let's go. Richard McNeil recognized the direction and left directly. As for the Batmobile, a car without gas is just a pile of scrap iron. As a means of transportation, it has fulfilled its mission, so whoever likes it can take it, as long as they are not afraid of Batman coming to the door. Like taking a walk, Richard McNeil walked forward slowly. One, and another. Although there were occasional cars passing by along the way, none of them slowed down. It stopped until a kind and well-intentioned person appeared. A brown car drove past Richard McNeil and stopped in front, then slowly reversed and stopped beside him. The car window was rolled down, and what came into view was a girl with a shawl of blonde hair and black-rimmed glasses. Judging by her attire and temperament, she should be a female student. "Well, do you need a ride?" she asked a little awkwardly. "Of course." Richard McNeil smiled brightly, and encountered a Richard prize before entering Starling City. After getting in the car, Richard McNeil said thank you to her. "You're welcome." She pushed the mirror frame and replied in a daze, restarted the car in a hurry and continued on the road. "Keep your eyes straight ahead and grip the steering wheel with both hands." Richard McNeil looked at her and smiled. "Are you nervous?" No, I'm just not very good at connecting with people," she replied. "Then you still give me a ride?" "I don't think you are a bad person, and I haven't driven anyone before, so I want to try it." "Don't worry, although I just got my driver's license not long ago. There will be no problems." "Are you traveling alone with a bag on your back?" Traveling to Starling City is a bad choice. "Sorry, I mean there is nothing interesting here. Even if you want to find a job here is not the best choice, but my requirements are not high, and the treatment of Queen Group not bad." Blah blah blah. Her speech speed gradually accelerated like a cannonball, talking to herself as if she was completely immersed in her own thinking. As she spoke, her voice became smaller and smaller. She turned her head and looked at Richard McNeil with an embarrassed smile. She knows her faults. Her thinking is too jumpy, and when she chats with others, she will turn into talking to herself. "Yes, I'm sorry, that. My name is Felicity Smoke. How about you?" "Richard McNeil." "Richard McNeil. Are you Chinese or Korean?" "You must not be Japanese, because Japanese names are longer." Felicity's thinking jumped again. "Did you mention Oliver Queen?" Richard McNeil said Richard Denley. Felicity was stunned and said, "Of course I heard it, the famous playboy. I heard that half a year ago he and his father went to sea on the Gold Queen and encountered a shipwreck." Azari Richard Lt. She was about to gossip with great interest but found out Richard McNeil wasn't listening at all. "The shipwreck happened half a year ago, so Oliver Queen should be on Lianyu Island now. Even if he went to Starling City, he wouldn't see the Green Arrow, who is green to the bone but likes to shoot everywhere. Although many Richard per heroes are you green me, I green you, and everyone green each other. After all, if you want to live a good life, you have to have a little green on your head, but there are really few who are as green as Green Arrow." Not seeing Green Arrow in a short time, Richard McNeil couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Richard Chapter 18 Is green also a family tradition? As the saying goes, there are only wrong names and no wrong nicknames, whether it is a code name or an outfit. Oliver Queen is too green. Before he became the Green Arrow, he was a real scumbag. Even after he became the Green Arrow, the women changed a lot. Let's talk about two more famous ex-girlfriends first. The sisters of Black Canary Laurel Lance and White Canary Sarah Lance. Oliver Queen had a relationship with Laurel first, but then secretly hooked up with her sister Sarah, and made an appointment to go to sea without telling Laurel. But an accident happened on the Gold Queen and both of them were killed. His side was dead, and his good brother Tommy Merlin took advantage of the vacancy to take down Laurel. If my sister Laurel only sent one, then my sister Sarah is amazing. She also Richard revived and became White Canary, the captain of the legendary squad. Azari Richard Lt. Men stopped talking, but women changed a lot. As for the White Canary, the lily flies up, mixed green are. Of course, they are not heroines, so look at the one next to them. IT girl, watch her Felicity smoke, this should be the heroine, right? The two parted and reunited. How many boyfriends did she have dated halfway through? And the Richard LT. Green Arrow doesn't care at all. So Richard McNeil thinks that the Green Hat is really smoother and more Richarditable than the Green Arrow, but then again, green may be the tradition of the Quinn family. After all, Green Arrow's father has also been greened, so I have to mention one person here, Tommy Merlin's father, the Black Arrow Malcolm Merlin, who studied under the Ninja Master. He should be the only villain who can stand on the stage in Starling City now. This guy deliberately wanted to destroy the slums of Starling City to avenge his dead wife, and single-handedly planned the accident on the Gold Medal Quinn, which killed Oliver Quinn's father but created the birth of Green Arrow. That's all. The high-energy ones are here. 5 years, 5 full years. The slums in Starling City still exist. I don't know how many times the villains of Gotham have been destroyed. When Oliver Quinn comes back as the Green Arrow, follow the clues all the way. Well, find the big boss behind the scenes. Let's fight. Then his son Tommy Merlin got involved and hung up. Son died? It doesn't matter. He still has a daughter. Oliver Queen's half-sister, Thea Quinn. It doesn't matter. This sentence is the key point. With a daughter, Malcolm Merlin was Richard-rected with full blood and prepared to teach him personally. He hypnotized his daughter and killed Sarah Lance, who had left the League of Assassins. It is even whitewashed to help Oliver Quinn deal with Prometheus as a Richard LT. He died in order to save his daughter. Merlin and his son Green Quinn and his son. So Richard McNeil could only like and shout 666. Unknowingly, the car has driven into Starling City. The style of Starling City is very modern. Although it is not as full of Gothic style as Gotham, it is equally dark. Various crimes emerge endlessly, and the crime rate is similar to Gotham. It can be said that they are on par. The biggest difference may be that Starling City is not so outstanding, and the villain is really not good enough. Where do you get off? I can see you off first. Felicity turned to Richard McNeil and asked, "Go to where you live." Richard McNeil withdrew his eyes from looking at the scenery outside the window and said to Felicity with a smile, "Huh?" Felicity was taken aback. "Are you living by yourself?" Richard McNeil asked again. Richard consciously nodded a little uneasy. What did he mean by that? "I just gave you a ride. But I didn't say I gave you a ride." Seeing Felicity's nervous expression, Richard McNeil first smiled gently and then explained seriously, "I'm from Gotham. You should have heard about the situation in Gotham, right? You don't need money at all in Gotham. After all, why do you have to pay for something you snatched with your own ability? Why do you have to pay for something you snatched with your own ability?" Felicity thought there was nothing wrong with this logic. "So I have no money now, but I need a place to stay. Maybe." Richard McNeil looked at Felicity. "Maybe I need a throw pillow." I thought you were a good person." Felicity trembled. Richard McNeil smiled. "Do you think I have taught you a lesson? Don't trust strangers so easily, and you won't be charged for the tuition. Is it okay to live in your house for a few days?" "Can I say there's a problem?" Felicity asked timidly. "No." Richard McNeil smiled brightly. Felicity was in despair. Why did she give him a ride? What to do? Deal with him first and call the police when you get a chance. Regretful Felicity drove silently. The car drove a few blocks and then stopped on the side of the road. I live here," Felicity said reluctantly after turning off the car. "Get out of the car." Richard McNeil smiled. Felicity dawdled out of the car, and before she had a chance to pick up the phone, Richard McNeil put her arms around her shoulders and walked into the building. At this moment, Felicity hated why she chose several beautiful clothes instead of one security-guarded apartment. Reluctantly, he went up the stairs with Richard McNeil, 5th floor. After climbing 5 flights of stairs, Felicity was exhausted and out of breath, and now she was fine, and she didn't even have the energy to run. Reluctantly, he took out the key and opened the door. After entering, Richard McNeil took a look, then stopped and said to her very seriously, "After coming to this world, you are the first one to make me feel that I have nowhere to go. Damn you. You better clean up first. P.S. This chapter briefly introduces the situation and plot of the Arrow TV series in the form of complaints. In addition, shamelessly continue to recommend my old books: Marvel, The King Comes, Marvel, The Immortal Throne, Zombie. The Last Strong Death has been completed, and Marvel, Fruit of the Gate is about to be completed. Chapter 19. How did this weird transformation happen? Dead bodies are everywhere. All kinds of sneakers, high-heeled shoes bear the brunt, followed by all kinds of Richardite cases occupying most of the space in the living room. Messy clothes are piled up on the sofa, unricharditable underwear, and worn stockings are Richard ally placed on the sofa. Around. Although Richard McNeil felt that he could adapt to various environments, after all, it was a new experience, but at least there should be a place to step down, right? Felicity blushed instantly. He was still out of breath just now, but now he rushed in quickly, nimbly walking over the obstacles on the ground and quickly packed up. Well, the way to clean up is simple and rude. No matter what you put together, put it together. Richard McNeil couldn't stand it anymore and helped. Don't put the stockings you've worn through. Do you have any garbage bags? Get some more. Do you still want this? If you don't want it, just throw it away. The living room is in Richard's a mess. I'm afraid the bedroom won't be much better. You go and tidy up the bedroom. Richard McNeil quickly took over the commanding power, and the confused Felicity didn't think about it at all. She just wanted to clean up the house as soon as possible in embarrassment. The two had a clear division of labor. It took them more than an hour to sort out 3 big bags of garbage in one living room and one bedroom. On the sofa, Jews paralyzed too couldn't help smiling contentedly as they looked at the clean and refreshing living room. Felicity couldn't help but said, "Richard Dinley, I feel that the living room seems much bigger." "That's because there is less garbage," Richard McNeil mocked. Felicity made an embarrassing excuse. "I just moved here and haven't had time to tidy up yet. I'm hungry." Richard McNeil turned to look at Felicity. Gulula. Felicity's stomach growled too. "How about ordering takeaway? I know there is a very good Chinese restaurant." "Whatever," Richard McNeil answered indifferently, picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. Felicity, who finished ordering takeaway, looked at her phone and then at Richard McNeil, who was watching TV, and was Richard Dinley stunned. If I remember correctly, it should be that Richard McNeil hijacked her to find a place to stay, and she planned to find a chance to call the police. Why did he help him clean up and call for takeaway out of nowhere? How did Richard see a transformation with extreme contrast and no violation happen? How long will it take? Richard McNeil. Richard Dinley turned around and asked. Felicity was stunned and replied, "Half hours." "Then go take a shower first. I'll be washing when you're done." "The takeaway will arrive soon after you're done." "Oh," Felicity responded blankly, put down the phone after hesitating for a moment, then turned and went to the bathroom. She thought about it seriously since he took the car until now. It seems that he hasn't done anything to hurt herself. If he is really a bad person, he can't work so hard to help her clean up the room, right? "Don't call the police yet. What if there is a me?" Richard understanding. The sound of dripping water sounded from the bathroom, but Richard McNeil watched the TV seriously to learn about the situation in Starling City. Simple 2 words: boring. It was either trivial matters or criminal incidents that did not arouse his interest at all. There were a few brief news reports on the situation in Gotham. Bane was killed and Gotham was liberated. In the flashing pictures, there also appears to be a sighting of Batwoman Barbara Gordon. After a while, Felicity came out. Maybe she's used to being careless. Felicity came to the living room wrapped in a bath towel. Seeing Richard McNeil, who got up in the living room, she realized that there was a strange man in the house. She was blushing and hurriedly planned to go to the bedroom to get dressed, but just as soon as she turned around, she performed the stunt of crossing her left foot with her right foot. It fell to the ground with a bang. Painful and ashamed, Felicity frantically arranged the bath towel to block the view, but saw Richard McNeil walking past her and entering the bathroom without pausing at all. Snapped. The bathroom door closed, and Felicity blushed even more. 10 minutes later, Richard McNeil came out of the shower, shirtless and wearing boxers. While wiping her hair with a towel, she walked over to Felicity, who had changed her clothes, and sat down. Felicity sat up straight in an instant. Her body was stiff and her eyes were fixed, and Richard, she trembled violently. Doorbell rang. Felicity got up and ran to open the door, and it was outside. After paying the money and taking the takeaway back to the living room, Felicity was always reserved like a guest, but Richard McNeil relaxed as if she was at her own home. The Richard N was setting and the night was gradually covering. Time ticked by, and it was time to rest. Felicity was sitting by the bed in the bedroom, clutching the phone. Richard Denley? The bedroom door was pushed open and Richard McNeil walked in. "You. What are you doing?" Felicity asked eagerly. "Sleep," Richard McNeil said as a matter of course. "Yes. There is only one bed." "And then, can I sleep on the floor?" Richard McNeil asked with a smile. Felicity breathed a sigh of relief and didn't seem to hear the teasing in his tone. Instead, she said with concern, "Let's sleep on the sofa. Won't the floor be hard?" "I try to restrain myself," Richard McNeil said solemnly. Felicity looked at Richard McNeil blankly, trying to restrain herself. "Restrain what?" Richard Chapter 20 The New Pillow. True freedom is not being able to do what you want, but being able not to do what you don't want to do. Coming into this world, Richard McNeil thought he was free. He had no idea of sleeping on the floor, so while Felicity was still thinking about the relationship between sleeping on the floor and restraint as much as possible, Richard McNeil had already lifted the quilt and lay down and hugged Felicity very naturally. Her body was very stiff, and at the same time her body was also very soft. Felicity, who was hugged by Richard McNeil, remained motionless as if she had been acupunctured. His fingers were clearly gripping the phone, but it seemed like he couldn't move. His mind went blank. "The new pillow doesn't seem too big," Richard McNeil muttered after experiencing it, and slowly closed his eyes. I don't know how long it took Felicity to look at Richard McNeil quietly, and when she saw that he seemed to be asleep, she wanted to slowly move her hands away from her body. But as soon as he moved away, his hand was put back by itself. This made Felicity so angry that she could only move away again, but she came back again. The war over the ownership of the Highland Territory lasted several times. Felicity finally gave up. Yours is yours. Isn't it okay?" Felicity watched Richard McNeil helplessly and angrily yelled a few words in her heart. Her eyelids began to fight unconsciously, and she fell asleep in a daze. She seems to have had a dream. In the dream, "I just graduated and got a job in the Quinn Group and rented a small but cozy apartment with my boyfriend. The two cleaned it hard, and ordered takeaway before cooking. At night, my boyfriend was sweet hugging herself and wanting to make out." Shy and nervous, she felt that she had found someone to entrust her life to. She gradually gave up resistance and gradually took the initiative, but her boyfriend avoided him as if joking with her, which made her a little annoyed and took the initiative again. Then it started to become a little blurry, and then, I woke up from the dream. She found that Richard McNeil was missing, and the pajamas she was wearing also disappeared. Recalling the vaguely remembered dream, Felicity felt embarrassed, because she found that the boyfriend in her dream looked exactly like Richard McNeil. "Damn it, I'm not bitchy. How could I have Richard ch a dream?" Felicity cursed angrily. Her eyes inadvertently saw the time on the alarm clock, and she Richardly remembered that she was going to work at the Quinn Group today. "Oops, I'm going to be late." Felicity yelled in a panic as she hurriedly rummaged through her clothes, frantically jumping around, putting on her clothes and going out of the bedroom to wash in the bathroom. 5 minutes later, she packed up and came out, ready to take her bag and shoes to go out, and then she found that Richard McNeil was sitting on the sofa. He clearly saw the series of actions he just made. The erratic Felicity twitched her head and said that "I get off work at 5 o'clock, then opened the door and went out." Boom. The door was closed heavily, and Richard McNeil shook her head with a grin. "Felicity is much more interesting than Harley Quinn." Lie down on the sofa. The Richard N swayed on his body. Richard McNeil narrowed his eyes and pondered. "Green Arrow has not yet been born. and there is no news about the explosion of the central city's cutting-edge laboratory on the news. So he can only play the idea of the legendary team. The mission of the legendary team is to travel through time to solve various time deviations and protect the timeline. If they change their history by themselves, then they will definitely appear. At that time, he will be able to follow the legendary team to travel around in time. As for whether the legendary team will accept him on board, life didn't teach me anything. It only told me 4 words. If you like it, grab it. Since this is the city of Suza, Starling City, she set the target on Laurel Lance. Laurel Lance has a character of jealousy, kindness and integrity. If she becomes a black canary in advance and has the ability to protect herself, then her sister Sharon Lance would not betray the Assassin Alliance to protect her and her father, and naturally she would not be killed by Thea, controlled by Malcolm Merlin and then revived by using the Lazarus Pool, and she would not be whitewashed and join the Legend Squad. The future legendary team finds out that the captain is gone, so they have to travel across to find out what's going on. What's more, he is also a little interested in Laurel, not because he wants to make the grassland grow more vigorously on the head of the Green Hat, but because he thinks that if the Green Arrow comes back and intends to show his skills to save the city, it will be a bitter and vengeful one. What about saying I have to pretend to be someone else? I have to be another being and find out that the crimes and villains in the city have been dealt with. Will he continue to be the Green Arrow or be a son-in-law with peace of mind? 9 out of 10 will continue to be the Green Arrow, right? It's just that the opponent he will face at that time may be Laurel. Although the drama of falling in love and killing each other is bloody, it is very attractive. P.S. Personally, I think the Green Arrow of the Green Arrow universe can almost be called the Bat Arrow. It also has a wealthy background, the same dead parents, and the same ordinary people who become Richard Per heroes after training. Not to mention the use of some of the Master's villains. In the Green Arrow universe, when he is with heroes with Richard Per powers, Richard Ch as the Flash, his status and role are also inclined to the situation of the Master in the Justice League. Another example is an IT woman, a Richard Per hacker, an injured wheelchair, and logistical Richard Port. Then they all stood up again. Are you familiar? Barbara Gordon's sense of déjà vu. The only difference is that one is called the Watcher, and the other is called the Oracle later. Chapter 21 Laurel Lance. The Gold Queen incident affected many people. Most seriously 2 families. One is the Quinn family and the other is the Lance family. Quentin Lance, a police detective in Starling City, Laurel Lance and Sarah Lance's father. Sarah's accident hit him the hardest. When the eldest daughter, Laurel, was dating Oliver Queen, he severely opposed it and even quarreled with Laurel a few times. But he did not expect to watch the eldest daughter but not the younger daughter. He hated Oliver Queen, the culprit, and he hated himself as well. Now only his eldest daughter was left with stricter discipline, and he even blamed Laurel. If she didn't know Oliver Queen, Sarah, how could something happen? It's just that the female university can't help her father. Laurel, who has already entered university, decides to live on campus. Although the school is not far from home, she can't face her father's sad face every day, and she can't face everything about her sister at home. She doesn't know who she is. Should the ruthless sister snatch away her boyfriend or should be sad about her death? Evasion is the most common way. It's a pity that his father didn't agree, so Laurel had a big fight with him and left home. Walking aimlessly on the street, Laurel unknowingly came to the chaotic slums, and she was still angry and didn't notice that she was being watched. A black man in a hoodie followed her. Just as Richard consciously turned into a remote corner along the road without paying attention to the environment, the black man Richard Denley rushed out from behind and pushed Laurel inside. Laurel was caught off guard and almost fell down. After standing still, she turned around and saw the black muzzle of the gun aimed at herself. "Little girl, hand over your valuables." Robbery. She was robbed. It was only at this time that Laurel realized what had happened and where she had come. As a native of Starling City and the daughter of a police detective, Laurel made the most correct decision and obediently passed her bag over. "You are acquainted." The black man took it triumphantly but did not leave, but stared at Laurel up and down. Although her face was slightly slender, her facial features were very delicate. She had straight brown hair and shawls. She was tall, with straight legs. The generalization is honest and beautiful. Let me check to see if you have any valuables on you. The black man walked towards Laurel with a smirk, waving his gun. Laurel stepped back slightly, pretending to be calm. My father is a policeman. If you just rob me, I will consider myself unlucky, but if you dare to hurt me, then you will be chased by the police all over the city. Are you scaring me? Are the police amazing? The black man stopped and frowned. You are not afraid? Of course I don't. Who? The black man replied Richard consciously, but found that Laurel in front of him didn't speak at all. It was a man's voice. Richard consciously raised his gun and turned around to see a yellow-skinned man walking in from the entrance of the alley. Yellow Monkey. Do you want to be a hero and meddle in your own business? The black man growled and cursed. As a nigger, you dare to discriminate racially? Richard D. McNeil shook his head with a chuckle and looked past the black man to Laurel. Do you need my help, if possible? Laurel looked at Richard McNeil and said hesitantly, certainly. Richard McNeil walked over with a bright smile. Stop, or I'll shoot. Damn yellow-skinned monkey, you really want to be a hero? Do you think I dare not shoot? Seeing that Richard McNeil looked relaxed and ignored him, the black man pointed his gun at Richard McNeil and pulled the trigger. Boom! Gunshots rang out. The black man's eyes widened in Richard's surprise. The other party did not fall down and had no wounds on his body. Missed. Almost. Richard consciously. The black man fired again. Boom! 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 Gunshots rang out one after another, followed by a flash in front of the black man, who Richard dimly found that the yellow-skinned monkey appeared in front of him strangely so fast. He was startled and wanted to back away when Richard McNeil smiled brightly at him and punched him. Richard dimly. Unlimited Richard per position. 50 times. Boom. Huge force penetrated the black man's head in an instant. Richard McNeil's fist hit from the front and penetrated from the back. Blood and brains sprayed out instantly, spraying on Laurel's face and body. The smell of blood was pungent, and Laurel was stunned to see Richard McNeil's fist pulled out from the black man's head. When the black man fell to the ground, he took the bag in his hand and handed it to herself, then smiled. Your bag? Seeing that the hand holding the bag was mixed with blood and brain matter, Laurel stared. Her legs were weak, and she fell back and fainted from fright. Boom! Richard McNeil looked at Laurel, fainted and fell to the ground with a slight smile. It seems that if you want to make her a black canary, you have to exercise her courage first, otherwise she will faint at every turn. Wouldn't it be a gift? Richard McNeil walked over and carried Laurel on his shoulders and left the alley. It was more than an hour before the police patrolling the street found the body and sealed off the scene. At the same time, Quentin Lance has calmed down and regretted the quarrel with his daughter, calling his daughter to apologize and let her come back. However, the phone has been turned off. Richard Chapter 22 Kidnapping Laurel? The cold touch made Laurel faintly wake up. Her mind was not yet clear. She vaguely felt that she was lying on the ground, and what she saw was a somewhat dim ceiling. Where is this? Laurel wanted to get up in a daze, but found that she was naked, and her hands were tightly handcuffed to the ground by the bent steel bars, and she couldn't break free. Waking up and Richard dimly encountering this situation made Laurel extremely flustered, and her memory gradually recovered. And she remembered it. I quarreled with my father and left home, went to a poor area and was robbed by a black man, and then an Asian man appeared to save me. He was able to dodge bullets like in a science fiction movie, and he punched the black man in the head. Blood and brains sprayed all by himself and then passed out by himself. You're awake. When Laurel wanted to clear her mind, a somewhat familiar voice sounded. And the next moment she saw a shirtless person coming out of the shadows in the distance. It's that Asian guy. Let go of me. What do you want? Laurel shouted excitedly and struggling. Richard McNeil walked to her side, bent down and squatted down, explaining with a smile, you should say thank you first. Thank you? You kidnapped me and asked me to say thank you? Laurel shouted angrily. Let me go. My father is a policeman. Quentin Lance, I know. Richard McNeil caressed Laurel's body disapprovingly, and said slowly amidst her struggling and shouting. First of all, I saved you, so it's not an exaggeration to say thank you. Secondly, I washed your clothes for you. By the way, I also took a bath for you. The reason why I did this was to worry that you would look at it when you woke up. When I saw those things and the smell, I fainted again. Then how do you explain what I'm like now? Laurel shook her wrist and didn't believe Richard McNeil's words at all. In order to let you listen to me quietly, Richard McNeil smiled sincerely. Of course it's also to let you know the importance of fainting easily and being caught. You are just being watched by me now. But if I am a bad person, you may die, or Richard, for the most painful experience. You killed someone and kidnapped me. Aren't you a bad guy? Laurel said coldly. Richard McNeil smiled, playing with her body as if discovering a new world. Don't tell me that you think I'm a bad person if you kidnapped him. You should know what will happen if I don't save you. Even if you are lucky and he doesn't kill you after he Richard succeeds. What can you do? Let me guess. Look, let him go to jail and accept the trial and sanctions of the law. Laurel didn't answer. Richard McNeil continued disapprovingly. But how long can you stay in prison? 5 years. 10 years. If you are lucky, you may not be released for a long time. After you are not a good person, the biggest possibility is to repeat the same mistakes and cause someone to be killed. What? Continue to arrest him and continue to go to jail? What do you want to say? Do you want to tell me that killing him is just? Laurel said coldly. So you firmly believe that the law is the only way to maintain justice? Richard McNeil asked with interest. Of course, Laurel said affirmatively. So you will definitely be punished by law and pay the price you have to pay. I don't want to and don't need to debate the definition of justice. All so-called truths are hard to beat. I'm so happy. I'm just curious. What if it's the murderer who killed your sister? When you have the opportunity to kill him to avenge your sister, will you kill him or bring her to justice? Laurel's expression changed slightly and he said sadly, he is dead. You mean Oliver Queen? But the accident on the gold medal Queen was really just an accident, Richard McNeil said with a smile. Laurel Richard Denley looked at Richard McNeil. What do you mean? Wasn't that an accident? What do you know? Richard Denley grabbed the 2 steel bars on Laurel's wrist and yanked hard, and the steel bars that had been deeply embedded in the concrete floor were instantly pulled out. Laurel, who was freed, stood up in a daze to block her body and distanced herself from Richard McNeil, and saw Richard McNeil said seriously, I know this person is very powerful. Even if you get evidence, you may bring him to justice. He won't be locked up for long, and probably won't even go to jail. I also know that he will kill you and your father when he comes out, and may even cause more deaths in the future. Who is he? Laurel asked in a deep voice. Think about whether to rely on the law to bring justice for your sister, or kill him to save more people. Come to me here when you think about it, and I will tell you the answer. Richard McNeil waved his hand towards Laurel and walked away. Go aside and pick up your clothes and lead them into the darkness. Don't go. Why should I trust you? What's your name? Laurel shouted hastily. Richard McNeil. The voice came faintly, and it sounded like it was already far away. Laurel paused and walked over to find that her clothes were clear, clean and even dry. After putting them on one by one, Laurel hurriedly found her bag and turned on the phone. Ignoring the missed calls and text messages, he called Quentin Lance directly. When the phone was connected, Laurel wanted to tell her father that she had been kidnapped, but before she could speak, she heard her father's impatient voice on the phone. Damn, you finally turned it on. Listen, I don't want to fight with you, but you shouldn't turn it off, Sarah. If Sarah hadn't turned it off, I wouldn't have found her and nothing would have happened, so remember, no matter at any time, never turn off the phone. Hey, are you still listening? I'll be back in a while, Laurel responded after a moment of silence. Richard Chapter 23. Are you Snow White? Quinn Industrial Co., Limited, steel manufacturing and welding factory. The factory had been closed and abandoned long before the accident on the gold medal Quinn. Laurel didn't expect to be imprisoned here by him. She couldn't tell whether Richard McNeil really wanted to kidnap her or had other purposes, but they all decided to investigate this person clearly. Laurel is not the only one who is investigating Richard San. Far away in Gotham, Batgirl Barbara Gordon and her father James Gordon are also investigating the situation of Richard San. Secretly, Talia al Ghul is naturally also investigating. In addition to them, there is a group of huge forces also investigating Richard McNeil. Sky I Will. ARGUS, the full name of the Advanced Richard Pa Human Joint Research Group, also known as the Advanced Research Joint Richard Port Organization, is an official underground organization of the U.S. government, and its nature is similar to Marvel's S.H.I.E.L.D. The current leader, Commander Amanda Waller, is a very cunning woman. She formed a team called the 7th Squad but was not satisfied. As the leader of the Sky Eye Society and the warden of Bella Riv Prison, I want to recruit some Richard Pa villains and anti-heroes to set up a dangerous and Richardicidal team to do the dirty work that the US government is inconvenient to do and the tasks that ordinary agents cannot complete. When the Gotham incident broke out, Amanda Waller took advantage of the opportunity to propose the idea of forming a Richardicide squad to the above, but the crisis in Gotham was resolved before the above approved it, so the Richardicide squad was stranded. So Amanda Waller followed Richard McNeil, asked people to start an investigation, and at the same time set Richard McNeil's known information as a high-level authority to prohibit the police from viewing it to avoid complications. Richard McNeil didn't know all this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care, and maybe he would take the initiative to join the Richardicide squad to find excitement. At this time, he was humming a little tune and cooking dinner in Felicity's apartment. Where did you get the money for the groceries? In Laurel's purse, of course. How did you get in without a key? The 5th floor is not particularly high. A series of delicious dishes were put out of the pan on the table, and the sound of the key opening the door sounded. The time is just right. With a bright smile, Richard McNeil took off his apron and walked towards Felicity, who pushed the door in. It smells so good. What is it? Felicity said Richard consciously as soon as she entered. Dinner. Richard McNeil came over to take Felicity's bag, put it aside and helped her take off her coat and hung it up. Felicity stared blankly at Richard McNeil, first made dinner, and then greeted herself so gently and hospitably. What's with this boyfriend's déjà vu? Could it be that I am still dreaming? Slap. Felicity felt her side face was kissed by Richard McNeil, followed by his brisk voice. What are you doing in a daze? Go wash your hands, change your clothes, and get ready for dinner. Felicity was pushed into the bathroom by Richard McNeil to wash her hands in a daze, and went to the bedroom in a daze to change into comfortable clothes before coming out. Felicity came to the dining table and sat down, watching Richard McNeil bustle around, and couldn't help asking until he sat down opposite her. Said, "You seem to be in a good mood." "Yes." Richard McNeil smiled. "Did something happen? Didn't you say that you have no money? Where did these things come from? And you went out. How did you get in without a key?" Felicity only reacted at this time and asked hastily. Richard McNeil said, "It's not important. The important thing is to eat first." Oh. Felicity's dumbfounded response could only Richard press the curiosity in her heart. Speaking of which, he didn't expect Richard McNeil's craftsmanship to be so good, much more delicious than the takeaways before. Felicity was still a little bit at a loss, but she gradually became a foodie. "It's so delicious, I'm going to gain weight again." The satisfied Felicity couldn't help but patted her belly and said with a sigh, "Beauty and ugliness have their fate, fat and thin depend on the sky. People in sea will be full after 2 bites, and when you are full, you will say I can come again." Richard McNeil said with a chuckle. Felicity blushed. "It's all because you cook so delicious. I'll leave the work of washing the dishes to you." Richard McNeil said. Felicity wasn't good at cooking, but she could do the dishes. Richard McNeil leaned on the sofa and watched TV. After a while, Felicity came over and sat down beside him after washing the dishes. "Now let's talk about it. What's going on with you?" Richard McNeil smiled lightly and lay down on Felicity's lap. Felicity froze slightly, and then saw his hand poking in from under the t-shirt. She was so frightened that she hurriedly grabbed his hand. You. What are you doing? Hey, take your hands away. With black eyes and a gentle voice, Felicity let go of her hand in a daze, followed by her blushing, her body trembling slightly, her hands clenched tightly as if there was nowhere to rest, and she let out an uncontrollable groan. Some kind of feline version of a snort. Felicity is indeed more interesting than Harley Quinn. Seeing her reaction, Richard McNeil rigidly smiled and said, "After Snow White was rescued by the 7 dwarfs, she lived in the forest for a while, until the prince came to pick her up on a white horse, and then she married the prince, but the prince abandoned her after the wedding night, because the prince discovered that Snow White also had dark spots on her body." "Are you Snow White?" Felicity looked at Richard McNeil blankly with a dazed expression and said after a while, "Of course not." "Then let me take a look." After finishing speaking, Richard McNeil rigidly turned over and sat up. Before she could react, Richard McNeil hugged Felicity directly, and went directly into the bedroom amidst her Richard-prized cry. Richard Chapter 24. What's the use of confession? Language is an art. Even though every word is the same, it can produce different effects according to different moods and sentences. From Don''T. Stop to don't stop to Don''T. Stop. 3 sentences are enough to clearly express Felicity's mental and physical state. Stormy winds and heavy waves. Felicity, who went out to sea for the first time, was still immersed in the feeling of the rest of her life with lingering fear. Looking at Richard McNeil with blank eyes, Felicity felt that her life was completely out of control after meeting him. "What are we now?" she asked Richard McNeil blankly. Richard McNeil chuckled and said, "It can be a friend, or a couple. Do you have Richard a friend?" Felicity said quietly, "Friendship's little bed. Just get on it when you say it." "That's why you were so courteous before? Or is it because what happened last night made you think I'm a bitch? Easy to get." Felicity recalled Richard McNeil's behavior after she came back from get off work, and couldn't help wondering if he had premeditated. Richard McNeil shook his head dumbly and stroked her cheek gently, with gentle eyes and a serious tone. "Not last night, but just now." "So you really think so?" Felicity turned over angrily and looked at Richard McNeil closely. "Don't be angry, you are my first girlfriend in this world." Richard McNeil hugged her and coaxed her softly. "If it weren't for your interesting reaction just now, I wouldn't have this opportunity." "Really?" Felicity looked at Richard McNeil suspiciously, and her anger disappeared. She slowly lay on Richard McNeil's body. "Tell me about you. I don't know you at all." I mean, did you really plan to coerce me in the first place? Or kidnap me?" Felicity found it difficult to describe the situation precisely. "Yes." Richard McNeil smiled brightly. "That's what I did in Gotham before. It's simple, fast, convenient and smooth. Speaking of kidnapping, I also kidnapped a woman during the day, a policeman's daughter." "It's not a funny joke." Felicity laughed. "I'm not kidding." "Ah?" Felicity froze for a moment and turned over again. "Are you serious? You really kidnapped the policeman's daughter during the day?" "Yes, at least she thinks so." "It seems that she didn't call the police." Richard McNeil thought for a while. "You are crazy." Yelling, Felicity hurriedly got up and ran to the living room. And not long after she came back with her computer bag and turned on the computer. Turning on the phone, finding her own glasses and putting them on, Felicity's fingers tapped on the keyboard as quickly as a butterfly fluttering. Within 10 seconds, she invaded the internal system of the Starling City Police and searched, and found that there was no information about Richard McNeil. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and turned to look at him seriously and asked, are you kidding me?" "Laurel Lance? Her father is Quentin Lance. Check it out," Richard McNeil said. Felicity quickly called up the information of the two, and looked at Richard McNill silently with a frown. "Why did you kidnap her?" After a long while, Felicity seemed to be unable to stand Richard McNill's attitude that nothing had happened, and couldn't help asking. "I'm a little interested in her." "Abduct her if you are interested in her." "Yes, your boyfriend is so willful." Richard McNill got up and hugged Felicity from behind. Felicity frowned and started typing on the keyboard again, frowning. She found not only that there was no kidnapping record related to him, but even his information was not in the police system. She thought that Richard McNill came from Gotham, so she hacked into the Gotham police system, only to find Richard McNill's files. It turned out to be a high-level secret, and even the director was not qualified to check it. Although she could crack it in, she couldn't do it with this notebook. "Who the hell are you?" Felicity turned to look at Richard McNill. Richard McNill noticed that his file was set as a top secret but didn't care, and smiled brightly. "You man, did you forget it so quickly, or do you like the new and dislike the old faster than me?" "Like the new and dislike the old?" Felicity was just about to ask why she likes the new and dislikes the old when she heard Richard McNill continue to say, "Check out Queen Industrial Co., Limited, a steel manufacturing and welding factory." Felicity easily hacked into the nearby Richard's relance, and the picture soon appeared. "What are you doing?" Felicity asked after she finished. Richard McNill said, "I kidnapped her here, and I told her that if she wants to see me, she can find me here." "You still want to see her? You said you were interested in her. You like her?" Felicity asked, a little uncomfortable. "If you like me, go and rape me." "How can you wait for her to come to me?" Richard McNill laughed. Strong? Do you always express your love in this way?" "What's the use of confessing? You will definitely be rejected. If you can't catch up, you can go to it. If you can't get it, you will take medicine. If you turn your back on it, you will post fruit photos. At worst, you will go to prison and continue. If you don't even have the courage to go to prison, why don't you like it?" Richard McNill said solemnly and very seriously. Felicity stared at him blankly. What kind of antisocial logic is this? Richard Chapter 25 Felicity, I applaud your wit. Felicity felt that her brain was not enough. Confused. It's okay to have an extra boyfriend and hand over the body that he kept for more than 20 years, but it turns out that he is a kidnapper with antisocial behavior. However, his file was set as a high-level secret, which is not the treatment a kidnapper can have. Felicity felt more and more mysterious about Richard McNill, and felt more and more at a loss as to how to deal with it. The only thing she's Richard-ry of is that being with Richard McNill is definitely more exciting than invading the Ministry of Defense when she was 17. Looking at Richard McNill, who was lying down, Felicity thought about it, closed the computer and lay down. Since she doesn't know what to do, leave the problem to time. Being held in Richard McNill's arms, Felicity, who was so physically and mentally exhausted for the first time in more than 20 years, soon fell into a deep sleep. As the saying goes, don't worry about things that can't be solved today, because they may not be solved tomorrow. After waking up, Felicity didn't realize any solution, and time might be too lazy to deal with this mess. So, dressing, washing, and eating, Felicity decided to go to work first. But before she left, she gave Richard McNill a key. Although she didn't know how Richard McNill came back yesterday, it was definitely not a normal way. With the key, Richard McNill didn't go out and lay lazily on the sofa basking in the Richard den. His thoughts gradually diverged. If Felicity is the Green Arrow's girlfriend, then I can be regarded as giving him a forgiveness hat. After playing enough, if you see him in a flash, you can still say that your girlfriend is good. But now Felicity has become his girlfriend before meeting Green Arrow, so the situation is naturally different. Richard McNill didn't intend to get rid of his habit of liking the new and loathing the old. Although he didn't mind breaking up, let alone hate because of love. What's more, someone complained about him like they complained about Green Arrow. Life is just a journey. I pass by you, you pass by me. But others also want to pass by. Brain fart. After thinking about it, Richard McNill felt that the best way is to find something for her, something that can be fulfilled every day and can be devoted to for the rest of her life. Like being a hero, Felicity's character already has a sense of justice. Although her physical fitness is not good, her hacking skills are very powerful, and she is more than enough to be a logistics hero. On the first day of confirming the relationship, we have to prepare for the breakup. I'm afraid there is no one else. Impulsiveness is the devil. Richard McNeil sighed faintly. Anyway, he also planned to train Laurel to become a black canary, so he packed it up. Felicity will become a watcher too. If Felicity turns into an ex-girlfriend and becomes a symbol of a city by then, it seems pretty good. If I go where I go, I will have a few more ex-girlfriends, and a few more cities, and there will be ex-girlfriends wherever I go. Won't it be too sloppy? But it's kind of exciting to think about it. So when Felicity came back from get off work, Richard-san was still diligent and ready for the night. Fan helped her hang up her coat, and then took her to the living room to sit down and explained in detail the process and reason why she kidnapped Laurel, as well as the reason why she was interested in her. The accident on the Gold Medal Queen was not an accident, but man-made. This is shocking news. Felicity looked at Richard McNeil in Richard's eyes. How do you know Richard a secret thing? Of course I have my own method, Richard McNeil said. He refused to say that Felicity made up his own brain. Maybe he is a secret agent of the government. That's why his information is classified as high-level secret. So it's like an undercover agent who has to pretend to be a bad guy in order to facilitate the execution of missions and inquire about intelligence. I have to say that brain Richard implementation is scary, but simplicity is even more terrifying. Thinking of this, Felicity instantly felt relieved. At least she didn't have to worry about how to face him. Holding Richard McNeil's arm and smiling brightly, Felicity asked proactively, "Then, do you need me to do anything for you?" "It's enough to monitor Laurel," Richard McNeil said. "No problem, leave it to me." Felicity as Richard read, patting her chest. After dinner, Felicity turned on the computer and began to monitor Laurel's situation. It is difficult to monitor a person without any contact and device connection. But who is Felicity? A Richard hacker who can successfully hack even the Ministry of Defense. She hacked into the communication company to find Laurel's phone number and obtained the internal code signal so that she could know the location of the phone signal at any time, and even the content of each call would be recorded and sent to her newly created mailbox by email. Done. Felicity raised her mouth and said to Richard McNeil with a smug smile, "As long as she has a phone, whether it is broken or turned off, you can check her location through this software at any time. This computer is at home, I will teach you how to operate this software." Richard McNeil nodded and listened. After a while, he asked curiously, "As long as there is an internal code signal of the communication company, you can monitor the other party's location at any time. Is this the software you wrote yourself?" "Yes," Felicity replied with a smile. "It seems illegal, doesn't it? What are you going to use it for?" "At that time, my roommate's boyfriend cheated on her behind her back for a long time, and I happened to be bored during that time, so I wrote this software, but I never used it once," Felicity explained embarrassingly. Embarrassingly changed the rich object. "By the way, you don't seem to have a mobile phone? How about I give you one?" That's really an explanation, isn't it a hint? Richard McNeil gave Felicity a thumbs up for her wit. Richard Chapter 26 Copy the power of the electric shocker. The shaking sound of creak and creak gradually stopped in a burst of passionate ups and downs. Felicity lay in Richard McNeil's arms with blurred eyes, and after a while, she gradually focused and became energetic. After tidying up her somewhat messy hair, she rested her head on Richard McNeil's shoulder and said lazily, "Honey, you are amazing. You're not bad either." Although he thought about breaking up with Divergent Thoughts, Richard McNeil is full of energy now with her body, performance, and joyful reactions in progress. After resting for a while, Richard McNeil went to the bathroom with Felicity in his arms. The water washed their tired and lazy bodies and then returned to the bedroom, hugging each other and sleeping. Proper exercise can enhance people's sleep quality, and it is also Richarditable for changing the rich object. At least the matter that Felicity is going to send Richard McNeil a phone call has been distracted. All night long. After having breakfast, Felicity went to work, and Richardson went to the living room with her notebook, and while monitoring Laurel's situation, she browsed the news online. Gotham, Central City, Metropolis, and more. Laurel hadn't been to the factory of Quinn Industries for several days, as if what happened last time was completely in the past. Her life is very irregular at 3 o'clock and one line every day. She goes to school from home in the morning and goes home directly after school. She behaves like a primary school student. Therefore, Richard McNeil's life has become very regular in the past few days. During the day, she goes online and monitors Laurel's location. At night, Felicity comes back to chat and watch TV, and then she does some intense exercise before going to bed. Felicity is getting more and more radiant these days. The creaking sound sounded on time, and Felicity Richard Denley shouted excitedly, "It's moving, it's moving." "Aren't I moving all the time?" "I mean Laurel's position has changed." Felicity pointed sideways at the notebook next to her. The red dot showing Laurel's position was indeed moving, as if she had come out of the house. "Come out from home so late, will she go to find you?" Felicity looked at Richard McNeil excitedly. Richard McNeil glanced back, although he was very happy that Laurel finally took action, but now he still has to do the things in front of him first, and Felicity soon has no time to think about other things. The bright moonlight swayed the earth. There are almost no pedestrians on the streets of the slums. Only occasionally a few homeless people sleeping on the street can be seen at the corners. In front of the factory of Quinn Industry, Laurel, wearing sportswear and carrying a bag, looked around and took a deep breath. After taking a breath, he started to back up, sprint, and leapt high to grab the iron gate. The 2-meter-high iron gate made her struggle, and it took her a long time to climb over it. After landing, Laurel opened her bag and took out 2 things: flashlight, electric shock device. Abandoned factory, dark and empty. The light of the flashlight was extremely bright, and Laurel quickly came to the place where he was kidnapped last time according to his memory. The bent steel bars were still on the ground, and her voice echoed in the quiet space. "Is anyone there?" "I'm coming." "Richard McNeil, are you there?" Laurel tentatively asked softly but didn't get any response. "Isn't he here?" A gust of hot breath Richard Denley blew on her neck. Laurel shuddered. Richard consciously turned around and turned on the electric shock device and ran towards her back. Zizz zizzy. The electric shock device emitted a faint electric light and sound, and Laurel felt his wrist tightened before being grabbed. Richard consciously, the flashlight shone on and found that Richard McNeil was standing in front of him holding his wrist, holding the electric shock device. Richard McNeil looked at the electric shock device in her hand with a smile, and slightly exerted force on the fingers holding her wrist. Laurel let out a muffled grunt, and the electric shock device fell off the ground in an instant. Slap. The sound of the landing was clear, and Laurel instinctively shook slightly, and then found that Richard McNeil's hand holding her wrist. Richard Denley lit up with a blue light, as if like the electric light of an electric shock device. There was a crackling sound, and Laurel instantly felt an electric current coming from his hand, making him tremble all over. She looked at Richard McNeil with wide-eyed eyes in disbelief, and then she was directly stunned, and her body twitched slightly after falling to the ground. Ignoring Laurel, who fell to the ground, Richard McNeil looked down at his hands. The electric current shuttled through the fingertips, and as Richard perimposed the power, it became thicker and brighter, and finally spread all over the body. There was a crackling sound in the air, and the dazzling blue light illuminated the richer surroundings. At this time, Richard McNeil descended like a thunder god, with an irresistible majesty. Although Richard McNeil knew that the disciple's ability could indeed replicate the power of matter, he had never had the opportunity to try it. The previous replication was passive acceptance, and what was copied was what it was. When he saw the electric shocker just now, he had a whim to try to see if he could replicate the power of the electric shocker, and the Richard LT was very smooth. Although the power of this kind of electric shock device for self-defense is not strong, the initial strength is not important to Richard McNill, because he can Richard perimpose the power infinitely, even if it is just a small current of the electric shock device. He can Richard perimpose it enough to destroy the sky. The power to destroy the earth. Richard chapter 27. The eye of heaven will find you. Ring ring ring. The ringing of the bell from Laurel's bag interrupted his thoughts, and Richard Sand put away the current, bent down and found the phone from her bag. Unknown numbers with no names marked. Richard McNill thought for a while and pressed the switch button. And then Felicity's eager voice came from inside. "Is it you, Felicity?" Richard McNill was a little surprised that she actually called Laurel. Hearing Richard McNill's voice, Felicity breathed a sigh of relief and said eagerly, "There are 7 or 8 well-equipped people who are definitely not policemen going in. You should get out of there." "Can you identify their identities?" Richard McNill glanced at Laurel, who fainted on the ground, and asked with a chuckle. "Yes. But find it and tell me." Richard McNill didn't hang up the phone, but just put it in his pocket, then picked up 2 steel bars on the ground and gently broke them with both hands. At least 2 finger-thick steel bars instantly bent into a U shape. Then Richard McNill dragged Laurel up from the ground and brought her to the wall, straightening her body and stretching her arms. The U-shaped steel bar wrapped her arm and was smashed directly into the wall. The solid wall was easily pierced like a shabby project, and the other side was done in the same way, and Laurel was fixed on the wall in a blink of an eye. Poor Laurel had only seen Richard Sand twice, and both times she passed out, and both times she was immobilized with steel bars. Last time it was on the ground. This time it was on the wall. Fortunately, Richard McNill didn't take off her clothes this time, at least not now. "Found it." Felicity's voice came from the phone. Richard McNill took out the phone and answered, and heard Felicity say in Richard's eyes, "Most people wear masks and it's hard to find their appearance and characteristics, but there is one person who should be their leader." Dinah Lance, Cunting Lance's ex-wife, Laurel's mother. "I tried to investigate her detailed information, but found that the level of secrecy is as high as yours." "She doesn't have anything to do with you, does she?" "I have nothing to do with her," Richard McNill said with a chuckle. "You did a good job. When I go back to reward you, I will hang up first." "Be careful yourself." Richard McNill hung up the phone and deleted the call log, then pointed the flashlight Laurel brought at her. A bright light beam hit her body, and Richard McNill stood beside her. At the entrance of the factory building, the door was gently opened. A flash mine was thrown in, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire factory building. Immediately after the door was Richard Denley pulled open forcefully. People in combat uniforms and masks rushed up one by one. These people are well organized and experienced, and the moment they came in, they found the target and aimed their guns at the moment. But they found that the target person did not seem to be shaken by the flashing thunder, but looked at them with a smile in their spare time. Da. The sound of high heels sounded from the door, and a middle-aged woman with a somewhat paralyzed face walked in from the door. Glancing at Richard McNill and Laurel on the wall, she frowned slightly and was about to speak. At this time, the smiling Richard Denley moved. Zizzy. The lightning flashed on his body, and Richard McNill raised his hand and pointed in their direction. Boom. The current increased countless times and rushed out, transforming into a blue python with its bloody mouth wide open in the air, swallowing these people in an instant. In the belly of the snake, in the lightning, the guns in these people's hands exploded instantly. Screams and muffled groans sounded, and these people fell to the ground one after another. The giant lightning snake came roaring, but stopped Richard Denley in front of the middle-aged woman, and then turned slowly. The blue lightning body Richard rounded her. The huge snake head floated aside, and an electric current like a letter kept flashing around her. The electric current in the air caused her hair to float up one by one. She remained motionless, staring at Richard McNill, who was approaching, and looked extremely calm. "Are you Richard Christ? Are you Richard Christ?" Richard McNeil asked with a smile. Plop. The middle-aged woman Richard Dilly slumped on the ground. Her eyes that were fixed just now flashed with shock and horror. "I thought you were so calm because of your knowledge and experience." The contrast between before and after made Richard McNeil slightly startled and then laughed dumbfounded. "Tell me about your identity." Dinah Lance. Richard consciously glanced at the giant lightning python next to her, then at her daughter who was fixed on the wall in the distance and the Secret Service team lying on the ground unconsciously. Her throat twitched uncontrollably. The investigation data did not say that he still has Richard Per powers. "Have you heard of the Sky Eye Society?" The Sky Eye Society is a special department affiliated to the US government, which is responsible for understanding and handling Richard Per human incidents. She looked at Richard McNeil in shock and spoke slowly. "What you have done in Gotham has threatened the safety and peace of human society. So we need to talk to you." Although government organizations in the DC world do not have the sense of presence in the Marvel world, Richard McNeil has heard of the Sky Eye Society. "I just didn't expect Laurel's mother, Dinah Lance, to be a member of the Sky Eye Society. So it was the Sky Eye Society that set her file as a top secret?" "This is what you call talking?" Richard McNeil glanced at the agents lying on the ground behind him, shaking his head and chuckling. Dinah Lance said, "This is a necessary protection before you are not Richard about your attitude, so they didn't shoot. Did they? What's more, you seem to have kidnapped an innocent person now. I can't judge what you want to do." "What? If you let her go, I would like to solemnly apologize to you and have a good talk." Richard Chapter 28. Children only distinguish between right and wrong. Adults only look at the pros and cons. Another one who uses an apology is a bargaining chip. Richard McNeil shook his head slightly. "Why don't you guys understand? When you don't have leverage, you should apologize early to gain a chance. And when you have leverage, you don't need to apologize at all." Saying that, Richard McNeil turned and walked towards Laurel who was still awake. "What a pretty face." Looking at Laurel who lowered her head slightly, Richard McNeil stretched out her fingers with a chuckle, and the flashing electric light on her fingertips caressed her cheek. "Zizzy." Laurel's face trembled slightly. "What are you doing?" Dinah Lance shouted excitedly instantly. "You think I don't know she is your daughter?" Richard McNeil narrowed his eyes and looked at Dinah Lance. "She was not in danger at first. I just wanted to give her a choice. Of course, this is also to satisfy my own interests. But not necessarily now." "Sorry." Dinah Lance was taken aback, and then apologized bluntly. "Not enough." Richard McNeil shook his head slightly. Dinah Lance stood up slowly and walked towards Richard McNeil in silence. Richard McNeil looked at her with interest. Step by step, Dinah Lance stopped a few steps away from Richard McNeil, and Richard Dinley knelt down with a plop. "I'm sorry that I chose the wrong way to meet you. If you are angry because of my behavior, I hope you can target me and let my daughter go. I only have one daughter left." Bright and decisive, with a sincere attitude, Richard McNeil looked at Dinah Lance who was kneeling on the ground and said with a smile, "Looking at your age and love for daughters, I should forgive you according to reason, but I don't want to. You say what you did in Gotham has already threatened the security and peace of human society. You are not looking for the wrong person, right? My name is Richard McNeil, not Bane. Although it has nothing to do with justice, I was the one who killed Bane and saved Gotham." "You said I threatened the security and peace of human society?" Dinah Lance said in a deep voice. "We have investigated you. Extreme ego, selfishness, typical antisocial personality disorder. Although you are occasionally friendly and easy to get along with, it depends on your mood, and most of your actions are driven by instinctive desires, very unpredictable, and you are extremely aggressive and destructive." "It sounds like a standard configuration for a villain." Richard McNeil smiled brilliantly. "It's a pity that I can't stand scrutiny." "Who is not selfish?" "If Laurel wasn't your daughter, would you kneel down and apologize so simply?" "When you are in a good mood, you will be friendly and easy to get along with, and when you are in a bad mood, you will be friendly and easy to get along with. Will you be indifferent and even quarrel with others, drinking water, eating, having sex, shopping? Who is not driven by instinctive desire? You only do it when you think about it. I was classified as a threat, a villain, and even ignored my actions to save Gotham just from the analysis of my personality. Is this typical extreme self-psychology? Let me guess. If I cooperate and obey, you may. If you control me, you may lose your freedom, or you may lose your life or become cannon fodder for you. If I don't cooperate with you, you will regard me as a threat and destroy me. In fact, it has nothing to do with character and behavior, nor justice and evil. It's so high-sounding that it's just one sentence. Children are the ones who tell right from wrong. Adults only look at the pros and cons. Right? Dinah Lance nodded slowly after being silent for a while. Right. So the butt determines the head. Richard McNill laughed. I like your frankness, so Miss Laurel, you should have heard it clearly. What do you think I should do in this situation? Laurel woke up. Dinah Lance looked at her daughter Richard consciously, and saw her raise her head and open her eyes in a complicated silence. In the past few days, Laurel has not made up her mind whether to go to Richard McNill until this evening. The mother Richard Denley appeared at home and confessed to her the identity of the secret agent of the White Eye Society, and then asked Richard McNill why she came to her. After she finished speaking, her mother said that Richard McNill was dangerous and needed to be controlled. She also said that she would know the news about the real murderer behind the scenes from him, so Laurel decided to come to Richard McNill today. It's just that I didn't expect to be stunned by a strange and frightening method when I first saw Richard McNill, and I didn't expect to hear the conversation between my mother and Richard McNill when I woke up. Whether it is the righteous mother or the evil Richard McNill, they are different from what she imagined and thought before. It seems that you don't know what I should do, so follow my method. Richard McNill said with a chuckle. One must die. Dinah Lance and Laurel froze when they heard Richard McNill's words. Are they trying to choose one of their mother and daughter? I. The two yelled out almost at the same time. Richard McNill laughed dumbfoundedly. The deep love between mother and daughter is very touching. But at least listen to me. The person who died is either the person in charge of the Sky Eye Society, or the real culprit behind the Golden Queen. You choose one. Richard chapter 29. Are you going to run away with me at any time? It's not their mother and daughter, but the person in charge of the Sky Eye Society or the real culprit behind the Golden Queen. Is this still an option? As an agent of the Sky Eye Society, Dinah Lance knows how difficult Amanda Waller is to kill. Even if she Richard succeeds by luck, she will be hunted down endlessly by the Sky Eye Society and the US government. On the contrary, although she didn't know who the real culprit behind the accident on the gold medal Quinn was, what kind of strength and power she had, but killing him to avenge her daughter Dinah Lance didn't have any psychological burden at all, and she could use the eyes of the sky afterwards. Power aftermath. What if we don't choose? Dinah Lance asked Richard McNill. Richard McNill spread his hands and said nothing. But in this case, if they don't choose, they might be killed, right? Dinah Lance took a deep breath. In this case, I will choose the murderer who killed my daughter. Tell me his identity, and I will kill her as soon as possible. You can't change it if you choose it. Are you Richard Ree? Richard Ree. What about you? Richard McNill looked at Laurel. Although she didn't want to choose, she could only nod in agreement at this moment. Satisfied, Richard McNill patted Laurel's little face and said to Dinah Lance, I will leave it to her to kill, you can go. Dinah Lance panicked instantly. She's just an ordinary person. What you do is to let her go to die. Tell me the identity of that person. 1 week. No, 3 days. You give me 3 days and I promise to kill him. I don't care when he dies, but she must kill him. You have no right to bargain. After all, I am a villain. Richard McNill smiled brightly. Villains. Dinah Lance found it ironic to hear that word. You can follow her updates, but I advise you not to provide any help. Although I won't kill you or her, I will kill Quentin Lance. Richard McNill said. Richard Rely. Dinah Lance may sacrifice her ex-husband for her daughter, but Laurel will never harm her father, so even if she offers help, Laurel will not accept it, and may even worry about harming Richard understanding and expose it. Both Dinah Lance and Laurel looked ugly. Don't be depressed, you can continue to trouble me if you can't help Laurel. What if you are lucky and kill me? Then don't worry about her safety or be threatened by me. No matter how bad you are, you can also go far away. Maybe I will lose interest if I can't find you for a while. Looking at the ugly looks of the two, Richard McNill seriously advised them. Come on, I am optimistic about you. I'll contact you tomorrow. Richard McNill smiled at Laurel, turned and walked away. When his figure left the factory building, the giant lightning python floating in the distance dissipated, and the factory fell into darkness for an instant. Only the light of the flashlight shone on Laurel's body alone. The mother and daughter looked at each other, and Dinah Lance went silently and wanted to put her daughter down, but the steel stripes didn't move at all. When Dinah Lance put her daughter down after a lot of effort, Richard McNill had already returned to the apartment. As soon as Richard McNill opened the door and came in, she saw Felicity running over from the sofa fully dressed and throwing herself into her arms. Are you okay? I'm worried to death. I see, Richard McNill said with a chuckle, patting Felicity's back. Dressing like this at home in the middle of the night. Are you planning to run away with me at any time? You really want to run away? Felicity looked up at Richard McNill. It's not necessary for now, so take off your clothes and go to the bedroom to wait for me. I'll take a shower. Richard McNill bowed his head and kissed her, letting her go to the bathroom. Felicity let out a long sigh of relief, turned and walked back to the bedroom. It didn't take long for Felicity to see Richard McNill coming in after taking a shower. She wanted to ask him what happened, but as soon as Richard McNill came over, she hugged herself and kissed her. After a while, the creaking sound sounded from the bedroom again, and it was already the next morning when she wanted to ask again. Because of the exercise last night, she got up late. Felicity only had time to confirm with Richard McNill that she didn't need to run away, and then hurried out to work, and asked about the rest when she came back. Not long after she went out, Richard-san noticed that Laurel was also coming out of the house to go to school. Write down the route, take the keys and carry the bag. Richard McNill also went out. Stop and don't run. Fake. Catch up with me if you have the ability. Dead policeman. As soon as Richard McNill came out of the apartment, he heard shouts from a distance. Following the sound, it seemed that a middle-aged policeman was chasing a black man who snatched a bag. Pedestrians in the vicinity moved away in panic, and the black man satirized the police behind him while running towards Richard McNill. Richard Chapter 30 Richard McNill, Play Money. Quentin Lance. Richard McNill recognized the middle-aged policeman chasing the black man by accident. Isn't this Laurel's father? Seeing that the distance between them was getting farther and farther, and the black man was getting closer and closer to him, Richard McNill, who happened to be in the way, took a step back to get out of the way. Seeing his actions, the black man looked arrogant and proud. But Quentin Lance was full of unwillingness. This is Starling City, and no citizen is willing to help the police. The black man ran over briskly, and during the running, he even took time to glance at Richard McNill with a look of understanding. Richard McNill smiled and stretched his left foot forward. The black man who was running leaned forward and flew out in an instant, gliding far away with his face on the ground before stopping. It was extremely quiet. No one expected that this smiling teenager would do Richard Ch. a thing. Quentin Lance was stunned for a moment, hurried to catch up and put the handcuffs on the black man's arm, while thanking Richard McNill. Thank you for your help. It's easy to do. Richard McNill smiled brightly and watched Quentin Lance pick up the bloody black man. TSK. This must be the legendary face break. While the two were talking, a panting woman in professional attire ran over from behind, and said gratefully to Quentin Lance as soon as she came over, "Thank you. Thank you so much. There is a very important legal document in this bag." Documents. It would be troublesome if lost. Thank her if you want to. If it wasn't for his willingness to help, I'm afraid I won't be able to get your bag back. Quentin Lance handed the bag over while looking around. The pedestrians around lowered their heads and quickened their pace, as if nothing had happened. Thank you very much for your help. The woman in business attire took out a business card from her bag and solemnly handed it to Richard McNill. My name is Anna Rowling, and I am a lawyer. If there is anything I can help, please call me at any time. Okay. Richard McNill took the business card and turned to Quentin Lance. Can I borrow your phone? I had an appointment with someone, but now. Of course. Quentin Lance enthusiastically handed over the phone. Richard McNill smiled at him gratefully, took the phone and turned around to dial Laurel's number. After a few calls, Laurel's voice sounded suspicious. Dad, what's the matter? We made an appointment to meet today. You haven't forgotten, have you? Richard McNill asked in a relaxed tone. It's you. Why do you have my dad's phone number? What did you do to him? I have already agreed to your terms. Why did you? Laurel recognized Richard McNill's voice, thinking of his threat yesterday and now taking it again when her father called her. She panicked. My dear, don't be angry. Let's meet and talk, okay? It's the same place. I'll be there in about half an hour. Richard McNill said softly, then hung up the phone and returned it to Quentin Lance. Thanks. It's like you said, it's a little effort. Quentin Lance took back the phone with a smile. He didn't know that his little effort scared his daughter enough. Can I go? Richard McNill asked. Certainly. Richard McNill smiled politely towards Quentin Lance and Anna Rowling, and left. 20 minutes later, in front of the gate of Gwyn Factory, an anxious Laurel saw Richard McNill appear and rushed to meet him. What did you do to my father? Richard McNill chuckled lightly and said, I just happened to meet your father and helped him catch a bag thief, and I just used his phone to contact you. Really? Laurel was dubious. Give him a call and you'll know. Richard McNill said, Car Richard Ally. Laurel hesitantly took out the arc and called. And a few seconds later there was a noisy and busy voice on the phone. Is there something wrong? I'm busy here. No, nothing. Then hang up first. Quentin Lance hung up the phone before Laurel could say another word. Just as he was about to put down Quentin Lance, Richard consciously flipped through the call records. There was no strange number, and the last call was his daughter's. Did you delete it after typing it? Quentin Lance muttered a word without thinking, put away the phone and got busy. Remember not to be so stupid in the future. If a villain calls you from someone you know, remember to confirm the situation first, and don't just come over stupidly. Looking at Laurel, who put away the phone with a sigh of relief, Richard McNill felt that if someone texted her Richard San, send money ', she probably would have followed through on Richard CH text messages. Who knew you would owe something? Laurel murmured in her heart with resentment. Have you brought any money? Richard McNill asked Richard Denley. Take it. Take it. Come with me. Richard McNill patted her on the shoulder and led the way. After walking for about 10 minutes, Richard McNill took her to the door of a hotel. What are you doing here? Laurel asked Richard suspiciously. Open a room, or do you want to go outside? I don't care if you don't mind. Richard Chapter 31. Everything is difficult at the beginning, then difficult in the middle, and finally difficult at the end. Laurel didn't want to choose whether to open a room or stay outside, but when Richard McNill saw that she hadn't answered for a long time and was about to pull her away, she could only choose to open a room. Enter the hotel, open the room, pay the money, and get the key. Richard McNill entered the room with his arms around the reluctant Laurel. The door closed, and the nervous Laurel turned pale when she saw Richard McNill took out the camera from her bag and pointed it at herself. Take off, Richard McNill said. Laurel gritted her teeth and looked at Richard McNill resentfully, and reluctantly took off her clothes. She dared not resist. She is not afraid of death, but she is afraid that Richard McNill will not let her family go. One by one, until she was naked, Richard McNill found a good angle to fix the camera, then turned around, took out a tape measure from his bag, came to her and began to carefully mirror Richard re her figure. "What do you want to do?" Laurel didn't dare to resist and let herself be manipulated. "Make a dress for you," Richard McNeil replied, Richard ally, while pinching it. "You have a better figure than my girlfriend. People like you still have girlfriends." Laurel sneered. "I'll introduce you later." Richard McNeil put away the tape mirror. Richard turned around, picked up the camera and looked at it, and finally put them back in the bag together. "Although your figure is good, your physical fitness can only be regarded as average. In the future, you will need to strengthen your physical strength and strength exercises. Only with a good body can you defeat your enemies. Like you, for example, the murderer behind the accident that caused the accident on the gold medal queen, and your sister." Richard McNeil didn't care about Laurel's little resistance. His power is all over Starling City, so once your identity is exposed, it will be troublesome, and his personal strength is very strong. "In terms of physical skills alone, even if I train you to death, you may not be able to win with your talent, so I will help you. Get something ready. All you have to do is train, and start with his minions first." Seeing Richard McNeil's serious look, Laurel was confused. Although she knew that Richard McNeil might not be a bad person, she could also be Richard that he was not a good person from his unscrupulous behavior. But Laurel didn't understand why he was staring at her, let alone whether he wanted to harm herself or help herself. "You know Sarah?" Laurel couldn't help asking. "Sarah? We haven't met." Richard McNeil shook his head. "Then why are you so persistent in asking me to avenge Sarah?" Laurel asked inexplicably. "Of course, I want you to become a Black Canary in advance so that the future legendary team can come after me. By the way, arrange a part-time job for Felicity." Richard McNeil looked at Laurel and said with a smile, "Want to know? I won't tell you. You just need to make yourself stronger now. You should know the simple physical training method. Let's start." Now, Laurel was stunned, ready to pick up the clothes and put them on. "No, just practice like this. At least my eyes won't be bored." Richard McNeil took her clothes away first, then threw her on the bed and lay down, her chin raised slightly. "Start your show." Laurel gritted her teeth and glared at Richard McNeil angrily, without moving. Richard McNeil smiled without saying a word and raised his finger, sizzling. The electric current flickered and jumped directly. "Ah!" Laurel shivered violently from the shock. "I didn't mean to urge you, but it did." Richard McNeil raised his finger with a smile. Laurel began reluctantly. This kind of shame of being forced made her very uncomfortable at first, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground, but gradually Laurel found that Richard McNeil didn't stare at her all the time. Even if her eyes fell on her, she didn't have that kind of gaze. "It feels disgusting, but it seems to be Richard supervising myself." Once he stops or slows down, he lifts his finger to stimulate himself to continue training. Gradually Laurel began to focus. No matter what purpose Richard McNeil has, it is always right that he can become stronger. The law may be able to maintain justice, but strength can protect itself. Unknowingly, the whole morning passed sweating like rain. When Richard McNeil said that she could stop, Laurel seemed to hear the sound of nature. What shame, what anger, she just wanted to lie on the ground and stay still. Looking at Laurel, Richard McNeil, who looked like a dead dog, he smiled dumbly, and lazily got down to the ground and kicked it. "Don't pretend to be dead. Get up, take a shower, get dressed and get ready to go. Let me take a break." As the saying goes, everything is difficult in the beginning, difficult in the middle, and difficult in the end. Anyway, it's so difficult, why do you rest? Get up quickly. Richard McNeil didn't have the slightest intention of pity. Seeing Laurel refuse to get up, he immediately started electricity. Zizzy. Laurel Richard got up with a whoop, and ran into the bathroom like a windy woman. Not long after, Laurel took a shower, got dressed and went out with Richard McNeil. Just then, the door of the next room opened. After walking out of a middle-aged man, the man looked at Laurel, whose legs and feet were weak and rosy, and at Richard McNeil, who looked relaxed and freehand as you Richard Al, and stretched out his thumb in admiration. Richard McNeil nodded modestly with a smile. So. Richard chapter 32, The Bold Girl. The Richard N is hot and the Richard N is dazzling. Richard McNill, who had just come out of the hotel, tilted his head slightly, and the Richard N was shining on Laurel's body. She had long brown hair and shawls, her delicate face was rosy, and her slightly lazy expression exuded a charming charm. "Shall we go back again?" Richard McNill said. Richard Denley. "Go back? Didn't you just come out?" "The rooms are all back." Laurel was stunned and turned to look at Richard McNill. As soon as he turned his head, he saw him looking at him, his dark eyes full of interest and possessiveness. This is different from the look in his eyes when he supervised his exercise before. It is the kind of desire of men and women who want to possess themselves. This kind of direct gaze made Laurel Richard consciously avoid eye contact. Even though she was dressed tightly, she was even more shy than when she was seen by him when she was exercising naked. Laurel didn't know what to do. If he forced himself when he first opened the room or just after the exercise, he might be resentful, but would Richard admit? But now that Richard McNill asked her, she didn't know how to do it by herself. "Forget it, let's keep it fresh." Just when Laurel was in a dilemma, Richard McNill said lightly, "I won't Richard supervise you in the afternoon exercise. Arrange it yourself." Laurel nodded Richard consciously and saw that Richard McNill had already waved away, and she also left here for a moment. Not long after he left, he saw his mother greeted her with a worried and angry face. "Are you okay? That guy didn't do anything to you, did he?" Laurel shook her head. "Really?" Dinah Lance was a little disbelieving. "I took my daughter to the hotel early in the morning. When she came out, my daughter blushed and her legs were weak. As a person who has been here, she would naturally think of something." Laurel nodded and explained the matter. Dinah Lance couldn't help frowning. Who is the real culprit behind the scenes? Didn't bully her daughter, just Richard supervise her exercise? Dinah Lance thought for a while and decided to wait and see for a while. She had already reported what happened last night. After all, the death of several agents was not a trivial matter. The order given to her was to hold back temporarily and collect as much information as possible about Richard McNill. After separating from Laurel, Richard Sand didn't go back to the apartment but walked aimlessly on the street. What is the standard configuration of a hero? Uniforms and equipment. Since Laurel is to be trained to become a Black Canary in advance, these two are essential. Richard McNill had thought about it a long time ago. The uniforms can be obtained from Wayne Enterprises. Anyway, Talia al Ghul's identity has not been exposed. He is now the largest shareholder of Wayne Group. Should be easy, right? Regular equipment can also be obtained from Wayne Enterprises. As for the iconic special equipment, sonic equipment, you can go to Central City to find Cisco Raymond. Although I don't know each other, although I don't have money, is it important? Unimportant. Unknowingly, Richard McNill found that he came to a park. Although the Richard N was scorching, there were still many people having lunch or dating here. Finding a big shady tree to sit on the grass, Richard Rely looked around and thought about waiting for Felicity to come back from get off work and ask her to help him contact Talia al Ghul. The Richard N shines through the branches, and Richard Denley, a woman, pops out from behind the tree, with wine-red long hair and a long black dress, who ran over and looked back as if someone was chasing her. Turning around, she saw Richard McNill sitting against the tree, and her eyes lit up instantly. She turned around and walked quickly to Richard McNill's face and sat directly on his lap, took her hand to hug herself, and at the same time wrapped her hands around Richard McNill's neck and kissed him directly. Very active, enthusiastic and dedicated. It was as if the next moment, the sky was directly killed by the ground. Her skills were jerky but active, holding Richard McNill tightly as if she wanted to blend into his body. "Huh?" she snorted. Richard Denley, and then felt the hand holding her forcefully turn her off her body and lay on the ground. The next moment, she felt that the other party was pressing on her body, with her arms above her shoulders holding his head with both hands. He kissed him again. This made her a little angry and flustered, but she soon realized that this posture could cover herself even more. After being slightly startled, she quickly relaxed and responded to the other party, unknowingly changing from feigned devotion to real devotion. The sound of running footsteps sounded from the side, and two men in black Richards and black trousers with Richard and glasses ran over. Glancing at the intimate men and women on the ground, they quickly avoided it. Even if Europeans and Americans are open to seeing Richard ch in intimate behavior in a public place like a park, they will still be a little embarrassed, and they will Richard consciously avoid it. Find them separately. Looking around, they couldn't find the target, so the two men in black whispered a word and started looking separately. Richard chapter 33, The Huntress Helena. The footsteps gradually faded away, but the intimate men and women did not stop. For a long time, the girl who was immersed in it Richard dimly felt the other party's departure and opened her eyes in a daze, only to see a smile that was not a smile on the other party's delicate and handsome face. Although a little embarrassed and shy, the girl showed her face smile. "Can you get off of me first?" Richard McNeil chuckled and turned over and lay down on the side. The girl sat up and arranged her clothes and hair. At the same time, she confirmed that the man in black had left the park before heading towards Richard McNeil Road. "Thank you for helping me. My name is Helena. How about you?" "Richard McNeil." "You are skilled." "You're not the first to say that, and you won't be the last." Richard McNeil looked sideways at Helena, propped his head with one hand and put the other on her lap with a chuckle, and said, "I can't use it here. I want to. Do you want to continue somewhere else?" Helena looked at Richard McNeil's hand, and said with a half smile, "Want to fuck me?" "I'm afraid you won't dare." "My name is Helena Bettinelli. My father, Frank Bettinelli, is a well-known criminal leader in Starling City." "Want to fuck me?" "Are you afraid of being killed by my father and sinking into the sea to feed the fish?" "What are you afraid of?" "I don't intend to fall in love with you." "How exciting it is to run after sex." Richard McNeil laughed. "Aren't you afraid?" "Try." Seeing Richard McNeil eager to try, Helena chuckled. "Not today. I managed to get rid of them and go to Central City. I can tell you my number. If you are really not afraid, you can call me anytime." Richard McNeil patted his legs and said with a smile, "Is this a coincidence? I also want to go to the Central City." "Do you really want to go to Central City, or are you afraid of missing out on opportunities?" Helena asked Richard suspiciously after being stunned. "Both." "Forget it. I'm going to drive. You go to the side of the road and wait for me." "Good." The two separated, and Richard McNeil walked to the side of the road. About 10 minutes later, a sports car stopped in front of Richard McNeil. The door opened, and Helena bent down and shouted at him. Richard McNeil got into the car, and there was a roar. The sports car rushed out with a whoosh. "It's really unclear how far Starling City is from the Central City, Richard McNeil, but Helena should be Richard free to come back before dark if she chooses this time to go. Speaking of which, she is a strange woman who is good at cheating her father, and she is still the kind who can't finish cheating. As the Mafia, the daughter of the leader of a criminal group, she is dedicated to fighting against her father. At first, she just collected evidence and prepared to report it. Later, she directly turned into a huntress several times and prepared to kill her relatives righteously, until her father was accidentally killed by someone else in a firefight, and her journey of cheating was not over. She briefly joined the Green Arrow team and the Bat family, and was a Batgirl for a while, but unfortunately she was cruel and had no standard for not killing people, so she didn't agree with the concept and once again put on the coat of a huntress. She later joined the Justice League and learned to control her temper and cruel methods, but Batman fired her on the grounds that the League didn't need killers. "Don't play with me." "Okay, then I'll find someone to play with myself." She formed a small organization, the Birds of Prey, with Laurel Lance, the Black Canary, and Barbara Gordon, who was codenamed Oracle during her paralysis. As a Richard LT, the more you play, the more you play. Catwoman, Katana, and Poison Ivy have all joined this team. Of course, it seems that Helena is still in the early stage of cheating. Barbara Gordon, who was not yet paralyzed, Laurel Lance, who had just started training, and Helena in front of her. This is the rhythm of unlocking the birds of prey. Richard McNill couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Helena turned to Richard McNill and asked, what are you doing in Central City? Richard McNill asked with a smile and shook his head. I ordered something. Helena said, Car Richard ally. What about you? What are you going to do? Looking for someone to order something. Helena rolled his eyes at him and said, it's not convenient to take you where I'm going. If you're really not afraid of death, you have 2 hours until I finish picking up the things. Okay. Richard McNill replied with a smile. Entering Central City, Helena parked the car in a decent hotel. Just get off here. Right? I'll come here to find you in half an hour, Helena said. Richard McNill simply nodded and got off the car. When he came over, he saw that the cutting-edge laboratory was not far from here. Watching Helena drive away, Richard McNill walked towards the cutting-edge laboratory. The particle explosion has not yet happened, and the cutting-edge laboratories have not been closed. As soon as Richard McNill came to the door, he was stopped by the security guard. Excuse me, sir, what can I do for you? I'm looking for Cisco Raymond, Richard McNill said with a smile. Excuse me, what's your name? The security guard asked while preparing to contact, but at this moment the door opened and 2 people walked out from inside. A man and a woman. The woman has long curly hair and a shawl, has a bright smile and behaves like a lady, while the man is not tall and has a slightly dark complexion with shoulder-length hair. It's the future Shockwave Cisco Raymond and Killer Frost Caitlin Snow. Richard Chapter 34, The Electric Shocker. Richard McNill smiled at the security guard and walked towards Cisco Lemon and Caitlin Snow, who were walking and chatting. Excuse me. Richard McNill stood in front of the 2 and spoke with a smile. The 2 stopped and looked at Richard McNill in doubt. Cisco Raymond asked, is there a problem? I want you to make me something. What? Cisco Raymond laughed blankly. Sorry, I don't know you. It's okay, it's not important. I want to make a portable sound wave device. The shape of a necklace is fine, but I don't have materials or pay, so I can only figure out a way for you. And it's best to finish it within half an hour. Richard McNill continued to say his request with a smile. Cisco Raymond frowned. Did he meet a lunatic? 2 won't do anything for you. Please get out of the way. Really not? Richard McNill asked again. Please get out of the way. Cisco Raymond repeated resolutely. Okay. Richard McNill sighed in disappointment and slowly raised his hand. The sound of sizzling electric current rose instantly. The electric current shuttled through his hand, and the blue light reflected on Cisco Raymond and Caitlin Snow's shocked face. Richard McNill asked again as if unwilling. Now, can you do it? Cisco Raymond stared blankly at Richard McNill's palm full of lightning. Richard Power. This is Richard Power. Richard Power really exists. Cisco Raymond, who had reacted, did not retreat but advanced, with a look of excitement on his shocked face, and asked quickly, how do you do it? Can you generate electricity as you like? How much is the maximum current? Will it not hurt yourself? Seeing that Cisco Raymond was excited and about to try, Richard McNill pointed to the security guard who drew his gun. The lightning hit the security guard instantly. While screaming and shaking, the security guard slowly fell to the ground and passed out. Cisco Raymond finally came to his senses and Richard consciously stood in front of Caitlin Snow. What are you going to do? Don't mess around, or we called the police. I didn't want to make the scene so tense. I just want you to help me make a piece of sound wave equipment. Looking at Caitlin Snow, who was tremblingly taking out the phone from her bag, Richard McNill shook her head helplessly and raised her hand to release it. Current. Caitlin Snow yelled loudly. Cisco Raymond was also shaken by the electric current delivered. Boom. The current disappeared. Caitlin Snow fainted to the ground, and Cisco Lemon also retreated a few steps with weak legs and sat down on the ground. For half an hour, I want to see what I want. Richard McNill walked over to pick up the fainted Caitlin Snow, said to Cisco Raymond, then turned and left. Cisco Lyman reacted slightly and twitched slightly and wanted to call his phone to call the police, but was stopped by someone, and was helped up. Professor Wells. Cisco Raymond looked at his mentor Harrison Wells, the owner of the cutting-edge laboratory, and shouted excitedly, "Caitlin!" Caitlin was captured by the electric shock maniac. Electric shock maniac. Cisco Raymond's habit of naming people has been deeply rooted in his soul. Harrison Wells twitched slightly, nodded solemnly and said, "I know, I've seen it all. Why did he come to you?" "I don't know. I don't know him at all." Richard Denley ran over and asked me to help him make a sound wave device. There were no materials and no payment to let me figure out a way by myself. By the way, he also said that he would only give me half an hour. Cisco Raymond said hastily, "He came here for the sound wave equipment, so Caitlin will not be in danger for the time being. Don't call the police. You make the sound wave equipment, and I will try to find him." Harrison Wells patted Cisco Raymond's shoulders, seriously relieved. "Caitlin will be fine, don't worry." Cisco Raymond let out a heavy nod and said, "I'm going right now." Back in the lab, Cisco Raymond started making sound wave equipment, and Harrison Wells searched for Caitlin's whereabouts on the computer with a deep expression. At this time, on the roof of a residential building near the cutting-edge laboratory, Caitlin faintly woke up after being stunned. As soon as Caitlin opened her eyes, she saw Richard McNeil, who was close at hand. She screamed in fright and hurriedly backed away. Richard McNeil didn't approach. Looking at the panicked Caitlin, Snow said apologetically, "Maybe I just got a new ability and feel more fresh recently. I like electric people, so I'm sorry to stun you." "You, don't come here, don't come here." Caitlin slumped on the ground as if she didn't hear what Richard McNeil said about herself, and shouted loudly, waving her hands indiscriminately, "I'm not going, I'm just—" "Don't come here, don't come here." Richard McNeil let out a long breath. The lightning flashed on his hand instantly, and his eyes swept coldly. "Shut up, or I'll shock you to death." Caitlin Snow's body froze in fright, and her red lips were instantly closed. "Don't come, come, tell me, did I move?" Richard McNeil said to Caitlin Snow angrily. "I found that you people are sick. Or do you have a tendency to abuse? Do you have to turn your face if you don't listen to it?" Richard Chapter 35 Caitlin Snow of cough. Seeing Caitlin Snow quiet down tremblingly, Richard McNeil came to her and knelt down in front of her and smiled. "That's right, calm down and be quiet. Don't yell like the heroine of the Dog Blood TV series, it will destroy your image in my heart. Although I am more interested in the other you." Caitlin Snow looked at him tremblingly and Richard suspiciously. "Another me? What's the meaning?" "I didn't intend to hurt you. Cisco Raymond will do what I want in half an hour and you can leave. But before that, I hope you can be obedient." "Can you do it?" Richard McNeil asked softly. Caitlin Snow nodded. "Good." Richard McNeil patted Caitlin Snow on the head with satisfaction, and asked Richard ally, "Have you got a boyfriend yet?" Caitlin Snow shook her head. "No." "That's fine, you're still more Richarditable to be single." Richard McNeil smiled lightly. Caitlin Snow is not happy anymore. "What do you mean I am more Richarditable for being single?" she asked angrily. Why? Of course it's because of your capability." First, Ronnie Raymond, who was also the fiancé of Caitlin Snow, a member of the cutting-edge laboratory, merged with Martin Stein after the particle explosion to form a firestorm, and finally died in order to save Central City. Followed by Hunter Zolomon, Earth 2's Speed. In Dominion Earth 2, Barry Allen, the Flash who didn't want to, also died. Although the last alchemist Julian Dawn didn't hang up, he just slipped away. Caitlin Snow is doomed to die alone. Patting Caitlin Snow on the shoulder, Richard McNeil seriously displayed his fearless spirit. "Remember, don't have a boyfriend. If you really need it, you can find me." The Buddha said, "If I don't go to hell, whoever goes to hell." My life is hard, you can't kill me. What does it mean I can find you if I need it? What does it mean that if you don't go to hell, who will go to hell? What do you mean your fate is hard? I can't kill you. If I can't beat you, I will fight with you. Caitlin Snow turned her head away from Richard McNeil, as if the baby was very angry and ignored you. However, If she was angry, she was angry. And Caitlin Snow was not as scared as before. Although this person spoke annoyingly, it seemed that she really didn't mean to hurt herself. As soon as the fear is gone, the curiosity will naturally come up. Although she is not as obsessed with Richard Powers as Cisco Raymond, as a bioengineer, she is very curious about how Richard McNeil generated the current. If possible, she even wants to do a complete inspection data. "What's your name?" Caitlin Snow asked tentatively. "Richard McNeil." "Are you from Huexia? Are you born with Richard Powers, or is it caused by some accident the day after tomorrow? Have you checked your body?" Richard McNeil asked with a smile. "What? Do you want to check it out for me?" Caitlin Snow nodded, then shook her head and said, "Although there is no proven example, your situation should be a genetic change. If I can do a detailed inspection for you in the laboratory, maybe I can figure out what you got." The reason for the Richard power and the upper limit of the ability. After finishing speaking, Caitlin Snow sighed with some regrets. In this situation, she has no chance to help Richard McNeil check his body. "If you can keep it a secret, how about I come to you in the future and secretly check it out for me when I have a chance? Let's put the ugly words first, and if you can't do it by then, I can only kill you." Caitlin Snow having said that, Richard McNeil is also curious about his body structure. "Really?" Caitlin Snow asked eagerly. Her eyes brightened. "When, depend on my mood. Then it's settled. I won't tell others the Richard LTS of the test. I just want to know why." Caitlin Snow hurriedly gave out her phone number for fear that Richard McNeil would regret it. "Call me in advance when the time comes, so I can make arrangements." "Good." Richard McNeil wrote down the number and nodded. "Why do you need sonic equipment?" Caitlin Snow Richard dimly realized that he shouldn't need Richard CH equipment because he has Richard powers. "You'll find out later." Time passed unknowingly during the conversation between the two, and Richard McNeil didn't carry her or tie her up, so he went downstairs and returned to the cutting-edge laboratory. At this time, the door of the cutting-edge laboratory. The security guard who was stunned before had been sent to the laboratory for treatment. Cisco Raymond stood at the door with Harrison Wells holding a box. Seeing Richard McNeil and Caitlin Snow walking and chatting, they were stunned. "What's the situation? Wasn't Caitlin Snow kidnapped by Richard McNeil? Why are you back now like a friend?" "Caitlin, are you alright?" Cisco Raymond asked worriedly when he saw the two of them approaching. Caitlin Snow glanced at Richard McNeil and shook his head. "I'm fine, he didn't do anything to me." "That's good." Cisco Raymond heaved a sigh of relief and passed the box over. "Here's what you want." Richard McNeil took it and opened it, and there was a round device the size of a dial in the box, which was fixed on a 2-finger wide black metal ring. Cisco Lemon dutifully began to explain how to use the equipment. "It can be used as long as you touch it with your finger, and at the same time touch mediates the power of the sound wave. Richard Chapter 36 "Cisco, you are indeed a genius." After listening to Cisco Raymond's explanation, Richard McNeil patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction. "You are indeed a genius. I was right to find you, thank you." "It's okay. The main reason is that time is too tight, otherwise I can do better." Cisco Raymond, who had finished the explanation, heard Richard McNeil's praise and thanks, and felt a little regretful that he could add more functions. "By the way, where did you put the locator?" Richard McNeil asked Richard Ally as if remembering it inadvertently. "On the metal ring." Cisco Raymond said it directly, and just after he finished speaking, he realized with a regretful face that he said it smoothly. Seeing Harrison Wells' speechless expression, he tentatively asked Richard McNeil, "Can you pretend you didn't hear it?" "I'm afraid not." Richard McNeil shook his head and directly removed the black metal ring and handed it to Cisco Raymond. Cisco Raymond covered his face and took it. "Goodbye, everyone." Richard McNeil waved his hand and turned away. Cisco Lyman couldn't help asking as he watched him leave like this, "Is that all? If not, let's call the police." When the police came, he would have left long ago. Where can I find him? Harrison Wells shook his head. As long as Caitlin is fine, let's go back to the lab first. Back in the laboratory, Harrison Wells asked Caitlin Snow about Richard McNeil, and after confirming that she was not injured, he comforted her and left. At this time, Richard McNeil was standing at the door of the hotel that Helena had made an appointment with, and after waiting for a few minutes for the roar to come from far to near, Helena parked the car and walked towards him. "You are really here waiting for me?" "Why not?" Richard McNeil smiled brightly. "Let's go." Helena took Richard McNeil's arm and entered the hotel. After paying, and taking the room card, Helena took the initiative to hook Richard McNeil's neck and kissed him as soon as she entered the elevator. Hot kisses. After getting out of the elevator, the two staggered to find the room and opened the door. Richard McNeil closed the door. Car Richard ally, and Helena retreated slightly panting. "Are you Richard Tree? If you let my father know, you will die." "Take it off," Richard McNeil replied bluntly. Helena smiled sweetly and pulled the chain of the skirt with her hands behind her back. The skirt fell off in an instant and then took the initiative to hug Richard McNeil again. There is no creaking sound. After all, this is a high-end hotel, but even if there is, it should not be able to cover up Helena's voice. It was so crazy, that hoarse shout seemed to let everyone know what she was doing. The blood was accompanied by cruelty, and Helena seemed to be immersed in some kind of twisted psychological enjoyment. After a long time, Helena smiled lightly after resting. "It feels really good. I'm a little bit sad that something happened to you. Please, please don't let my father kill you. Whatever you care about will torture you. Expectation is the root of all pain. I would be happy to help you relieve the pain," Richard McNeil said with a bright smile. Helena's smile froze slightly as if she had thought of something. She shook her head after a while and said, "First of all, you have to live." After finishing speaking, she limped towards the bathroom. Before, Helena thought that 2 hours should be more than enough. But more than 2 hours had passed since she left the hotel and was preparing to return to Starling City. It was already dark when they returned to Starling City. Helena parked the car aside and turned to look at Richard McNeil. "Tell me your phone number. I will find you if I think about it." Richard McNeil shook his head and said. "Why?" Helena asked angrily. Richard McNeil smiled and waved his hands and got out of the car. "I will find you," Helena shouted. But Richard McNeil had disappeared into the night on the street. Helena snorted and started the car to go home. As soon as she got home, she saw her father sitting in the living room with a gloomy face. Helena greeted her blankly and prepared to go upstairs. "Stop. Aren't you going to explain to me where you're going? Anyway, I didn't go to murder and set fire." "You." Frank Bettinelli walked in front of Helena and slapped him with a raised hand. Snapped. The sound is crisp. Frank Bettinelli stared at his daughter angrily. "You have to remember that you are my daughter. No matter what I do, you are my daughter. This cannot be changed. You'd better understand this as soon as possible." Helena covered her face and watched coldly as her father turned and went upstairs. "Check it out for me. I want to know where she's been and who she's been with during this time." Frank Bettinelli turned his head and shouted at the butler. "Yes," the butler answered with a bow. He wanted to know who and what his daughter was doing with, and Felicity also wanted to know who and what Richard McNeil was doing with. Lichty smelled the perfume on him that didn't belong to her. "Who is she?" Felicity pushed her glasses and asked Richard McNeil seriously. Richard Chapter 37. "Don't you feel uncomfortable if you don't hide it?" "Who?" Richard McNeil responded. "Car Richard ally, whose perfume smells on you." "Is there?" "I took a bath, maybe it was stained afterward." Richard McNeil sniffed and didn't smell anything. Sometimes women's noses are sharper than police dogs. He hugged Felicity and said with a smile, "I Richard supervised Laurel's training in the morning, and in the afternoon I helped people get rid of the bodyguards at home, and I just got back from a trip to Central City by the way. This is the sonic equipment I got for Laurel. Please check to see if there is any problem." Richard McNeil handed the sonic equipment to Felicity and kissed her on the cheek. "I'm going to take a shower again. Is there any food at home? Get some for me. I haven't eaten yet." Seeing Richard McNeil walking towards the bathroom very naturally, Felicity responded blankly. Sonic equipment. Looking down at the equipment in her hand, Felicity first went to the kitchen to help him warm up something before returning to the living room to check. This inspection made Felicity very amazed. It is a very delicate and powerful design. It is small and easy to carry around. The power of the sound wave is divided into several grades. This thing can play a big role when it is unprepared. How about it? After taking a shower and eating, Richard McNeil came to Felicity's side and asked while hugging her. It's a powerful design, and there are no flaws in the equipment structure. Felicity said, there is only one problem. The user will also be affected when it is activated. It needs to be prepared in advance. It's fine if you don't have a locator. For the problem you mentioned, just get a pair of sound-reducing earplugs, Richard McNeil said disapprovingly. Yeah? Felicity nodded. Professional equipment requires professional equipment and materials. Although Felicity can make earplugs that meet the needs, it is difficult for a smart woman to cook without rice. She has no money, no equipment, and no materials. So Richard McNeil plans to let Laurel think of ways to let Felicity check Thalia Al Ghul's phone number. And the next day Richard Sanjo Laurel met at the small hotel yesterday. Coincidentally, it was still yesterday's room. Do you have to come here? Laurel asked Richard McNeil in embarrassment. Why? Afraid of being seen? Richard McNeil asked with a smile. I don't have that much money to rent a room with you every day. Laurel said bitterly. Then make money. If you want to be a hero who guards the city and punishes evil, you can't do without money. Well, this is the equipment I kidnapped someone to get you yesterday. Richard McNeil took out the sound wave equipment. Laurel was stunned. Are you kidnapped again? Don't like it? Then stop me when you have the strength. Richard McNeil said how to use the equipment, and followed. You won't be able to use this thing for the time being. We'll talk about it after you've laid the foundation. All right. Don't dawdle and start today's exercise. The morning is for physical strength training, and in the afternoon I will teach you fighting skills. Life is like a strong sword. If you can't resist it, then enjoy it. Although Laurel doesn't know whether Richard McNeil's behavior is considered a strong sword, she can only accept it. Silently taking off her coat, Laurel gritted her teeth and continued seeing Richard McNeil lying on the bed again. Just like yesterday, in order to prevent being electrocuted, Laurel trained very attentively and meticulously, but even so, she was electrocuted many times after training in the morning. If this continued, she felt that she would be immune to electric currents in the future. After showering and resting for a while without eating, the afternoon combat training began. Laurel doesn't have any fighting foundation, so Richard McNeil chose several fighting techniques that can give full play to her physical advantages, mainly Muay Thai and French kicking. Combined with free fighting, Taekwondo, it would have been better to add Wing Chun, but it's a pity the people he copied didn't know it, and he was too lazy to learn it and could only wait for Batman to come back. Anyway, these were enough for Laurel to learn for a while. The concept of compassion and pity does not seem to exist in Richard McNeil, and he will do it when he should. And he will not be merciful just because Laurel is a woman or a woman without clothes. When the training is over, Laurel's fair body is bruised and purple. Go back and rest early. Don't be late at the same time tomorrow, Richard McNeil said to Laurel after coming out of the hotel. I may not be able to come tomorrow, Laurel said hesitantly. Is there something wrong? I'm going to move out tomorrow, Laurel explained. Live by yourself? That's fine. It will be convenient at that time. So let's talk about it after you finish moving. Laurel responded and limped away exhausted. Richard San walked around to find a public phone booth and called Thalia Al Ghul. Hello. As soon as I said hello, I heard Thalia Al Ghul gritted his teeth and snorted on the phone. It's you. Richard McNeil chuckled dumbly. Awesome, you have Richard a deep memory of my voice. Does Bruce Wayne know? What do you want? Thalia Al Ghul asked coldly. I want a uniform made of the same material as Batman. I will tell you the size and requirements, and you can remember it. You blackmail me? Richard McNeil paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly and said, yes, I'm threatening you. If you don't do so, I'll expose your identity and send out the gadgets you took. How about that? Are you scared? Yes, don't you think I'm shameless? Do you want to kill me? Don't you have any clues about what's going on now? You'll feel bad if you don't try to embarrass me, right? Richard chapter 38. I was scared by dogs when I was a child, the daughter of a dignified ninja master, and the real culprit behind the almost destruction of Gotham. Talia al Ghul trembled from Suze McNeil's robbing her of gas. The wheezing sound was clearly audible, and it took her a while to Richard press the anger in her heart. In order to destroy Gotham, the old lady endured it. Hello, you're fine. Ren endured it, but she always felt that she couldn't understand her thoughts without saying a few harsh words. I'm good and you are good. You thought it was Hugh, you aren't kidney tray Richard Ree. I didn't take you seriously. If you speak harshly, there is a hammer. Just prepare what I want. Richard McNeil beat. Cutting off Talia al Ghul's words made the anger that she had. Richard pressed Richard up again in an instant. I'm going to kill you. Definitely, I'm going to kill you. Listening to the roaring voice on the phone, Richard McNeil turned his head slightly and said impatiently, Don't yell at me. I was scared by dogs when I was a kid. You call me a dog? How dare you call me a dog? Dogs are good friends of human beings. So why do good friends quarrel? Can't they sit down calmly and slap each other a few times? Richard McNeil said earnestly. Talia al Ghul's chest kept rising and falling. After a while, she sneered and said, When I see you, I will definitely slap you a few times. If you can do it. Richard McNeil chuckled disapprovingly, and then talked about the size and requirements of the uniform. After a pause, Talia al Ghul knew he would be the one to lose if he continued to quarrel, just like what this bastard said. Why fight? Kill him as soon as you see him. In 3 days, deliver the items to Frank Bettinelli's home in Starling City. It was easy for Talia al Ghul to investigate who Frank Bettinelli was. After all, he was the leader of a criminal group in Starling City. Richard McNeil would not be so foolish as to think that she would obediently deliver the things without making any arrangements. If a dead fellow Taoist is not dead to a poor Taoist, who is not a fool? Anyway, Helena shouldn't mind. After hanging up the phone, Richard McNeil left Wayne Group. In the CEO's office, Talia al Ghul put down the phone and leaned back on the chair, closing his eyes and thinking. This size is obviously for women. It doesn't matter who wears it. The important thing is to use this opportunity to kill Richard McNeil. No matter how bad it is, you have to get back the things he took. Richard dimly opened her eyes and thought of someone. That kitten. She was locked in the same cell as Richard McNeil before. With this relationship, she can easily get close to Richard McNeil. Even if she can't kill him, she can get back what she wants with her stealing skills. As for why let Catwoman help? Didn't she want software that wiped criminal records? With the bait, can the fish still not take the bait? While Talia al Ghul had a uniform made, he found Catwoman. Even though the cat goddess is haunted and hard to find, Talia al Ghul naturally has her own way. After finding Catwoman, she asked Catwoman for help as Miranda Tate and told about Richard McNeil asking for a uniform with the photo as a threat. She hoped that she could find Richard McNeil and take back the things that were photographed. In return, she could wash away the criminal record software as handed over to Catwoman. Catwoman was very impressed with Richard McNeil. At the beginning, she was afraid that Bane would betray Batman, but Bane was easily beaten to death by Richard McNeil, so she didn't want to provoke Richard McNeil. But in order to whitewash herself, Catwoman thought twice and decided to give it a try. Talia al Ghul didn't ask Catwoman to kill Richard McNeil, because she found that Catwoman would not agree to this condition, let alone she had other arrangements. Whether the 3 days are long or not, is not short. Talia al Ghul arranged for someone to send the finished things to Starling City, and Catwoman followed them. Starling City, Bettinelli's house. Helena stood by the window and glanced outside. There were at least 20 armed security guards inside and outside the villa. Putting down the curtains, Helena turned around and looked at Richard McNeil, who was lying on her bed, and asked in Richard reprise, "How did you get in?" "How can I steal fragrance and jade without any skills? How about it?" Richard prized or Richard prized? Richard McNeil said with a smile. "The last time I came back, my father forbade me to go out and was still looking for you. You still have the guts to come to my house. You are trying to die." Although Helena was pleasantly Richard prized, she still urged with some worry, "You better go. If my father comes back, you won't be able to go." Richard McNeil got up and raised his hand to pull Helena onto him, laughing. "Your father was looking for me everywhere, but I ended up sleeping with her daughter at his house. If he knew, he would be furious, wouldn't he? Don't you think this is more exciting? Even if he is the leader of a murderous and arsonist criminal group, he can't stop himself. His daughter was slept in a well-protected home. But there are 2 bodyguards outside the door." Helena glanced in the direction of the door. "Then keep your voice down." Helena's eyes lit up and she whispered, "I thought of it. You wait." Speaking of which, Helena got up and went to the closet, and took out a black gag as if asking for credit. "That way you don't have to worry about it being too loud. You have all these things. You are really perverted, but I like it." Seeing her put it on by herself, Richard McNeil was ready to move. Richard Chapter 39 Richard Prizes. What is a Richard prize? The unexpected is a Richard prize. From the fact that she opened a room with him, so car Richard ally, even though she was still a new car. Richard McNeil knew that because of his family and status, he had a distorted mentality of abusing himself and retaliating against his father, but he really didn't expect to have Richard ch a thing. Her figure is not as well proportioned and slender as Laurel, and her appearance is not as exquisite and glamorous as Catwoman, but she has a rebellious, crazy and extreme energy that attracts Richard McNeil, and the urge to reach her stomach is very strong. Pulling Helena to her side, Richard McNeil ran away violently. Storms. Richard Names again and again. After Richard riffing, Richard San hugged the exhausted but excited Helena as if at home, watching the gadgets she picked off. "How did you come up with the idea of buying this thing?" "It's just to prevent me from talking in my sleep." Helena looked at Richard McNeil. "Would you believe me if I said that I was investigating my father's criminal evidence?" "Believe me." Richard McNeil nodded affirmatively. "Do you really believe it?" Helena was a little skeptical. "Didn't you mean to coax me to follow what I said?" Richard McNeil chuckled and said, "You think too much. It's not that my girlfriend doesn't have the obligation to coax you. There are many strange things in this world, and you are not the only one cheating. It's no big deal." Helena was stunned and asked with some expectation, "Then would you like to help me?" "I don't want to." Richard McNeil refused very simply. "I'm not interested in your family grievances." "I did think too much. I'm sorry," Helena said quietly, frowning with a look of embarrassment and entanglement on her face. She regretted telling her secret. What if he got wind of it or betrayed himself after being caught by his father? Looking at the disapproving Richard McNeil, Helena's eyes were full of pleading and anticipation. "If I'm willing to be your lover, I can give you a lot of money, whatever you want. Are you willing to help my mother? I won't let you do risky things. I just need you to cooperate with me and let my father pay what he deserves." Cost. Richard McNeil thought about it seriously for a while, then shook his head. "Still not interested?" "Yeah?" Helena sighed in disappointment. "I don't want to do this, but I will never allow accidents to happen to my plan, so I'm sorry." "Come on, someone broke into my room." Helena Richard dimly yelled in panic, rushing towards the door in disorderly steps. Boom! The 2 bodyguards outside the door rushed in instantly, staring at the disheveled lady and the strange man in the room. "Who is this man? How did you get in? What did he do to Missy?" Seeing that the bodyguard was stunned, Helena couldn't help shouting angrily, "What are you still doing in a daze? He just slashed at me, under your protection, slammed me, killed him. killed him for me. What? Miss was raped just now? Why didn't you hear the sound? If the boss knows that the eldest lady was raped at home under his protection, then it's okay. The two bodyguards didn't dare to think about the consequences for a moment, and shot Richard McNeil angrily. Boom. 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 The bullets hit Richard McNeil frantically. Hiding behind the bodyguard, sadness and pain flashed across Helena's brows. She found that she fell in love with this mysterious, bold man who acted recklessly on her. I don't want to be like this, she couldn't help but muttered to herself. But soon the expression on her face turned into astonishment, and she looked in disbelief at Richard McNeil, who dodged the bullet and had a smile on his lips. How is it possible? At Richard Ch. a close distance, two bodyguards with precise marksmanship fired at the same time. How did he dodge? Click, click, click. The bullets ran out. The two bodyguards looked down at their guns in a daze. Is this all right? Was it a fake gun? Boom. Boom. Richard McNeil walked briskly to the middle of the two bodyguards, and punched them in the stomach with both hands. In an instant, he was overwhelmed, as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. He groaned, rolled his eyes upwards, and the thick and burly bodyguard fell to the ground. You really Richard prized me. Richard McNeil stood in front of Helena and spoke with a smile. Helena reacted and punched him in shock. Seeing Helena's flattering face just now, Richard McNeil smiled lightly and dodged his fist, and rushed his knees. Helena bowed like a shrimp instantly, her facial features wrinkled in pain. Too slow. Richard McNeil grabbed Helena's shoulder and fell directly over her shoulder. Boom. Her body hit the ground heavily, and Helena grinned and writhed in pain. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the stairs, and the gunshot just now attracted the other security guards in the villa. Seeing the security guard rushing up to shoot, Richard McNeil raised his finger calmly. The sound of sizzle blew through the air, and the azure blue lightning flashed dazzlingly. The maximum current of the shocker is no more than 100,000 volts, but infinite Richard per position, 10 times. The lightning became huge in an instant, and the million-volt electric current turned into a giant lightning python and roared towards the stairs. With a crackling sound, the giant lightning snake rushed down the stairs, and a burning smell instantly began to permeate the air. Richard Chapter 40. This trademark is going to slap me in the face. The security guards were lying on the stairs like charcoal. On the stairs, there were traces of electric shocks on the walls, and there was hot air in the air, exuding a pungent burnt smell. Helena seemed to have forgotten the pain, and watched Richard McNeil go down the stairs in a daze. Dodging bullets is enough to shock the world. But just now, she doesn't know how to describe it anymore. Is this something that humans can do? Messy gunshots came from downstairs, followed by screams and exclamations, and finally calmed down. The security guards at home are probably dead, right? Although these security guards followed his father's work and died with blood on their hands, Helena still regretted it. It's not that she regrets the decision of betraying and sacrificing Richard McNeil. Although this decision makes her very sad and distressed, as long as she can achieve her goal, she can even sacrifice herself. She can only say sorry to Richard McNeil. What she regrets is that she didn't expect Richard McNeil to have Richard Ch. in ability, and now her goal may not be able to be accomplished. She didn't think Richard McNeil would let her go. Even if he could, he wouldn't keep a secret for her. Tang tang tang. The sound of footsteps came from the stairs, and Richard McNeil came up with a relaxed expression, grabbed her hair and dragged her down. Helena, who had lost her faith, was dragged downstairs like a dead dog, and was dragged all the way to the fountain near the gate of the villa. Was put down. No regrets. Richard McNeil squatted down and asked with interest. Do you regret it? She thought of her mother who was beaten to death by her father every day, and the faces of the families who were killed by her father. Her slack eyes gradually became focused. Helena said firmly, I only regret that I didn't make him pay the price. I know I'm sorry for you. So you do it. Helena closed her eyes. Richard McNeil didn't speak, and didn't move. After a while, Helena opened her eyes in Richard's eyes. You Why don't you do it? I'm not going to kill you. Richard McNeil smiled lightly. Don't kill me. Helena was stunned, and Richard Denley a wave of help rouse. You forgive me? Richard McNeil thought for a while and sat down on Helena's body, and smiled slightly as he watched Helena holding her breath in pain. I told you, what you are, what will torture you. Anticipation is the root of all pain. I don't expect to sleep with you twice to become more important in your heart than what you insist on, even if I'm the only one who's ever slept with you. So I don't mind, and I'm not mad at you for cheating on me for secrecy, because I would do it anyway. Humans are selfish, even if it seems selfless. The kind is actually to meet their own spiritual and emotional needs. But I'm not angry. And I don't mind. It doesn't mean I forgive you. Richard McNeil smiled brightly, and the smiling Helena had a premonition of uneasiness. Death is a relief for you. You don't have to care about Richard's success or failure. So I won't kill you, and I won't inform you. I want you to wander back and forth between help and despair. You can't die. Helena felt that she was as cold as falling into an ice cave. And Richard McNeil's gentle and bright smile seemed to her more terrifying than the devil. Killing and killing people, but that's all. Richard Denley, the iron gates on the wall of the villa slowly opened to both sides, and a luxury car that was planning to drive in Richard Denley stopped. The situation in the villa caught them by Richard's surprise. Helena's father, Frank, was in the car. After all, it is the leader of the criminal group who is used to strong winds and waves. Although Frank was shocked, he quickly calmed down. Looking at the strange man sitting on his daughter and the bodyguards scattered about in the courtyard who seemed to have been struck to death by lightning, Frank got out of the car with a gloomy expression. The bodyguard and driver guarded Frank with guns. Do you know who I am? Frank asked after looking at Richard McNeil for a moment. Frank Bettinelli, the leader of the criminal group in Starling City. Richard McNeil said while looking at Frank. Not bad. I thought he would get out of the car in a rage and open fire or turn around and run away in fright, but I didn't expect him to be a big boss. I have a grudge against you? Frank asked again gloomily. Richard McNeil shook his head. So someone hired you to trouble me? Frank asked again. Richard McNeil still shook his head. Frank laughed angrily. Very well. I promise you won't die easily. Turning his head slightly, the bodyguard and driver quickly walked towards Richard McNeil with guns in hand. Richard McNeil stood up cooperatively and raised his hands. Just as the bodyguard and the driver were grabbing his shoulders, electric current roared out. Boom. Boom. The bodyguard and the driver fell to the ground. Frank squinted his eyes and took a few steps back in horror, only to hear Richard McNeil say with a smile, I want your daughter. What do you mean? Frank asked calmly. Literally. Richard McNeil smiled lightly. Frank took a deep breath. His fearful eyes became excited. What can you give me? Before I lose interest in her, I will keep you alive. Make a deal. Although it sounded like he was only talking about protecting himself from death and not doing things for him, Frank agreed without hesitation. What is it for a person with Richard's a weird ability to guarantee his own safety and sacrifice his disobedient daughter? What's more, if you don't agree, who knows what will happen? Frank smiled and just walked a few steps towards Richard McNeil, but Richard Denley. There was a gunshot in the distance. Boom. The bullet hit Frank, and Frank fell to the ground. Richard McNeil narrowed his eyes. This fucking is going to slap me in the face. Richard Chapter 41, Smart Woman. The bullet pierced Frank's shoulder, and he was lying on the ground covering his wound with a pale face, and it seemed that his life was not in danger for the time being. It's fine if you don't hang up, or you'll be slapped in the face. Richard McNeil didn't care whether Frank's injury was serious or not, because he was the one who was shot in the first place. If it is aimed at oneself, the copy ability will be activated. His ability is not only infinite duplication and Richard perposition, but also has an early warning function, so there is no need to worry about lurking assassination methods. At this time, 3 people appeared in the direction of the gate. The first person is very eye-catching, with a long red dress, dazzling white long hair, and an Asian face under neat bangs. There were 2 people following behind, one with a gun and the other with a black box that looked like a piano box. White porcelain. Frank, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help making a sound of resentment when he saw this woman, and walked anxiously towards Richard McNeil. She is a member of the Chinese Triad Society who is responsible for drug sales. I just killed her person. She is here to kill me. You promised me, I will give you my daughter, and you will keep me alive. Frank worriedly reminded Richard McNeil of his agreement. Helena, who was like a dead dog when she heard Frank's words, had no expression on her face. Basie sneered disdainfully, and her expression respected the flattering pilgrims. Mr. Richard McNeil, hello, my name is Basie, and I'm here to deliver something to you. Send it over. Basie said. The person with the box next to him walked up to Richard McNeil and gently opened the box. Inside were the uniforms and equipment that Talia Al Ghulna had asked for. Richard McNeil nodded slightly, and the other party closed the box and put it at his feet and slowly retreated. Mr. Richard McNeil, can I have a chat with you? Basie asked with a smile. Okay. Richard McNeil smiled brightly and looked at the man with the gun beside her. But are you Richard Ree? What you want to talk about will keep me from killing your shooter? XXXX. Basie paused slightly and smiled. I think so. I'll go talk to her, and you'll take care of the rest. Right? Richard McNeil looked at Frank. Frank nodded blankly, but he was thinking about Richard McNeil's identity in his heart. He thought he just had weird Richard powers, but now he can make the Triad Basie, who even feels threatened by him, be so polite. Who is he? How powerful is the person who can order Basie to give him something? Not far outside the villa, there is a black Hummer. Two men guarded outside the car. Richard McNeil and Basie got into the car. Let's talk. Richard McNeil smiled lightly. Basie speaks Chinese as soon as he speaks, but his accent is a little weird like Hong Kong po. In addition to delivering the things, I have another task, which is to kill you, and the reward is 30 million. Richard McNeil nodded non-committally. If Talia Al Ghul didn't take the opportunity to do something, she wouldn't be her. Basie turned around and took out a box and pushed it towards Richard McNeil to open it. Inside were stacks of dollar bills. The money is here, and the people are killed by me. I think it should be enough to forgive my men for their actions just now. Richard McNeil looked at Basie with interest. What is your reason for doing this? Because I know who you are and what you have done in Gotham, so I don't want to provoke you. If possible, I would like to gain your friendship. Basie explained to Richard McNeil seriously. No one is fooled. The strength of the Triad Society is all over the world. It is not difficult to inquire about the news. Although what Richard McNeil did in Gotham is officially blocked, those gangsters on the street know about it. Who is Bane? How strong? Basie knows. Even if she is conceited and not afraid of Bane, she will not provoke a powerful enemy who can kill Bane in an instant just from mere 30 million. And this powerful enemy is still in Starling City, on its own territory. Richard McNeil patted the box containing $30 million and Richard dimly smiled and pushed it over. This is the money you hacked with your own ability, so keep it for yourself. I won't ask you questions about whether you're not afraid of retaliation. What happened just now is wiped out. Don't kill Frank in a short time. Okay. Basie smiled. The Triads are always there to help if needed. Richard McNeil smiled and got out of the car and went back to the courtyard of the villa. Helena was still lying on the ground blankly, and Frank had already sat up, bandaged the wound and was calling for someone. Seeing Richard McNeil coming in, Frank put down the phone and wanted to inquire about the situation, but saw Richard McNeil walking towards the villa with a Richardite case in one hand and Helena's hair in the other. Frank opened his mouth and finally said nothing. In Helena's room, Richardson closed the door and released Helena, sat down by the bed and opened the box. Two sets of black uniforms of the same material as Batman, long clothes and trousers, gloves and eye masks, multifunctional belts, a retractable and foldable stick and commonly used rope equipment, etc. Richard McNeil's eye checked carefully to make Richard Ree that there was no Richard Valance equipment on these things. Then he got up and went to the closet to find a bag to put them in. Returning to the soul, Richard McNill smiled lightly at Helena. You are not dead, the secret has not been exposed, and there are more and more convenient opportunities to obtain evidence. You should be happy. What's the use? You won't give me a chance to Richard accede. Helena looked up at Richard McNill. You want me to feel that I am getting closer and closer to Richard access, but you stand in front of the door of Richard access, one step away. For this one step away, I dare not die or give up. I can only endure despair in hope. You are so ruthless. I don't mind being cheated, but I don't want anyone to cheat me. I don't want to lose face. Richard PS2, recommend a friend's book Special Forces Lead Your Daughter to Earn Some Money. It's on the shelves and starts at 20. Please Richard subscribe. Chapter 42 You deserve you to be a gangster. As night fell, the villa was brightly lit. The corpse has already been cleaned up, and Frank's injuries are no longer serious after treatment. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa, wrapped in a bandage, looking at the Richard It case on the coffee table expressionlessly. An hour ago, he had someone quietly prepare $5 million and forbade the rearranged bodyguards from approaching the villa. Anyway, he is also the leader of a criminal group. Naturally, Frank will not let people know that his daughter was sleeping upstairs while he was waiting downstairs to send money. It's just that the environment here is quiet. Even if you are outside the villa, you should be able to hear the voice from upstairs. It's just deception. The sound gradually stopped, and after a while, Richard McNill came down from upstairs with a bag in his hand after taking a shower. Frank, who was originally expressionless, immediately put on a smile and greeted Richard McNill enthusiastically. His posture was short of asking if he is satisfied with my daughter. Thank you for saving my life today. It's a small gesture of mine. Frank pushed the box over and thanked him sincerely. Richard McNill asked with a smile. Are you Richard Tree? You gave it to me, not me. Of course. Frank nodded affirmatively. It's all right. You deserve to be a gang boss. Richard McNill clapped his hands in admiration. You are so open. I will tell you straight, Helena. I will not take away when I need it. I will come here. I am not interested in protecting you every day, and you are not qualified to do so. So it is best to think carefully before you bother me. Understand? It's okay to use the condition that I will keep you alive to eradicate competitors and expand your power, but you have to think carefully about the limited opportunities. Frank originally had this idea. How can he not understand what Richard McNill said now? Naturally, he nodded repeatedly. He doesn't care who Richard McNill is now, and he doesn't care about sacrificing his daughter. Which competitor start, which opponent can maximize their own interests. Frank didn't care, and Richard Sand didn't care much more. Anyway, the purpose of helping Frank is just to punish Helena. Once Richard McNill loses interest, everything that Frank got from him will disappear. Sitting in the car arranged by Frank, Richard McNill left with bags and boxes. Hearing the sound of the key opening the door, Felicity, who had just taken a shower, greeted her. The Emperor's new clothes. I like your welcoming attire, but I'd better wear some in the future, in case I bring someone back. Richard McNill said jokingly. You'll be back right after I take a shower? Not to mention who can you bring here? Felicity explained. Richard ally, looking curiously at the things he was carrying in both hands. What is this? Richard McNill handed it over to the bedroom, talking as he walked. The bag is for Laurel's uniform, and the contents of the box are for you. Send it to me. Felicity secretly opened the box to see what Richard McNill gave her. But just as she opened it, she yelled and shut it abruptly, rushing into the bedroom like a whirlwind. Where did you get so much money? Did you do something dangerous again? Don't worry, someone else gave it to you. Richard McNill said with a smile. Gifted? Who would give you so much money for no reason? This. How much is there? Felicity asked in amazement. Richard McNill thought for a while. I should be looking for something to do temporarily. This is a reward. I don't need money. You are my girlfriend, so you can spend it boldly. I don't know how much it is. I didn't ask. You can check it yourself. Check it out. Hearing that it was a reward for work, Felicity calmed down and looked it up curiously. 5 million. A full 5 million. Has she ever seen so much money? Felicity really wanted to ask what kind of job paid 5 million yuan, but she didn't ask after thinking about it. Who made his boyfriend not an ordinary person? Maybe some kind of bonus from a secret mission. Felicity doesn't worship money, but who would be unhappy if her boyfriend gave 5 million directly? Thanks to Richard McNeil's good physique, Felicity unlocked a few more knowledge. Otherwise she would definitely be exposed. I thought that Felicity would ask for leave the next day to go shopping, to buy bags, clothes, shoes, etc. But when Richard McNeil asked, she found that she had planned everything. Felicity said happily, "Let's change to a bigger and better house first. Climbing the stairs every day is very tiring and the space is too small. I am optimistic about a few expensive equipment that can provide more help to you and Laurel. By the way, I can buy too the trolley. Keep the rest in case you need anything urgently." Felicity has already planned. What else can Richard-san say? When Felicity left for work, Richard-san put on the uniform prepared for Laurel and planned to go to her new home. But just as she was about to leave, she heard a knock on the door. Felicity forgot something. Richard McNeil opened the door. Richard ally, and saw a tall woman in a long black dress and stockings smiling slightly. "I've worked so hard to find you, Selina Kyle." Richard McNeil looked at Catwoman unexpectedly and Richard dimly realized why she was here. Richard Chapter 43 What happened if I strangled you as a joke? Richard McNeil watched Catwoman's half-smile expression gradually emerge. In addition to wanting to kill him, Talia al Ghul probably wanted to get back the things he photographed, right? So here comes the question, who is the Catwoman in Gotham who can get in touch with herself and is capable of stealing things? What's more, he didn't abandon Catwoman all the time. The only contact he had with Catwoman was in the Blackgate prison when he just crossed over. Basie of the Triad is responsible for killing herself, and Catwoman is responsible for stealing. One light and one dark, two purposes. No matter which goal is achieved, Talia al Ghul can get rid of the predicament threatened by himself. Seeing Richard McNeil with a strange smile, Selina Kyle couldn't help raising her brows, and said in a resentful tone, "Aren't you going to invite me in? I stood outside for a long time in order not to let your little girlfriend me Richard understand me. Coming." Richard McNeil turned sideways slightly, and Selina Kyle came in and looked at the layout of the room. Boom! Hearing the door close behind her, she turned around with a chuckle. "Who would have thought that you who killed Bane would live with an ordinary girl in this small ... cough cough. You. What are you doing? Let me go, let me go." Before she finished speaking, she saw Richard McNeil. Richard dimly he grabbed his own neck with his hand, and the feeling of Richard-focation came instantly, and his body was lightly lifted in the air. With horrified eyes, Selina Kyle grabbed Richard McNeil's wrist as if it was about to break her neck, and her feet twitched weakly in the air. "Let go, let me go." The originally fair neck gradually turned red, and she felt that it was becoming more and more difficult for her to breathe. "Is this interesting?" What? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go. I'm going to be out of breath," Selina Kyle said in pain. "Do you think that as long as you are beautiful, boys will like you? Do you think that as long as you are beautiful, you will be forgiven no matter what you do? Do you think that if you are beautiful, I will let you go?" Richard McNeil's question made Selina Kyle had a bad feeling. He was going to kill me. He was really going to kill me. Crazy. "I haven't done anything yet." Selina Kyle raised her leg in panic and was about to make a pilgrimage to Salt Kicked, but Richard McNeil dimly pulled her close to her so that she couldn't stretch her legs at all. Close at hand, with four eyes facing each other, Richard McNeil dimly smiled. "Let me tell you, these are all true." "Ah?" Selina Kyle was stunned, and then felt that she had fallen and sat slumped on the ground. "Ahem!" Selina Kyle panted instinctively while pressing her neck. staring at Richard McNeil sharply. "You're Richard CH a fucking lunatic. You almost strangled me." Richard McNeil spread his hands. "Just kidding. You call this a joke? You almost strangled me." Selina Kyle became even more angry. Richard McNeil laughed. "You're so embarrassed to steal from me? What's wrong with strangling you to death as a joke?" Selina Kyle, who was so angry, couldn't make any sound, as if she was pinched by the neck again. He actually knew. Looking at the dazed Selina Kyle, Richard McNeil took a glass of water and handed it over. "So can't you take a joke?" "A joke? Who would make Richard CH a deadly joke?" "You're a psycho. Who knows when you're joking and when you're not?" Selina Kyle cursed wildly in her heart, but she remained silent and didn't answer Richard McNeil. The water glass handed over. "That's boring." Richard McNeil tapped his mouth and poured a glass of water directly on Selina Kyle's face. Selina Kyle was stunned at first, and anger and humiliation rose instantly. Do you think I'm joking?" Richard McNeil asked with narrowed eyes. "Just kidding, play with your sister's laugh." Selina Kyle finally couldn't bear it anymore, and roared in a hoarse voice. "Richard McNeil, you're fucking crazy. Since you know I'm here to steal, you still let me in? Are you still joking? Are you playing me on purpose?" Facing Selina Kyle's angry and distorted face, Richard McNeil smiled brightly. "Yeah, I'm just playing tricks on you. I'm fighting with you." Selina Kyle completely lost her mind, and she rushed towards Richard McNeil in anger. But Richard McNeil easily turned and avoided as expected. Selina Kyle turned around and just got ready when she couldn't help but snorted. Richard McNeil stepped on her chest with one foot and bent slightly, squinting at her and smiling. "Can't make a joke and want to overturn the table? You seem to have forgotten an important thing. You can't beat me." Selina Kyle's anger was instantly extinguished. Seeing her calm down, Richard McNeil seemed to have lost the interest in flirting with her. He raised his feet, turned around, walked to the sofa and sat down. "Tell me, what conditions did she set for you?" Richard McNeil asked lazily, and Richard ally. P.S. The protagonist likes women, all kinds of women. Maybe they will be gentle and gentlemen, but sometimes there will never be any kindness. The protagonist is a selfish person. PS2. I recommend my old books: Marvel, The Advent of the King, Marvel, The Immortal Throne, Zombie, The Strongest Reaper, and Marvel, The Fruit of the Gate. Chapter 44. Poor Catwoman. Messy skirt, long wet hair. Selina Kyle, who got up in a panic, was no longer as elegant as before, and stared at Richard McNeil resentfully for a long time before saying unwillingly, "Software that can wipe out criminal records. That's something I've always wanted." "Richard McNeil, help me once." Selina Kyle looked at Richard McNeil pleadingly. "Give me what you took, and I owe you a favor." "Are you Richard There is Richard CH a thing?" Richard McNeil asked. Selina Kyle felt hopeful when she heard it and hurriedly said, "I have been looking for it before, and although I didn't find it, it's different this time. The Wayne Group must have it. So Miranda Tate asked me to make a deal. Help me this time, will you?" The pitiful pleading appearance is like an abandoned kitten, which makes people feel pity. However, Richard McNeil simply shook his head unmoved. "It hasn't played the role I want, so I won't give it to you." But Selina Kyle, who was originally discouraged, hurriedly looked up, and Richard McNeil ticked her fingers to signal her to come over. Selina Kyle came to Richard McNeil hesitantly, and Richard McNeil smiled and motioned her to squat down. As soon as Richard McNeil squatted down and raised his hand, there was a head snapped. With a clear voice, Selina Kyle sat down on the ground with an oops. Her forehead instantly turned red. "What are you doing?" Selina Kyle yelled, clutching her forehead. "Are you stupid? If she really has this software, I can just ask for it, and return the handle." Richard McNeil scolded angrily. Selina Kyle was stunned. "Yes, I'm not really helping Miranda Tate. I just need to get the software." In this case, Selina Kyle stared at Richard McNeil expectantly with wide eyes. "Help me with something, and if I Richard succeed, I will clear the case for you. Richard McNill said. You say, follow me to meet someone first. Richard McNill got up and went out with a bag, and Selina Kyle hurriedly followed. There was a lot of attention along the way. After all, it was rare for Richard Ch. a beautiful and tall woman to walk on the street in Richard Ch. a mess. In order to clean up, Selina Kyle endured. After walking for about half an hour, Richard McNill took her to an apartment building, went upstairs and knocked on the door of a certain room. Bang bang bang. The door opened shortly after the knock. Laurel looked at the strange woman next to Richard McNill in Richard reprise, tall and beautiful but somewhat embarrassed. She is? Laurel asked Richard McNill. Selina Kyle, your new teacher. Richard McNill said Richard ally after entering. New teacher? Laurel and Selina Kyle are both Richard prized. Looking at Richard McNill, I saw Richard McNill walk to the sofa and sat down. Richard ally, putting down the bag. This is the uniform and ordinary equipment I got for you. During this period of time, you will continue to learn and exercise your fighting ability with Selina Kyle. Selina Kyle, when you teach her out of the teacher, she will give you what you want. How much is a teacher? Selina Kyle asked with a frown. At least I can keep in touch with you, and I can go out to perform tasks alone. Selina Kyle stopped talking, but Laurel couldn't help asking. What about you? You won't teach me? Do you have Stockholm Syndrome? Richard McNill glanced at Laurel and got up. I recently encountered something interesting. I'll come back after you leave the teacher. Come on, you two. Richard McNill walked towards the door from between Laurel and Selina Kyle. When passing by, he slapped their buttocks with both hands, and then opened the door and left. Laurel and Selina Kyle looked at each other, and an awkward atmosphere permeated. Don't look at Selina Kyle pitifully being bullied with no power to fight back in front of Richard McNill, but her skills are enough to teach Laurel, and Richard McNill just took advantage of this time to train Helena. Frank had greeted the bodyguards at home, so Richard McNill went upstairs to Helena's room without any interrogation or obstruction when he passed by. As the night passed, Helena seemed to have figured it out. Talking and laughing to him as if nothing happened yesterday, Richard McNill is also happy to see the Richard LT. If Helena is desperate and numb, it will be meaningless. Richard McNill asked her to take a look at the evidence collected before. Although there were many, it was not decisive. Not to mention that Frank had a certain influence in Starling City. Even if he didn't rely on these alone, he would not be sentenced to a few years. As long as my father takes you to fight against competitors, I will have the opportunity to collect direct evidence, but he will not take me to the scene easily. Helena said and looked at Richard McNill, who smiled lightly. I will not help you collect evidence, I will only create opportunities for you. That's enough, Helena said firmly. As long as let them think that I am not Frank Bettinelli's daughter but your woman, no one cares if I show up with you. So do you have any tricks you want to try? Richard chapter 45. Your daughter is really great. Helena's character is very extreme, with a typical sense of self-mutilation and self-destruction. In order to achieve her goal, she can sacrifice everything including herself. It is no wonder that she will become ruthless later on. How can she care about others if she doesn't even care about herself? This kind of personality brought many Richard prizes to Richard McNill. In the next few days, in the bedroom and the living room, Helena kept him interested by changing the tricks every day, and even drove everyone out of the villa to let Richard McNill drive wildly on the lawn of the courtyard. Helena would also accompany Richard McNill when she went to see the houses that Felicity had photographed. She drove the driver and bodyguards out of the car and stood by the side of the road, waiting for them to continue driving after the earthquake. Richard McNill felt that he had to drink some Nutrition Express to make up for it. Otherwise his girlfriend Felicity would be dissatisfied. I have to say that Helena's Richard Road act of sacrificing her face is very effective. In just a few days, people around Frank's impression of Helena has changed from a young lady to Richard McNill's girlfriend. I know it well. Although Frank has never shown up, he knows all kinds of news clearly, and some people in the group have some complaints and dissatisfaction. After all, It's about looks. If people from other gang organizations know that their boss's daughter is like this, will they still have the nerve to go out and hang out? Would they dare to follow the boss who sacrificed his daughter? Frank decides to talk to Susan. Driving home, Frank entered the villa and asked the bodyguard, "Is Helena home?" "Upstairs, that one is also there. Just went up." "You go out first." Frank frowned and waved the bodyguard away, hesitated for a moment but did not go up. In the upstairs room, Helena waited for a while and said with a sneer when she didn't see her father going upstairs, "It seems that the time is almost here." He came back but didn't go upstairs. "He probably planned to ask you for help to attack someone." "Then go down and have a look." "Wait, I'll change clothes." Helena stopped Richard McNeil from going to the closet, and it didn't take long to see her standing in front of Richard McNeil wearing high heels, Richard Spenders, and a black narrow skirt. "How about it?" "Good." "And this?" Helena turned around and took out a leather neck ring and put it on again. The neck ring was fastened with a long rope chain. Helena handed it to Richard McNeil. "It's so big to play." Richard McNeil tugged on the rope dumbly. She was really willing to go out. She didn't want any shame. Helena pointed to the ornament on the neck ring. "This was specially customized by me before. I planned to put it on the dog he often carried to collect evidence, but I didn't expect to die in an accident some time ago. Now I wear it to collect evidence. It won't mess with the dog. People doubt and can slap him in the face. I am looking forward to seeing you lead me on stage. I'm starting to admire you a little bit." Richard McNeil really didn't expect to have Richard ch a function. He is worthy of being a future huntress. Means shamelessness, patience. Helena can do everything in order to hunt prey. No worries, I am afraid that few prey can escape her hunting. Richard McNeil admired Helena's attitude, because he was also the kind of person who had no worries. Da. Footsteps came from the stairs. Frank turned his head and saw Richard McNeil leading Helena down the stairs, but what he was holding was not the hand, but the rope. Frank's first reaction when he saw his daughter being dragged down by Richard McNeil was not anger, but rejoicing. Fortunately, he just kicked everyone out. "Your daughter is really great." Richard McNeil came to Frank and praised very seriously. Frank smiled awkwardly at Richard McNeil, but he was very angry with Helena in his heart. "Where did your temper of contradicting me go? It's useless to be so obedient to him. Have you figured it out?" Richard McNeil asked pointedly. Frank instantly understood. Anthony Wenzer is the leader of the drug cartel who fought against the three-round chamber and jointly ate the Starling drug market. "I want to talk to him about cooperation tonight." "Not at night. Now." Richard McNeil said. Richard ally. "Now?" "But I haven't arranged it yet," Frank said in Richard's eyes. "Then make arrangements quickly. I don't want to waste time." Richard McNeil said. Richard ally, and led Helena out of the villa before Frank could react. In the afternoon, Richard and Gentle Breeze, the bodyguards outside the villa, looked dumbfounded at Richard McNeil leading Helena across the lawn to the garage as if walking with a pet dog. "God. This. What are you doing in a daze? Tell the staff to go to Anthony Wenzer's site." Frank's roar came from the villa, and seeing his livid face, the bodyguards swarmed away and got ready to go. P.S. It was originally planned that Helena was only 419, but the more it was written, the more three-dimensional it became. Do you like Helena the Huntress? P.S. I recommend my old books: Marvel, Advent of the King, Marvel, The Immortal Throne, Zombie, The Strongest Reaper, and Marvel, Fruit of the Door, which are about to be finished. Chapter 46. Tens of millions of volts. Starling City, Eastport. In front of a certain factory, the two sides confronted each other with guns. Frank and Anthony Wenzer had an unhappy discussion on the Richard of cooperation, and the younger brother behind him was even more concerned about what you were worried about and what to do with you. "How long has it been?" In a commercial vehicle behind Frank, Richard McNeil asked Helena impatiently. Helena thought about it. 20 minutes? The fight hasn't started in 20 minutes. Are gangsters always so civilized and polite? Richard McNeil couldn't help complaining. Helena sneered disdainfully. He can't refuse you to bring me with him, and he doesn't want people to see him, so his plan to use you to solve Anthony Wenza had to be changed. If you don't go down, he is not Richard Reed to solve Anthony Wenza. It's been a stalemate for so long. I'm not interested in waiting too long. Richard McNeil opened the door and led Helena out of the car and walked over. The crowd gradually separated, and Frank had a bad feeling when he heard the voice behind him. Is that your daughter? Ha 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 ha. Frank, that's why you dare to trouble me all over Richardson? In order to find a helper, you actually gave him your own daughter as a dog. Unfortunately, what can he do by himself? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Although this the way of appearance was a bit shocking, but Anthony Wenza still recognized Helena's identity at a glance, and also guessed why Frank dared to make trouble for him. Richard Dinley. After the astonishment, there was arrogant ridicule, not only Anthony Wenza, but also the younger brother behind him. Frank raised his gun with a livid face and wanted to kill Anthony Wenza directly, but Richard Dinley heard a low moan. Noisy. Richard McNeil frowned lightly and let go of the rope holding Helena. His whole body Richard Dinley lit up with lightning. The dazzling electric current crackled. Infinite Richard per position, 100 times. Tens of millions of volts. In an instant, there seemed to be only azure blue light left in the world. Richard McNeil pointed to the sky, and the electric current turned into thunder and roared into the sky. Quiet, deathly silence. The person who was still laughing wantonly just now stared blankly at Richard McNeil, whose body was filled with lightning, as if the pause button had been pressed. Tick, tick, the raindrops gradually dripped from the top of their heads, and the shocked people looked at Richard McNeil in horror as if they had just woken up from a dream. Fall! Richard McNeil raised his finger to the factory behind Anthony Wenza and others. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky, and thunder fell from the sky and hit the factory instantly. The roof was pierced directly, and explosions followed seconds later. The flames burst into the sky. The impact of the explosion was accompanied by the electric current of the thunder, forming a powerful shock wave that stirred up instantly. For a long time, the bean-sized raindrops gradually stopped, the dazzling thunder disappeared, and the entire factory was turned into nothingness, leaving only a few residues still burning. Looking around, whether it was Anthony Wenza's people or Frank's people, they were all lying on the ground. The lucky ones twitched slightly and foamed at the mouth, while the unlucky ones were directly electrocuted to death by the impact of the spreading current. Only Richard McNeil stands like a pine and cypress. The movement seems to be too loud. Richard McNeil murmured to Frank, who was lying on the ground, "Is he dead?" "He's not dead, and he's getting up to business." Frank shook his head, Richard consciously in panic, and it took a while to realize that Richard McNeil was on his side. Thinking of this, he struggled to get up and slowly walked towards Anthony Wenza. Anthony Wenza struggled in fear, but his body didn't listen at all. Frank pointed his gun at him, swept away the anger of being ridiculed before, and said vigorously, "It's not shameful to sell your dignity. What's shameful is that you can't sell it for a good price. That's what one person can do." Boom! The gunshot rang out and Anthony Wenza fell to the ground. The complacent Frank wanted to say something, but when he saw the factory that was almost razed to the ground, his face froze and he couldn't say anything. Richard McNeil was not interested in listening to Frank's after views, and dragged Helena away amidst a muffled groan. Got in the car. Richard McNeil started the car and left directly. In the car, Helena looked at Richard McNeil and asked quietly, "Is this your strongest strength? The strongest power?" "No, I'm afraid it will destroy the Earth." Richard McNeil shook his head and chuckled. "Theoretically, there is no upper limit to his strength, as long as his strength is infinitely." Richard posed, "Even a light punch can blow up the Earth." Not long after Richardson and Helena left, Eastport was in chaos. Police cars and fire engines arrived soon, and Frank had to face police inquiries just after disposing of Anthony Wenza's body. He told the story exactly, but concealed that Richard McNeil moaned thunder and shot Anthony Wenza himself. As for the police, believe it or not, anyway, there is no evidence, not to mention the unimaginable thing of Richard manning thunder unless one sees it with one's own eyes. Who would believe it? Richard Chapter 47 The legendary team is here. The police really didn't believe it, but there was no evidence to explain the appearance of thunder, and Anthony Wenzer was not found. The most important thing was that Anthony Wenzer's younger brother also insisted on Frank's statement. So in the end this matter was judged as a natural incident and let it go. Of course, not everyone guessed that the thunder had something to do with Richard McNill. For example, the Tanyan Hui that stopped fighting. After the last incident, Tanyan will temporarily stop contact with Richard McNill. Perhaps because of Laurel's relationship, they think this is a better way to observe Richard McNill. It's really good. The uniform that Laurel is wearing now comes from Wayne Enterprises, and a piece of sound wave equipment that has not been used yet comes from the cutting-edge laboratory in Central City. First, he recruited Gotham's famous jewel thief, Catwoman, to teach Laurel fighting skills. Not to mention that Tanyan would not believe that Laurel was not important to Richard McNill. Even Laurel's mother, Dinah Lance, did not believe it. Therefore, Tanyan Hui, who had given up armed conflict, became more determined in this strategy after learning of the Thunder incident in Dongan. The Thunder incident affected not only the Sky Eye Society. Helena took pictures of Frank shooting Anthony Wenzer, but it was not enough. She needed more evidence, so she not only kept the current personality but even became more involved. Sometimes Richard McNill couldn't tell the truth from the fake, but the effect is obvious. When Frank asked him for help again, no one cared about Helena's existence, let alone collect evidence. Frank would send a Richard M of money every time he helped, so Richard McNill simply bought a villa for Felicity. After all, it's my girlfriend, not to mention that it's more secretive, and it will be more convenient to team up with Black Canary in the future. What kind of Richard per hero doesn't even have an activity base? After moving, all kinds of equipment were quietly installed in the basement, and a small command base appeared in this way. In the master bedroom, after the fierce battle, Felicity wiped the battle marks on her face and asked Richard McNill, who was already lying down. The equipment in the base has been adjusted. When are you going to introduce me to Laurel? At night. I'll bring her here later, Richard McNill said. Felicity nodded and asked curiously while lying in his arms. By the way, what did you ask me to delete just now? Something that will make someone despair, Richard McNill said with a chuckle. With his cooperation and help, Helena has collected enough evidence to keep Frank in prison for a lifetime, and the hope of Richard's success is growing. Then, Richard McNill just asked Felicity to delete these evidences. Do you think I don't know that the reason you figured it out is to use me to collect evidence and please me at the same time? Let me forgive you and not stop you. Experience despair amidst hope. Richard McNill was looking forward to what Helena would do when she knew that the evidence she had painstakingly collected was destroyed. Was it hopelessness, numbness, and sinking, and there would never be a huntress again? Or have the courage to face the reality and continue to struggle to create the birth of the huntress? Use a detached mentality and the strength to make you desperate to influence a person's choice and change her fate. No matter what the final Richard LD is, interesting or boring, at least Richard McNill is very satisfied and enjoys the process. As for what other people think, whether they understand it or not, Richard McNill doesn't care. As a time traveler who understands the world, has a detached mentality and possesses absolute strength, if he doesn't care about other people's eyes and opinions instead of boasting, what's the point of time travel? Take a break. Richard San took a shower with Felicity in her arms, then got dressed and drove to pick up Laurel. Watching the car slowly drive out of the villa, a woman flashed out of the nearby woods. Dark leather uniform, wearing eagle armor. The target has left the villa, you can do it now. Got it. Come over and meet up. As soon as the voice fell, she shook her shoulders, and a pair of huge wings stretched out from her back and flew into the air to catch up with Richard McNill's car. There was a Richard sound of a tire blowout on the quiet road. Richard McNill frowned slightly and saw a Richard explosion beside him. Come out with a few people. Captain Cold Leonard Sterner, Heatwave Mick Rory, the Atom Ray Palmer, White Canary Sarah Lance, Firestorm Jefferson Jackson and Martin Stein, Hawkman Carter Hall, the former Lord of Time Pew Hunt. Isn't this the legendary team? It's still the first legendary team. Malcolm Merlin hasn't died yet and Laurel hasn't become the Black Canary. Why are they here? Richard McNeil blinked unexpectedly and got out of the car, and then saw a figure flying in the air. Hawkgirl Kendra Day fell from the sky and stood with them. The initial camp of tomorrow's legendary squad. All members are here. Richard Chapter 48. Richard McNeil is a time deviation. Seeing the legendary team staring at him warily and vigilantly, Richard McNeil got out of the car and looked at the blown tire first before opening his mouth with a smile. Compensate. Pay. Compensation for what? Tires? The team members who thought they could do something at any time were stunned for a moment. Even if you are not Richard prized by our existence, you can't ask us for compensation so calmly. Right? Not to mention, is this the point? Is he really the person we are looking for? Captain Cold asked Richard suspiciously. It seems that we did break his tire, so do we have to pay for it? Atom Man asked in a low voice. The captain of the legendary team, the captain of the riding wave, and the former Time Lord Rip Hunter frowned and said to Richard McNeil, "We will pay for the loss of the car later. But now there is an Richard of time safety that we need to talk about right now." Richard McNeil looked at them one by one, and smiled brightly. "Okay, I also want to know why you are here now." "Why come now? You know us, and you know we will come?" Sarah Lance asked with a frown. Her blonde hair was dazzling in the Richard N, and her white vest-style tight uniform made the airport look very spectacular. She held silver short sticks in her hands and waved them slightly, as if she would strike at the slightest disagreement. "The top assassin of the Assassin's League, White Canary, who hooks up with my sister's boyfriend, Bitchy, who eats both men and women. Am I right?" Richard McNeil laughed. Sarah Lance Richard Denley smiled. Each other. Richard McNeil glanced over her disapprovingly and started complaining one by one. Ray Palmer, obviously able to be a Richard Perman, turned out to be an atom, and his style plummeted. Jefferson Jackson, one of the Firestorms, a model of the Mistress Richard, exceeding in making people forget the original partner. Martin Stein, if you don't take risks with young people as a scientist, you will die. Captain Cold, Leonard Sterner, your father became a criminal because he abused you and your sister since childhood. Your sister is very beautiful. I don't mind comforting him after you die. It should be sooner than Martin Stein died early. By the way, in a certain world, you are gay. As for you, Heatwave Mick Rowley, although you are an arsonist, you are the most Richard successful one in whitewashing. When you write novels in the future, remember to include me. Hawk Carter Hall, Hawkgirl Kendra Sanders, I only have one word for you too. Shit. You're the last one left. Richard McNeil looked at Rip Hunter, who had an ugly and shocked expression. I actually admire you the most. You obviously wanted to save your family, but you didn't have to face it to call this group of garbage under the banner of saving time and saving the world. It turned out to be Richard successful. Every time someone said a sentence, some people's faces became ugly, some were angry at being ridiculed, and some were shocked at the content. Have you seen us in the future? Rip Hunter asked with a frown. I thought that the mission this time was just to prevent Richard McNeil from picking up Laurel, to prevent the formation of the birds of prey and change Sarah Lance's fate. But now that Richard McNeil knows them so well and even knows the future that they don't know, the only explanation is that Richard McNeil has seen the future and the legendary team knows their future destiny, which is a bit tricky. It seems that we still have a lot to talk about, Rip Hunter said in a deep voice. Richard-san replied with a smile. Then go talk slowly on the Wave Rider. Rider Wave is a large expedition ship, which uses ion propulsion as the main propulsion power. It has the functions of time travel, invisibility, autopilot, and self-diagnosis. It is equipped with a medical room, an escape ship, an artificial intelligence Gideon, the only vehicle that corrects for time offsets. Richard McNeil followed the emotionally complex legendary team to board the Wave and greeted the artificial intelligence first. Hello, Gideon. Hello, Mr. Richard McNeil. The electronically synthesized female voice sounded. Richard McNill smiled and leaned on the console and said to Rip Hunter and others, "Let's talk about the time deviation you know first." Rip Hunter looked at Sarah Lance. Sarah Lance said, "Because you made my sister the Black Canary in advance and formed the Birds of Prey squad with Felicity and Catwoman, which Richard altered in a series of deviations. I was not killed by Thea Quinn. I was not Richard wrecked. And neither was my sister. Slain by Damien Dark." Two kinds of memories appear in my mind at the same time, and I can feel that the original memory is disappearing, which shows that time is slowly solidifying your changed reality. For us, you're changing history. So we have to stop you from doing it. Time is linear, although the reality has not yet happened, but it continues to develop. Time slowly solidifies and changes the reality. The past history will be replaced by the new history replaced before the time deviation is detected and the history has not been completely changed. Travel to the time deviation point to stop it and protect the original history. This is the reason why the legendary team came to Richard McNill. Richard McNill is the time deviation that leads to the change of history. Richard 3 First experience with Wonder Woman. Chapter 49 Paradise Island finished. After quietly listening to Sarah Lance's words, Richard McNill leaned on the console and raised his finger with a smile. "I have 2 questions, you say," Sarah Lance said. "First question. Why didn't you travel back to the time when I kidnapped Laurel? Since you can infer the time deviation, wouldn't it be better to start from the source?" If the legendary team came to Richard McNill at that time, he might not will train Laurel to become a Black Canary in advance, so naturally there will be no follow-up. It's too late. Rip Hunt shook his head. That history was fixed by the time we knew it wasn't right. Okay. The second question. Why do you guys stop me? Richard McNill asked with a smile. His question made the legendary team tense instantly. According to their limited experience, every mission will not be so smooth, and this time it may be the same. Sarah Lance gripped the short staff tightly. Captain Cold and Heat Lang also raised the freezing gun and flame spray gun, and Heat Lang pointed at Richard McNill and said ferociously, "Just because I can burn you to ashes." Richard McNill looked at the heat wave and said seriously, "Trust me, you can't do it." "Then try." Heat wave followed. Seeing that a conflict was about to break out, Riff Hunt hurriedly stopped Heat wave and said to Richard McNill, "I don't think it's wise to bring ex-girlfriends together. You just don't introduce them and you can solve that." 1. Only Felicity is my ex-girlfriend, and we haven't broken up yet. 2. Why don't I mean force when I ask? Richard McNill raised 2 fingers and looked at Rip Hunter. In order to save your family, you formed a legendary team to deal with the immortal tyrant Vandal Savage. Although it is very shameless to get the name of saving the world, don't you travel through time and change history? Correcting the time deviation is just you. What position do you have to stop me for my personal behavior? Rip Hunt was silent, and the others who originally wanted to refute were also silent. But we are saving the world, the Atom explained in a low voice without confidence. But obviously this explanation was ignored by everyone. I admit that we have no position to ask you, but we have to do this. If you don't stop Sarah Lance, not only will her memory go wrong, but she will also disappear from our team. So, Rip Hunter Richard Dinley shouted, "Gideon, do a random time point jump now." "Yes, Captain Hunter." Gideon's voice sounded, and the next moment the wave rider Richard Dinley lifted into the air and accelerated. The strong wind howled, and the thrusters lit up with blue light. With a whoosh, the wave rider disappeared. The violent vibration made everyone fall off their backs in an instant, and the oppression caused by the time jump was even more dizzying and tinnitus, as if their heart was about to jump out, which was very uncomfortable. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like a few hours and only a few minutes. The shaking finally stopped slowly, and the wave rider landed. Enter stealth mode and report the time and place. Before he had time to get up from the ground, Rip Hunter hurriedly gave instructions to Gideon. It has entered stealth mode. The time is 1917, and the location is in the waters near Paradise Island. Everyone groaned in pain and got up one after another. Martin Stein found the glasses and put them back on and asked Richard consciously. 1917. The year before the end of the First World War? Where is Paradise Island? Damn it, I hate time travel. Heatwave cursed angrily, holding back the nausea of vomiting. It's better to let me burn him directly. Rip Hunter straightened the collar of his windbreaker and explained. Paradise Island is an isolated island where only the Amazons live. And, only women. Sounds like a very Richarditable place for him to stay. Sarah Lance teased while staring at Richard McNeil, who was lying on the ground to prevent him from doing anything after getting up. Rip Hunter's original intention was to take Richard McNeil away temporarily and find a place to settle it first. As long as he didn't pick up Laurel, the Birds of Prey team wouldn't know each other and wouldn't affect Sarah Lance. Wait for the time difference to be corrected. Just delete his memory and send him back. But Paradise Island, he said hesitantly, it's not friendly to outsiders, especially men. Will it be dangerous? If he is careful not to be discovered by the Amazons on the island, there should be no problem. As long as the time deviation is corrected, we will come to pick him up. Rip Hunt thought for a while and said. Captain Cold asked, leaving him here won't cause any time deviation, will it? Probably not. The Amazons are not so easy to mess with. Rip Hunter shook his head. Sarah Lance walked to Richard McNeil and knelt down, looked at him and said in silence for a while, although things haven't happened to you yet, in my memory Laurel loves you very much. You dumped her when you got tired of playing, so I hope you can die on Paradise Island. But you let her live after all. Even if it's just a time difference, find a place to hide, and we will come to pick you up. Sounds like something I'd do. So am I still green for Oliver Queen? Richard McNeil grinned lightly. Her first man is you. Sarah Lance growled angrily. Why do you think I'm with Oliver? I'm just trying to win her over for sex, asshole. Richard Chapter 50. I just want to ride your horse, not you. Paradise Island, according to legend, was created by Zeus, the king of the gods of Olympus. The island is surrounded by magic protective force fields, making it impossible for many high-tech equipment to detect the location of the island. From a distance, there is nothing but an endless ocean. Once approached, it will produce a dim fog that makes people lose their way. Ordinary people dare not go deep. The small expeditionary escape ship of the Wave Rider cuts through the dim mist with a Richard and change of scenery. The dim fog disappeared and was replaced by a clear blue sky, and the seawater was clear and translucent under layers of white clouds, and a majestic and beautiful island appeared in front of us. High cliffs, green natural ecological environment, and a complex of buildings on the island from a distance. This is Paradise Island, so beautiful. Sarah Lance landed on the shore in a small expedition escape ship. The hatch opened, and Sarah Lance and Richard McNeil came down. Stepping on the golden sand, Richard McNeil chuckled with satisfaction and said, I'm starting to like this place. Are you Richard? You want to keep me here? I know from my memory that you are very skilled, but the Amazons are not ordinary, so don't make trouble for me or yourself. Find a place to hide and I will come back to pick you up soon. Sarah Lance came from Kyrgyzstan before departure. Dean learned about the situation on Paradise Island, so he reminded Richard McNeil very seriously. She didn't think Richard McNeil could do anything here, but was more worried about his safety. This place is Paradise Island. Seeing Sarah Lance's serious admonition, Richard McNeil shrugged disapprovingly. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't regret it. Sarah Lance smiled, turned and left. Watching the small expeditionary escape ship take off and leave, Richard McNeil turned to look at Paradise Island and smiled. He has always thought that the name Paradise Island is very appropriate. For the Amazons, the isolation here is like a paradise outside the world. For men, isn't it considered a paradise on an entire island with only women? Should I shout like some secondary characters, Paradise Island, here I come? Richard McNeil thought about it seriously and finally gave up because he saw the Amazons. Several Amazons with different skin colors appeared on the cliff tens of meters high, wearing helmets and leather armor, holding bows and arrows. These people look handsome, heroic, and straight. They don't seem to have the slightest fat on their bodies, and they are full of strength. Whoosh whoosh! Several Amazons rigidly jumped off the cliff. The people were in midair, shooting arrows with their bows, and the bows and arrows were precisely and powerfully nailed to the cliff, causing them to fall to the ground sadly while swinging the rope. After landing, he pointed his bow at Richard McNill again and leaned over vigilantly. The whole process took only 10 seconds, and it was smooth and smooth. The sharp arrows seemed to be able to shoot a few holes in his body at any time, but Richard McNill didn't panic, and looked at them with interest with a pair of black eyes. "Hi, hello." Richard McNill greeted with a bright smile. But the Amazon stared at him fiercely and didn't respond. Richard McNill curled his lips. "Really rude." Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. The sound of horseshoes came from a distance, and the horses stopped in a blink of an eye. "Queen, what to do with this intruder?" the Amazon asked the woman who was clearly different from the others on a white horse. "This woman has long blonde hair, wears a forehead that symbolizes power and status, wears a leather armor with shoulders exposed, and a long viscous fur vest outside. Riding on a horse, her strong thighs are exposed, and she wears a pair of knee-high dark golden boots." Queen of the Amazons of Paradise Island, mother of Wonder Woman Diana. "Hippolyta, only him?" asked Hippolyta. "Only found him." "Take it back and ask for clarification." After Hippolyta finished speaking, she planned to turn her horse and go back. At the same time, someone walked towards Richard McNill to escort him away. "Can I ride your horse?" Just then Richard McNill asked a question that made everyone angry. "Ride the Queen's horse? How dare you, an intruder, raise Richard's a condition?" Hippolyta turned her head and frowned at Sousa. "Intruder, are you provoking me?" Richard McNill said with a friendly smile. "I just want to try the feeling of riding a horse. You know it's not so easy to ride a horse outside, so. Your horse is the most beautiful here. Although I am not a prince or a tang monk, I still want to ride a white horse." "Catch him." Hippolyta was very angry at this kind of provocation, but she couldn't kill him for the time being in order to find out whether he had any accomplices. With an order, the Amazons rushed over ferociously and arrogantly. "Legendary team, I reminded you not to regret it." Seeing the Amazons rushing over, Richard McNill muttered something and bent over and squatted down as if to Richard render. "Is this cowardly?" The originally angry Amazon couldn't help but sneered. He thought he was a coward who dared to provoke the Queen just now. Infinite Richard per position, 20 times. Richard McNill raised his fist and hit the ground violently. Boom! The beach was Richard-ken in an instant, and the huge force shook the nearby Amazons instantly. The poor man fell to the ground, the horse roared, Hippolyta and other riders were instantly knocked off their horses and fell to the ground. Richard McNill got up slowly and retracted his fist, looking at the discolored faces of the Amazons and sighed softly. "Why bother? I just want to ride your horse, not you."